A Court of Thorns and Roses. Book 1. By Sarah Janet Maas. Part 2. Chapter 24. It wasn't the dawn that awoke me, but rather a buzzing noise. I groaned as I sat up in bed and squinted at the squat woman with skin made from tree bark who fussed with my breakfast dishes. "Where's Alice?" I asked, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. Tamlin must have carried me up here. Must have carried me the whole way home. What? She turned toward me. Her bird mask was familiar, but I would have remembered a fairy with skin like that. Would have painted it already. "Is Alice unwell?" I said, sliding from the bed. This was my room, wasn't it? A quick glance told me yes. "Are you out of your right mind?" the fairy said. I bit my lip. "I am Alice," she clucked, and with a shake of her head, she strode into the bathing room to start my bath. It was impossible. The Alice I knew was fair and plump and looked like a high fae. I rubbed my eyes with my thumb and forefinger. A glamour, that's what Tamlin had said he wore. His fairy sight had stripped away the glamours I'd been seeing. But why bother to glamour everything? Because I'd been a cowering human, that's why. Because Tamlin knew I would have locked myself in this room and never come out if I'd seen them all for their true selves. Things only got worse when I made my way downstairs to find the High Lord. The hallways were bustling with masked faeries I'd never seen before. Some were tall and humanoid, high fae like Tamlin. Others were not. Faeries. I tried to avoid looking at those ones, as they seemed the most surprised to notice my attention. I was almost shaking by the time I reached the dining room. Lucien mercifully appeared like Lucien. I didn't ask whether that was because Tamlin had informed him to put up a better glamour or because he didn't bother trying to be something he wasn't. Tamlin lounged in his usual chair but straightened as I lingered in the doorway. "What's wrong?" "There are a lot of people, faeries, around. When did they arrive?" I'd almost yelped when I looked out my bedroom window and spotted all the faeries in the garden. Many of them, all with insect masks, pruned the hedges and tended the flowers. Those faeries had been the strangest of all, with their iridescent, buzzing wings sprouting from their backs. And, of course, then there was the green and brown skin and their unnaturally long limbs, and Tamlin bit his lip as if to keep from smiling. "They've been here all along." But I didn't hear anything." "Of course you didn't," Lucien drawled, and twirled one of his daggers between his hands. "We made sure you couldn't see or hear anyone but those who were necessary." I adjusted the lapels of my tunic. "So you mean that when I ran after the puka that night, you had an audience," Lucien finished for me. I thought I'd been so stealthy. Meanwhile, I'd been tiptoeing past faeries who had probably laughed their heads off at the blind human following an illusion. Fighting against my rising mortification, I turned to Tamlin. His lips twitched and he clamped them tightly together, but the amusement still danced in his eyes as he nodded. It was a valiant effort. But I could see the naga and the puka and the suriel, and that fairy whose wings were ripped off, I said, wincing inwardly. "Why didn't the glamour apply to them?" His eyes darkened. "They're not members of my court," Tamlin said. "So my glamour didn't keep a hold on them. The puka belongs to the wind and weather and everything that changes. And the naga, they belong to someone else." "I see," I lied, not quite seeing it all. Lucien chuckled, sensing it, and I glared sidelong at him. "You've been noticeably absent again." He used the dagger to clean his nails. "I've been busy, so have you, I take it." "What's that supposed to mean?" I demanded. "If I offer you the moon on a string, will you give me a kiss, too?" "Don't be an ass," Tamlin said to him with a soft snarl. But Lucian continued laughing, and was still laughing when he left the room. Alone with Tamlin, I shifted on my feet. So if I were to encounter the adder again, I said, mostly to avoid the heavy silence, would I actually see it? Yes, and it wouldn't be pleasant. You said it didn't see me that time, and it certainly doesn't seem like a member of your court, I ventured. Why? Because I threw a glamour over you when we entered the garden, he said simply. The adder couldn't see, hear, or smell you. His gaze went to the window beyond me, and he ran a hand through his hair. I've done all I can to keep you invisible to creatures like the adder and worse. The blight is acting up again, and more of these creatures are being freed from their tethers. My stomach turned over. If you spot one, Tamlin continued, even if it looks harmless but makes you feel uncomfortable, pretend you don't see it. Don't talk to it. If it hurts you, the results wouldn't be pleasant for it or for me. You remember what happened with the Naga. This was for my own safety, not his amusement. He didn't want me hurt. He didn't want to punish them for hurting me. Even if the Naga hadn't been part of his court, had it hurt him to kill them? Realizing he waited for my answer, I nodded. The blight is growing again? So far, only in other territories. You're safe here. It's not my safety I'm worried about. Tamlin's eyes softened, but his lips became a thin line as he said, it'll be fine. Is it possible that the surge will be temporary? A fool's hope. Tamlin didn't reply, which was answer enough. If the blight was becoming active again, I didn't bother to offer my aid. I already knew he wouldn't allow me to help with whatever this conflict was. But I thought of that painting I'd given him and what he'd said about it, and wished he would let me in anyway. The next morning, I found a head in the garden. A bleeding male high fae head, spiked atop a fountain statue of a great heron flapping its wings. The stone was soaked in enough blood to suggest that the head had been fresh when someone had impaled it on the heron's upraised bill. I had been hauling my paints and easel out to the garden to paint one of the beds of irises when I stumbled across it. My tins and brushes had clattered to the gravel. I didn't know where I went as I stared at that still screaming head, the brown eyes bulging, the teeth broken and bloody. No mask, so he wasn't a part of the spring court. Anything else about him I couldn't discern. His blood was so bright on the gray stone. His mouth opened so vulgarly. I backed away a step and slammed into something warm and hard. I whirled, hands rising out of instinct, but Tamlin's voice said, "It's me," and I stopped cold. Lucian stood beside him, pale and grim. "Not Autumn Court," Lucian said. "I don't recognize him at all." Tamlin's hands clamped on my shoulders as I turned back toward the head. "Neither do I." A soft, vicious growl laced his words, but no claws pricked my skin as he kept gripping me. His hands tightened, though, while Lucian stepped into the small pool in which the statue stood, striding through the red water until he peered up at the anguished face. "They branded him behind the ear with a sigil," Lucian said, swearing. "A mountain with 3 stars. "Night Court," Tamlin said too quietly. The Night Court, the northernmost bit of Prythian, if I recalled the mural's map correctly. A land of darkness and starlight. Why would they do this? I breathed. Tamlin let go, coming to stand at my side as Lucian climbed the statue to remove the head. I looked toward a blossoming crab-apple tree instead. "The Night Court does what it wants," Tamlin said. "They live by their own codes, their own corrupt morals. They're all sadistic killers," Lucian said. I dared a glance at him. He was now perched on the heron's stone wing. I looked away again, They delight in torture of every kind, and would find this sort of stunt to be amusing. Amusing, but not a message? I scanned the garden. "Oh, it's a message," Lucian said, and I cringed at the thick, wet sounds of flesh and bone on stone as he yanked the head off. I'd skinned enough animals, but this... Tamlin put another hand on my shoulder. To get in and out of our defenses, to possibly commit the crime nearby with the blood this fresh. A splash as Lucian landed in the water again. It's exactly what the High Lord of the Night Court would find amusing. The bastard. I gauged the distance between the pool and the house. 60, maybe 70 feet. That's how close they'd come to us. Tamlin brushed a thumb against my shoulder. "You're still safe here. This was just their idea of a prank." "This isn't connected to the Blight?" I asked. "Only in that they know the Blight is again awakening, and want us to know they're circling the spring court like vultures, should our wards fall further." I must have looked as sick as I felt, because Tamlin added, "I won't let that happen." I didn't have the heart to say that their masks made it fairly clear that nothing could be done against the Blight. Lucian splashed out of the fountain, but I couldn't look at him, not with the head he bore, the blood surely on his hands and clothes. They'll get what's coming to them soon enough. Hopefully the Blight will wreck them, too. Tamlin growled at Lucian to take care of the head, and the gravel crunched as Lucian departed. I crouched to pick up my paints and brushes, my hands shaking as I fumbled for a large brush. Tamlin knelt next to me, but his hands closed around mine, squeezing. "You're still safe," he said again. The Suriel's command echoed through my mind. "Stay with the High Lord, human. You will be safe." I nodded. "It's court posturing," he said. "The Night Court is deadly, but this was only their lord's idea of a joke. Attacking anyone here, attacking you, would cause more trouble than it's worth for him. If the Blight truly does harm these lands, and the Night Court enters our borders, we'll be ready." My knees shook as I rose. Fairy politics, fairy courts, their idea of jokes must have been even more horrible when we were enslaved to you all. They must have tortured us whenever they liked. Must have done such unspeakable, awful things to their human pets. A shadow flickered in his eyes. Some days, I'm very glad I was still a child when my father sent his slaves south of the wall. What I witnessed then was bad enough. I didn't want to imagine. Even now, I still hadn't looked to see if any hints of those long-ago humans had been left behind. I did not think 5 centuries would be enough to cleanse the stain of the horrors that my people had endured. I should have let it go, should have, but couldn't. "Do you remember if they were happy to leave?" Tamlin shrugged. "Yes, yet they had never known freedom or known the seasons as you do. They didn't know what to do in the mortal world. But yes, most of them were very, very happy to leave. Each word was more ground out than the next. I was happy to see them go, even if my father wasn't, despite the stillness with which he stood. His claws poked out from above his knuckles. No wonder he'd been so awkward with me, had no idea what to do with me when I'd first arrived. But I said quietly, "You're not your father, Tamlin, or your brothers." He glanced away and I added, "You never made me feel like a prisoner, never made me feel like little more than chattel." The shadows that flickered in his eyes as he nodded his thanks told me there was more. Still more that he had yet to tell me about his family. His life before they'd been killed and this title had been thrust upon him. I wouldn't ask, not with the Blight pressing down on him. Not until he was ready. He'd given me space and respect. I could offer him no less. Still, I couldn't bring myself to paint that day. Chapter 25. Tamlin was called away to one of the boarders' hours after I found that head. Where and why, he wouldn't tell me. But I sensed enough from what he didn't say. The blight was indeed crawling from other courts, directly toward ours. He stayed the night, the first he'd ever spent away, but sent Lucien to inform me that he was alive. Lucien had emphasized that last word enough that I slept terribly, even as a small part of me marveled that Tamlin had bothered to let me know about his well-being. I knew I was headed down a path that would likely end in my mortal heart being left in pieces. And yet I couldn't stop myself. I hadn't been able to since that day with the Naga. But seeing that head, the games these courts played with people's lives as tokens on a board, it was an effort to keep food down whenever I thought about it. Yet despite the creeping malice, I awoke the next day to the sound of merry fiddling, and when I looked out the window I found the garden bedecked in ribbons and streamers. On the distant hills, I spied the makings of fires and maypoles being raised. When I asked Alice, whose people I'd learned were called the Urisk, she simply said, "Summer solstice." The main celebration used to be at the summer court, but things are different. So now we have one here too. You're going. Summer. In the weeks that I'd been painting and dining with Tamlin and wandering the court lands at his side, summer had come. Did my family still truly believe me to be visiting some long-lost aunt? What were they doing with themselves? If it was the solstice, then there would be a small gathering in the village center. Nothing religious, of course, though the children of the blessed might wander in to try to convert the young people. Just some shared food, donated ale from the solitary tavern, and maybe some line dances. The only thing to celebrate was a day's break from the long summer days of planting and tilling. From the decorations around the estate, I could tell this would be something far grander, far more spirited. Tamlin remained gone for most of the day. Worry gnawed at me even as I painted a quick, loose rendering of the streamers and ribbons in the garden. Perhaps it was petty and selfish, given the returning blight, but I also quietly hoped that the solstice didn't require the same rites as Fire Night. I didn't let myself think too much about what I would do if Tamlin had a flock of beautiful faeries lining up for him. It wasn't until late afternoon that I heard Tamlin's deep voice and Lucien's braying laugh echo through the halls all the way to my painting room. Relief sent my chest caving in, but as I rushed to find them, Alice yanked me upstairs. She stripped off my paint-splattered clothes and insisted I change into a flowing, cornflower blue chiffon gown. She left my hair unbound but wove a garland of pink, white, and blue wildflowers around the crown of my head. I might have felt childish with it on, but in the months I'd been there, my sharp bones and skeletal form had filled out. A woman's body. I ran my hands over the sweeping, soft curves of my waist and hips. I had never thought I would feel anything but muscle and bone. "Cauldron boil me?" Lucien whistled as I came down the stairs. "She looks positively fey." I was too busy looking Tamlin over, scanning for any injury, any sign of blood or mark that the blight might have left, to thank Lucien for the compliment. But Tamlin was clean, almost glowing, completely unarmed, and smiling at me. Whatever he'd gone to deal with had left him unscathed. "You look lovely," Tamlin murmured, and something in his soft tone made me want to purr. I squared my shoulders, disinclined to let him see how much his words or voice or sheer well-being impacted me. "Not yet. I'm surprised I'm even allowed to participate tonight." "Unfortunately for you and your neck," Lucien countered. "Tonight's just a party. Do you lie awake at night to come up with all your witty replies for the following day?" Lucien winked at me, and Tamlin laughed and offered me his arm. "He's right," the High Lord said. I was aware of every inch where we touched, of the hard muscles beneath his green tunic. He led me into the garden, and Lucien followed. Solstice celebrates when day and night are equal. It's a time of neutrality, when everyone can take down their hair and simply enjoy being a fairy, Not high fae or faerie, just us and nothing else. So there's singing and dancing and excessive drinking, Lucian chimed in, falling into step beside me. And dallying, he added with a wicked grin. Indeed, every brush of Tamlin's body against mine made it harder to avoid the urge to lean into him entirely, to smell him and touch him and taste him. Whether he noticed the heat singeing my neck and face, or heard my uneven heartbeat, he revealed nothing, holding my arm tighter as we walked out of the garden and into the fields beyond. The sun was beginning its final descent when we reached the plateau on which the festivities were to be held. I tried not to gawk at the faeries gathered, even as I was in turn gawked at by them. I'd never seen so many in one place before, at least not without the glamour hiding them from me. Now that my eyes were open to the sight, the exquisite dresses and lithe forms that were shaped and colored and built so strangely and differently were a marvel to behold. Yet what little novelty my own presence by the High Lord's side offered soon wore off, helped by a low, warning growl from Tamlin that sent the others scattering to mind their own business. Table after table of food had been lined up along the far edge of the plateau, and I lost Tamlin while I waited in line to fill a plate, leaving me to try my best not to look like I was some human plaything of his. Music started near the giant, smoking bonfire, fiddles and drums and merry instruments that had me tapping my feet in the grass. Light and joyous and open, the mirthful sister to the bloodthirsty fire night. Lucian, of course, excelled at disappearing when I needed him, and so I ate my fill of strawberry shortcake, apple tart, and blueberry pie, no different from summer treats in the mortal realm. Alone beneath a sycamore covered with silken lanterns and sparkling ribbons. I didn't mind the solitude, not when I was busy contemplating the way the lanterns and ribbons shone, the shadows they cast. Perhaps it would be my next painting, or maybe I would paint the ethereal faeries beginning to dance. Such angles and colors to them. I wondered if any of them had been the subjects of the painters whose work was displayed in the gallery. I moved only to get myself something to drink. The plateau became more crowded as the sun sank toward the horizon. Across the hills, other bonfires and parties began, their music filtering through the occasional pause in ours. I was pouring myself a goblet of golden sparkling wine when Lucian finally appeared behind me, peering over my shoulder. "I wouldn't drink that if I were you." "Oh," I said, frowning at the fizzing liquid. "Fairy wine at the solstice," Lucian hinted. I said, taking a sniff. It didn't reek of alcohol. In fact, it smelled like summers spent lying in the grass and bathing in cool pools. I'd never smelled anything so fantastic. "I'm serious," Lucian said as I lifted the glass to my lips, my brows raised. "Remember the last time you ignored my warning?" He poked me in the neck, and I batted his hand away. "I also remember you telling me how witchberries were harmless, and the next thing I knew, I was half delirious and falling all over myself," I said, recalling the afternoon from a few weeks ago. I'd had hallucinations for hours afterward, and Lucian had laughed himself sick, enough so that Tamlin had chucked him into the reflection pool. I shook away the thought. Today, just for today, I would indeed let my hair down. Today, let caution be damned. Forget the blight hovering at the edges of the court, threatening my High Lord and his lands. Where was Tamlin, anyway? If there had been some threat, surely Lucian would have known. Surely they would have called off the celebration. "Well, I mean it this time," Lucian said, and I shifted my goblet out of his reach. "Tam would gut me if he caught you drinking that." "Always looking after your best interests," I said, and pointedly chugged the contents of the glass. It was like a million fireworks exploding inside me, filling my veins with starlight. I laughed aloud, and Lucian groaned. "Human fool," he hissed, but his glamour had been ripped away. His auburn hair burned like hot metal, and his russet eye smoldered like a bottomless forge. That was what I would capture next. "I'm going to paint you," I said, and giggled, actually giggled, as the words popped out. "Cauldron boil and fry me," he muttered, and I laughed again. Before he could stop me, I downed another glass of fairy wine. It was the most glorious thing I'd ever tasted. It liberated me from bonds I hadn't known existed. The music became a siren song. The melody was my lodestone, and I was powerless against its lure. With each step, I savored the dampness of the grass beneath my bare feet. I didn't remember when I'd lost my shoes. The sky was an eddy of molten amethyst, sapphire, and ruby, all bleeding into a final pool of onyx. I wanted to swim in it, wanted to bathe in its colors and feel the stars twinkling between my fingers. I stumbled, blinking, and found myself standing at the edge of the ring of dancing. A cluster of musicians played their fairy instruments, and I swayed on my feet as I watched the fairies dancing, circling the bonfire. Not formal dancing. It was like they were as loose as I was. Free. I loved them for it. "Damn it, Feyre," Lucian said, gripping my elbow. "Do you want me to kill myself trying to keep you from impaling your mortal hide on another rock?" "What?" I said, turning to him. The whole world spun with me, delightful and entrancing. "Idiot," he said when he looked at my face. "Drunken idiot." The tempo increased. I wanted to be in the music, wanted to ride its speed and weave between its notes. I could feel the music around me, like a living, breathing thing of wonder and joy and beauty. "Feyre, stop," Lucian said, and grabbed me again. I'd been dancing away, and my body was still swaying toward the pull of the sound. "You stop. Stop being so serious," I said, shaking him off. I wanted to hear the music, wanted to hear it hot off the instruments. Lucian swore as I burst into movement. I skipped between the dancers, twirling my skirts. The seated, masked musicians didn't look up at me as I leaped before them, dancing in place. No chains, no boundaries, just me and the music, dancing and dancing. I wasn't fairy, but I was a part of this earth, and the earth was a part of me, and I would be content to dance upon it for the rest of my life. One of the musicians looked up from his fiddling, and I halted. Sweat gleamed on the strong column of his neck as he rested his chin upon the dark wood of the fiddle. He'd rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, revealing the cords of muscle along his forearms. He had once mentioned that he would have liked to be a traveling minstrel if not a warrior or a high lord. Now, hearing him play, I knew he could have made a fortune from it. "I'm sorry, Tam," Lucian panted, appearing from nowhere. I left her alone for a little at one of the food tables, and when I caught up to her, she was drinking the wine and Tamlin didn't pause in his playing. His golden hair damp with sweat, he looked marvelously handsome, even though I couldn't see most of his face. He gave me a feral smile as I began to dance in place before him. "I'll look after her," Tamlin murmured above the music, and I glowed, my dancing becoming faster. "Go enjoy yourself." Lucian fled. I shouted over the music, "I don't need a keeper." I wanted to spin and spin and spin. "No, you don't," Tamlin said, never once stumbling over his playing. How his bow did dance upon the strings, his fingers sturdy and strong. No signs of those claws that I had come to stop fearing. "Dance, Feyre," he whispered. So I did. I was loosened, a top whirling around and around, and I didn't know who I danced with or what they looked like, only that I had become the music and the fire and the night, and there was nothing that could slow me down. Through it all, Tamlin and his musicians played such joyous music that I didn't think the world could contain it all. I sashayed over to him, my fairy lord, my protector and warrior, my friend, and danced before him. He grinned at me, and I didn't break my dancing as he rose from his seat and knelt before me in the grass, offering up a solo on his fiddle to me. Music just for me, a gift. He played on, his fingers fast and hard upon the strings of his fiddle. My body slithering like a snake, I tipped my head back to the heavens and let Tamlin's music fill all of me. There was a pressure at my waist, and I was swept away in someone's arms as they whisked me back into the ring of dancing. I laughed so hard I thought I'd combust, and when I opened my eyes, I found Tamlin there, spinning me round and round. Everything became a blur of color and sound, and he was the only object in it, tethering me to sanity, to my body, which glowed and burned in every place he touched. I was filled with sunshine. It was like I'd never experienced summer before, like I'd never known who was waiting to emerge from that forest of ice and snow. I didn't want it to end. I never wanted to leave this hilltop. The music came to a close, and, gasping for breath, I glanced at the moon. It was near setting. Sweat slid down every part of my body. Tamlin, panting as well, took my hand. Time goes faster when you're drunk on fairy wine. I'm not drunk, I said, snorting. He only chuckled and led me from the dancing. I dug my heels into the ground as we neared the edge of the firelight. They're starting again, I said, pointing to the dancers gathering before the refreshed musicians. He leaned close, his breath caressing the shell of my ear as he whispered, I want to show you something better. I stopped objecting. He led me off the hill, navigating his way by moonlight. Whatever path he chose, he did so out of consideration for my bare feet, for only soft grass cushioned my steps. Soon, even the music faded away, replaced by the sighing of trees in the night breeze. Here, Tamlin said, pausing at the edge of a vast meadow. His hand lingered on my shoulder as we looked out. The high grasses moved like water as the last of the moonlight danced upon them. What is it? I breathed, but he put a finger to his lips and beckoned me to look. For a few minutes, there was nothing. Then, from the opposite side of the meadow, dozens of shimmering shapes floated out across the grass, little more than mirages of moonlight. That was when the singing began. It was a collective voice, but in it existed both male and female, two sides of the same coin, singing to each other in a call and response. I raised a hand to my throat as their music rose and they danced. Ghostly and ethereal, they waltzed across the field, no more than slender slants of moonlight. What are they? Will-o'-the-wisps, spirits of air and light, he said softly. Come to celebrate the solstice. They're beautiful. His lips grazed my neck as he murmured against my skin, Dance with me, Feyre. Really? I turned and found my face mere inches from his. He cracked a lazy smile. Really? As though I were nothing but air myself, he pulled me into a sweeping dance. I barely remembered any of the steps I'd learned in childhood, but he compensated for it with his feral grace, never faltering, always sensing any stumble before I made it as we danced across the spirit-riddled field. I was as unburdened as a piece of dandelion fluff, and he was the wind that stirred me about the world. He smiled at me, and I found myself smiling back. I didn't need to pretend, didn't need to be anything but what I was right then, being twirled about the meadow, the will-o'-the-wisps dancing around us like dozens of moons. Our dancing slowed, and we stood there, holding each other as we swayed to the songs of the spirits. He rested his chin upon my head and stroked my hair. his fingers grazing the bare skin of my neck. "Feyre," he whispered onto my head. He made my name sound beautiful. "Feyre," he whispered again, not in question, but simply as if he enjoyed saying it. As quickly as they'd appeared, the spirits vanished, taking their music with them. I blinked. The stars were fading, and the sky had turned grayish-purple. Tamlin's face was inches from my own. "It's almost dawn." I nodded, mesmerized by the sight of him, the smell and feel of him holding me. I reached up to touch his mask. It was so cold, despite how flushed his skin was just beyond it. My hand shook, and my breathing became shallow as I grazed the skin of his jaw. It was smooth and hot. He wet his lips, his breathing as uneven as my own. His fingers contracted against the plane of my lower back, and I let him tug me closer to him until our bodies were touching and the warmth of him seeped into me. I had to tilt my head back to see his face. His mouth was caught somewhere between a smile and a wince. "What?" I asked, and put a hand on his chest, preparing to shove myself back. But his other hand slipped under my hair, resting at the base of my neck. "I'm thinking I might kiss you," he said quietly, intently. "Then do it." I blushed at my own boldness. But Tamlin only gave that breathy laugh and leaned in. His lips brushed mine, testing, soft and warm. He pulled back a little. He was still staring at me, and I stared right back as he kissed me again, harder, but nothing like the way he'd kissed my neck. He withdrew more fully this time and watched me. "That's it," I demanded, and he laughed and kissed me fiercely. My hands went around his neck, pulling him closer, crushing myself against him. His hands roved my back, playing in my hair, grasping my waist, as if he couldn't touch enough of me at once. He let out a low groan. "Come," he said, kissing my brow. "We'll miss it if we don't go now." "Better than will-o'-the-wisps?" I asked, but he kissed my cheeks, my neck, and finally my lips. I followed him into the trees, through the ever-lightening world. His hand was solid and unmovable around mine as we passed through the low-lying mists, and he helped me up a bare hill slick with dew. We sat atop its crest, and I hid my smile as Tamlin put an arm around my shoulders, tucking me in close. I rested my head against his chest while he toyed with the flowers in my garland. In silence, we stared out over the rolling green expanse. The sky shifted into periwinkle, and the clouds filled with pink light. Then, like a shimmering disk too rich and clear to be described, the sun slipped over the horizon and lined everything with gold. It was like seeing the world being born, and we were the sole witnesses. Tamlin's arm tightened around me, and he kissed the top of my head. I pulled back, looking up at him. The gold in his eyes, bright with the rising sun, flickered. "What?" "My father once told me that I should let my sisters imagine a better life, a better world. And I told him that there was no such thing." I ran my thumb over his mouth, marveling, and shook my head. I never understood because I couldn't believe that it was even possible. I swallowed, lowering my hand. "Until now." His throat bobbed. His kiss that time was deep and thorough, unhurried and intent. I let the dawn creep inside me, let it grow with each movement of his lips and brush of his tongue against mine. Tears pricked beneath my closed eyes. It was the happiest moment of my life. Chapter 26. The next day, Lucien joined us for lunch, which was breakfast for all of us. Ever since I'd complained about the unnecessary size of the table, we'd taken to dining at a much-reduced version. Lucien kept rubbing at his temples as he ate, unusually silent, and I hid my smile as I asked him, And where were you last night? Lucien's metal eye narrowed on me. I'll have you know that while you two were dancing with the spirits, I was stuck on border patrol. Tamlin gave a pointed cough, and Lucien added, with some company. He gave me a sly grin. Rumor has it you two didn't come back until after dawn. I glanced at Tamlin, biting my lip. I'd practically floated into my bedroom that morning. But Tamlin's gaze now roved my face as if searching for any tinge of regret, of fear. Ridiculous. You bit my neck on fire night, I said under my breath. If I can face you after that, a few kisses are nothing. He braced his forearms on the table as he leaned closer to me. Nothing. His eyes flicked to my lips. Lucien shifted in his seat, muttering to the cauldron to spare him, but I ignored him. Nothing? I repeated a bit distantly, watching Tamlin's mouth move, so keenly aware of every movement he made, resenting the table between us. I could almost feel the warmth of his breath. Are you sure? He murmured, intent and hungry enough that I was glad I was sitting. He could have had me right there on top of that table. I wanted his broad hands running over my bare skin, wanted his teeth scraping against my neck, wanted his mouth all over me. I'm trying to eat, Lucien said, and I blinked, the air whooshing out of me. But now that I have your attention, Tamlin, he snapped, though the High Lord was looking at me again, devouring me with his eyes. I could hardly sit still, could hardly stand the clothes scratching my too-hot skin. With some effort, Tamlin glanced back at his emissary. Lucien shifted in his seat, not to be the bearer of truly bad tidings, but my contact at the Winter Court managed to get a letter to me. Lucien took a steadying breath, and I wondered if being emissary also meant being spymaster, and wondered why he was bothering to say this in my presence at all. The smile instantly faded from Tamlin's face. The blight, Lucien said tightly, softly. It took out 24 of their younglings. 24 all gone. He swallowed. It just burned through their magic, then broke apart their minds. No one in the Winter Court could do anything. No one could stop it once it turned its attention toward them. Their grief is unfathomable. My contact says other courts are being hit hard, though the Night Court, of course, manages to remain unscathed. But the blight seems to be sending its wickedness this way, farther south with every attack. All the warmth, all the sparkling joy, drained from me like blood down a drain. The blight can truly kill people? I managed to say, younglings. It had killed children, like some storm of darkness and death. And if offspring were as rare as Alice had claimed, the loss of so many would be more devastating than I could imagine. Tamlin's eyes were shadowed, and he slowly shook his head, as if trying to clear the grief and shock of those deaths from him. The blight is capable of hurting us in ways you... He shot to his feet so quickly that his chair flipped over. He unsheathed his claws and snarled at the open doorway, canines long and gleaming. The house, usually full of the whispering skirts and chatter of servants, had gone silent. Not the pregnant silence of fire night, but rather a trembling quiet that made me want to scramble under the table, or just start running. Lucien swore and drew his sword. Get Feyre to the window by the curtains, Tamlin growled to Lucien, not taking his eyes off the open doors. Lucien's hand gripped my elbow, dragging me out of my chair. What's... I started, but Tamlin growled again, the sound echoing through the room. I snatched one of the knives off the table and let Lucien lead me to the window, where he pushed me against the velvet drapes. I wanted to ask why he didn't bother hiding me behind them, but the fox, masked faerie, just pressed his back into me, pinning me between him and the wall. The tang of magic shoved itself up my nostrils. Though his sword was pointed at the floor, Lucien's grip tightened on it until his knuckles turned white. Magic, a glamour, to conceal me, to make me a part of Lucien. Invisible, hidden by the fairy's magic and scent. I peered over his shoulder at Tamlin, who took a long breath and sheathed his claws and fangs, his baldric of knives appearing from thin air across his chest. But he didn't draw any of the knives as he righted his chair and slouched in it, picking at his nails, as if nothing were happening. But someone was coming, someone awful enough to frighten them, someone who would want to hurt me if they knew I was here. The hissing voice of the ACOTAR slithered through my memory. There were worse creatures than it, Tamlin had told me. Worse than the Naga and the Suriel and the Bog, too. Footsteps sounded from the hall, even strolling casual. Tamlin continued cleaning his nails, and in front of me, Lucien assumed a position of appearing to be looking out the window. The footsteps grew louder, the scuff of boots on marble tiles. And then he appeared. No mask. He, like the ACOTAR, belonged to something else. Someone else. And worse, I'd met him before. He'd saved me from those 3 faeries on Fire Night. With steps that were too graceful, too feline, he approached the dining table and stopped a few yards from the High Lord. He was exactly as I remembered him, with his fine, rich clothing cloaked in tendrils of night, an ebony tunic brocaded with gold and silver, dark pants, and black boots that went to his knees. I'd never dared to paint him, and now knew I would never have the nerve to. "High Lord," the stranger crooned, inclining his head slightly, not a bow. Tamlin remained seated, with his back to me. I couldn't see his face, but Tamlin's voice was laced with the promise of violence as he said, "What do you want, Rhys-Anne?" Rhys-Anne smiled, heartbreaking in its beauty, and put a hand on his chest. "Rhys-Anne, come now, Tamlin. I don't see you for 49 years, and you start calling me Rhys-Anne? Only my prisoners and my enemies call me that." His grin widened as he finished, and something in his countenance turned feral and deadly, more so than I'd ever seen Tamlin look. Rhys-Anne turned, and I held my breath as he ran an eye over Lucien. "A fox mask, appropriate for you, Lucien." "Go to hell, Rhys," Lucien snapped. "Always a pleasure dealing with the rabble," Rhys-Anne said, and faced Tamlin again. I still didn't breathe. I hope I wasn't interrupting. "We were in the middle of lunch," Tamlin said, his voice void of the warmth to which I'd become accustomed. The voice of the High Lord turned my insides cold. "Stimulating," Rhys-Anne purred. "What are you doing here, Rhys?" Tamlin demanded, still in his seat. "I wanted to check up on you. I wanted to see how you were faring. If you got my little present." "Your present was unnecessary, but a nice reminder of the fun days, wasn't it?" Rhys-Anne clicked his tongue and surveyed the room. "Almost half a century holed up in a country estate. I don't know how you managed it, but," he said, facing Tamlin again, "you're such a stubborn bastard that this must have seemed like a paradise compared to Under the Mountain. I suppose it is. I'm surprised, though, 49 years and no attempts to save yourself or your lands. Even now that things are getting interesting again." "There's nothing to be done," conceded Tamlin, his voice low. Rhys-Anne approached Tamlin, each movement smooth as silk. His voice dropped into a whisper, an erotic caress of sound that brought heat to my cheeks. "What a pity that you must endure the brunt of it, Tamlin, and an even greater pity that you're so resigned to your fate. You might be stubborn, but this is pathetic. How different the High Lord is from the brutal warband leader of centuries ago." Lucien interrupted, "What do you know about anything? You're just Amarantha's whore." "Her whore I might be, but not without my reasons." I flinched as his voice whetted itself into an edge. At least I haven't bided my time among the hedges and flowers while the world has gone to hell. Lucien's sword rose slightly. If you think that's all I've been doing, you'll soon learn otherwise. Little Lucien, you certainly gave them something to talk about when you switched to spring. Such a sad thing, to see your lovely mother in perpetual mourning over losing you. Lucien pointed his sword at Rhys and, "Watch your filthy mouth." Rhys laughed. A lover's laugh, low and soft and intimate. Is that any way to speak to a high lord of Prythian? My heart stopped dead. That was why those faeries had run off on Fire Night. To cross him would have been suicide. And from the way darkness seemed to ripple from him, from those violet eyes that burned like stars. "Come now, Tamlin," Rhys said. "Shouldn't you reprimand your lackey for speaking to me like that?" "I don't enforce rank in my court," Tamlin said. Still, Rhys crossed his arms. "But it's so entertaining when they grovel. I suppose your father never bothered to show you." "This isn't the night court," Lucien hissed. "And you have no power here, so clear out. Amarantha's bed is growing cold." I tried not to breathe too loudly. Rhys, he'd been the one to send that head. As a gift, I flinched. Was the night court where this woman, this Amarantha, was located, too? Rhys snickered, but then he was upon Lucien, too fast for me to follow with my human eyes, growling in his face. Lucien pressed me into the wall with his back, hard enough that I stifled a cry as I was squished against the wood. "I was slaughtering on the battlefield before you were even born," Rhys snarled. Then, as quickly as he had come, he withdrew, casual and careless. "No, I would never dare to paint that dark, immortal grace. Not in 100 years. Besides," he said, stuffing his hands into his pockets, "who do you think taught your beloved Tamlin the finer aspects of swords and females? You can't truly believe he learned everything in his father's little war camps." Tamlin rubbed his temples. "Save it for another time, Rhys. You'll see me soon enough." Rhys meandered toward the door. "She's already preparing for you. Given your current state, I think I can safely report that you've already been broken and will reconsider her offer." Lucien's breath hitched as Rhys passed the table. The High Lord of the Night Court ran a finger along the back of my chair, a casual gesture. "I'm looking forward to seeing your face when you..." Rhys studied the table. Lucien went stick straight, pressing me harder against the wall. The table was still set for 3, my half-eaten plate of food sitting right before him. "Where's your guest?" Rhys asked, lifting my goblet and sniffing it before setting it down again. "I sent them off when I sensed your arrival," Tamlin lied coolly. Rhys now faced the High Lord, and his perfect face was void of emotion before his brows rose. A flicker of excitement, perhaps even disbelief, flashed across his features, but he whipped his head to Lucien. Magic seared my nostrils, and I stared at Rhys in undiluted terror as his face contorted with rage. "You dare glamour me?" he growled, his violet eyes burning as they bore into my own. Lucien just pressed me harder into the wall. Tamlin's chair groaned as it was shoved back. He rose, claws at the ready, deadlier than any of the knives strapped to him. Rhys's face became a mask of calm fury as he stared at me. "I remember you," he purred. "It seems like you ignored my warning to stay out of trouble." He turned to Tamlin. "Who, pray tell, is your guest?" "My betrothed," Lucien answered. "Oh?" Here I was, thinking you still mourned your commoner lover after all these centuries, Rhys said, stalking toward me. The sunlight didn't gleam on the metallic threads of his tunic, as if it balked from the darkness pulsing from him. Lucien spat at Rhysand's feet and shoved his sword between us. Rhysand's venom-coated smile grew. "You draw blood from me, Lucien, and you'll learn how quickly Amarantha's whore can make the entire Autumn Court bleed, especially its darling lady." The color leached from Lucien's face, but he held his ground. It was Tamlin who answered. "Put your sword down, Lucien." Rhysand ran an eye over me. "I knew you liked to stoop low with your lovers, Lucien, but I never thought you'd actually dabble with mortal trash." My face burned. Lucien was trembling, with rage or fear or sorrow. I couldn't tell. The lady of the Autumn Court will be grieved indeed when she hears of her youngest son. If I were you, I'd keep your new pet well away from your father. "Leave, Rhys," Tamlin commanded, standing a few feet behind the High Lord of the Night Court. And yet he didn't make a move to attack, despite the claws, despite Rhys and still approaching me. Perhaps a battle between two High Lords could tear this manor to its foundations and leave only dust in its wake. Or perhaps, if Rhysand was indeed this woman's lover, the retaliation from hurting him would be too great, especially with the added burden of facing the blight. Rhysand brushed Lucien aside as if he were a curtain. There was nothing between us now, and the air was sharp and cold. But Tamlin remained where he was, and Lucien didn't so much as blink as Rhys and, with horrific gentleness, pried the knife from my hands and sent it scattering across the room. "That won't do you any good anyway," Rhysand said to me. "If you were wise, you would be screaming and running from this place, from these people. It's a wonder that you're still here, actually." My confusion must have been written across my face, for Rhysand laughed loudly. "Oh, she doesn't know, does she?" I trembled, unable to find words or courage. "You have seconds, Rhys," Tamlin warned. "Seconds to get out. If I were you, I wouldn't speak to me like that." Against my volition, my body straightened, every muscle going taut, my bones straining. Magic, but deeper than that. Power that seized everything inside me and took control. Even my blood flowed where he willed it. Couldn't move. An invisible, talon-tipped hand scraped against my mind. And I knew one push, one swipe of those mental claws, and who I was would cease to exist. "Let her go," Tamlin said, bristling, but didn't advance forward. A kind of panic had entered his eyes, and he glanced from me to Rhys and, "Enough!" I'd forgotten that human minds are as easy to shatter as eggshells, Rhys said, and ran a finger across the base of my throat. I shuddered, my eyes burning. "Look at how delightful she is. Look how she's trying not to cry out in terror. It would be quick, I promise." Had I retained any semblance of control over my body, I might have vomited. "She has the most delicious thoughts about you, Tamlin," he said. "She's wondered about the feeling of your fingers on her thighs. Between them, too," he chuckled. Even as he said my most private thoughts, even as I burned with outrage and shame, I trembled at the grip still on my mind. Rhysand turned to the High Lord. "I'm curious. Why did she wonder if it would feel good to have you bite her breast the way you bit her neck?" "Let her go." Tamlin's face was twisted with such feral rage that it struck a different, deeper chord of terror in me. "If it's any consolation," Rhysand confided to him, "she would have been the one for you, and you might have gotten away with it. A bit late, though. She's more stubborn than you are." Those invisible claws lazily caressed my mind again, then vanished. I sank to the floor, curling over my knees as I reeled in everything that I was, as I tried to keep from sobbing, from screaming, from emptying my stomach onto the floor. "Amarantha will enjoy breaking her," Rhysand observed to Tamlin. almost as much as she'll enjoy watching you as she shatters her bit by bit. Tamlin was frozen, his arms, his claws, hanging limply at his side. I'd never seen him look like that. Please was all that Tamlin said. Please what? Rhys said gently, coaxingly, like a lover. Don't tell Amarantha about her, Tamlin said, his voice strained. And why not? As her whore? He said with a glance tossed in Lucien's direction. I should tell her everything. Please, Tamlin managed, as if it were difficult to breathe. Rhys pointed at the ground, and his smile became vicious. Beg, and I'll consider not telling Amarantha. Tamlin dropped to his knees and bowed his head. Lower. Tamlin pressed his forehead to the floor, his hands sliding along the floor toward Rhysand's boots. I could have wept with rage at the sight of Tamlin being forced to bow to someone, at the sight of my high lord being put so low. Rhys pointed at Lucien. You too, fox boy. Lucien's face was dark, but he lowered himself to his knees, then touched his head to the ground. I wished for the knife Rhys had chucked away, for anything with which to kill him. I stopped shaking long enough to hear Rhys speak again. Are you doing this for your sake, or for hers? He pondered, then shrugged, as if he weren't forcing a high lord of Prythian to grovel. You're far too desperate, Tamlin. It's off-putting. Becoming high lord made you so boring. Are you going to tell Amarantha? Tamlin said, keeping his face on the floor. Rhys smirked. Perhaps I'll tell her, perhaps I won't. In a flash of motion too fast for me to detect, Tamlin was on his feet, fangs dangerously close to Rhysand's face. None of that, Rhys said, clicking his tongue and lightly shoving Tamlin away with a single hand. Not with a lady present. His eyes shifted to my face. What's your name, love? Giving him my name and my family name would lead only to more pain and suffering. He might very well find my family and drag them into Prythian to torment, just to amuse himself. But he could steal my name from my mind if I hesitated for too long. Keeping my mind blank and calm, I blurted the first name that came to mind. A village friend of my sister's whom I'd never spoken to and whose face I couldn't recall. Claire Bedder. My voice was nothing more than a gasp. Rhys turned back to Tamlin, unfazed by the High Lord's proximity. Well, this was entertaining. The most fun I've had in ages, actually. I'm looking forward to seeing you three under the mountain. I'll give Amarantha your regards. Then Rhys vanished into nothing, as if he'd stepped through a rip in the world, leaving us alone in horrible, trembling silence. Chapter 27. I lay in bed, watching the pools of moonlight shift on the floor. It was an effort not to dwell on Tamlin's face as he ordered me and Lucien to leave and shut the door to the dining room. Had I not been so bent on piecing myself together, I might have stayed. Might have even asked Lucien about it, about everything. But, like the coward I was, I bolted to my room, where Alice was waiting with a cup of molten chocolate. It was even more of an effort not to recall the roaring that rattled the chandelier or the cracking of shattering furniture that echoed through the house. I didn't go to dinner. I didn't want to know if there was a dining room to eat in, and I couldn't bring myself to paint. The house had been quiet for some time now, but the ripples of Tamlin's rage echoed through it, reverberating in the wood and stone and glass. I didn't want to think about all that Rhys had said, didn't want to think about the looming storm of the Blight or Under the Mountain, whatever it was called, and why I might be forced to go there. And Amarantha, at last a name to go with the female presence that stalked their lives. I shuddered each time I considered how deadly she must be to command the High Lords of Prythian, to hold Rhysand's leash and to make Tamlin beg to keep me hidden from her. The door creaked, and I jerked upright. Moonlight glimmered on gold, but my heart didn't ease as Tamlin shut the door and approached my bed. His steps were slow and heavy, and he didn't speak until he'd taken a seat on the edge of the mattress. "I'm sorry," he said. His voice was hoarse and empty. "It's fine," I lied, clenching the sheets in my hands. If I thought too long about it, I could still feel the claw-tipped caresses of Rysand's power scraping against my mind. "It's not fine," he growled, and grabbed one of my hands, wrenching my fingers from the sheets. "It's..." He hung his head, sighing deeply as his hand tightened on mine. "Feyre, I wish..." He shook his head and cleared his throat. "I'm sending you home, Feyre." Something inside me splintered. "What?" "I'm sending you home," he repeated, and though his words were stronger, louder, they trembled a bit. "What about the terms of the treaty? I have taken on your life debt. Should someone come inquiring after the broken laws, I'll take responsibility for Andrus's death. But you once said that there was no other loophole." The Suriel said there was no. A snarl. "If they have a problem with it, they can tell me," and wind up in ribbons. My chest caved in, leaving free. Did I do something wrong? He lifted my hand to press it to his lower cheek. He was so invitingly warm. "You did nothing wrong." He turned his face to kiss my palm. "You were perfect," he murmured onto my skin, then lowered my hand. "Then why do I have to go?" I yanked my hand away. "Because there are people who would hurt you, Feyre. Hurt you because of what you are to me. I thought I would be able to handle them, to shield you from it, but after today, I can't. So you need to go home, far from here. You'll be safe there. I can hold my own and..." "You can't," he said, and his voice wobbled. "Because I can't." He seized my face in both hands. "I can't even protect myself against them, against what's happening in Prythian." I felt every word as it passed from his mouth and onto my lips, a rush of hot, frantic air. "Even if we stood against the Blight, they would hunt you down. She would find a way to kill you." "Amarantha," he bristled at the name but nodded. "Who is?" "When you get home," he cut in, "don't tell anyone the truth about where you were. Let them believe the glamour. Don't tell them who I am. Don't tell them where you stayed. Her spies will be looking for you." "I don't understand." I grabbed his forearm and squeezed it tight. "Tell me." "You have to go home, Feyre." "Home? It wasn't my home, it was hell. I want to stay with you," I whispered, my voice breaking. "Treaty or no treaty, blight or no blight." He ran a hand over his face. His fingers contracted when they met with his mask. "I know. So let me." "There's no debate," he snarled, and I glared at him. "Don't you understand?" He shot to his feet. "Rhys was the start of it. Do you want to be here when the Adder returns? Do you want to know what kind of creatures the Adder answers to? Things like the bog and worse. Let me help you." "No," he paced before the bed. "Didn't you read between the lines today?" I hadn't, but I lifted my chin and crossed my arms. "So you're sending me away because I'm useless in a fight?" "I'm sending you away because it makes me sick thinking about you in their hands." Silence fell, filled only by the sounds of his heavy breathing. He sank onto the bed and pressed the heels of his palms into his eyes. His words echoed through me, melting my anger, turning everything inside me watery and frail. How long do I have to go away for?" He didn't reply. "A week." No answer. "A month." He shook his head slowly. My upper lip curled, but I forced myself into neutrality. "A year. That much time away from him. I don't know. But not forever, right? Even if the blight spread to the spring court again, even if it could shred me apart, I would come back. He brushed the hair from my face. I shook him off. I suppose it'll be easier if I'm gone, I said, looking away from him. Who wants someone around who's so covered in thorns? Thorns. Thorny, prickly, sour, contrary. He leaned forward and kissed me lightly. Not forever, he said onto my mouth. And though I knew it was a lie, I put my arms around his neck and kissed him. He pulled me onto his lap, holding me tightly against him as his lips parted mine. I became aware of every pore in my body when his tongue entered my mouth. Though the horror of Rhysand's magic still tore at me, I pushed Tamlin onto the bed, straddling him, pinning him as if it would somehow keep me from leaving, as if it would make time stop entirely. His hands rested on my hips, and their heat singed me through the thin silk of my nightgown. My hair fell around our faces like a curtain. I couldn't kiss him fast enough, hard enough to express the rushing need within me. He growled softly and deftly flipped us over, spreading me beneath him as he wrenched his lips from my mouth and made a trail of kisses down my neck. My entire world constricted to the touch of his lips on my skin. Everything beyond them, beyond him, was a void of darkness and moonlight. My back arched as he reached the spot he'd once bitten, and I dragged my hands through his hair, savoring the silken smoothness. He traced the arc of my hip bones, lingering at the edge of my undergarments. My nightgown had become hitched around my waist, but I didn't care. I hooked my bare legs around his, running my feet down the hard muscles of his calves. He breathed my name onto my chest, one of his hands exploring the plane of my torso, rising up to the slope of my breast. I trembled, anticipating the feel of his hand there, and his mouth found mine again as his fingers stopped just below. His kissing was slower this time, gentler. The fingertips of his other hand slipped beneath the waist of my undergarment, and I sucked in a breath. He hesitated at the sound, pulling back slightly, but I bit his lip in a silent command that had him growling into my mouth. With one long claw, he shredded through silk and lace, and my undergarment fell away in pieces. The claw retracted, and his kiss deepened as his fingers slid between my legs, coaxing and teasing. I ground against his hand, yielding completely to the writhing wildness that had roared alive inside me, and breathed his name onto his skin. He paused again, his fingers retracting, but I grabbed him, pulling him farther on top of me. I wanted him now. I wanted the barriers of our clothing to vanish. I wanted to taste his sweat, wanted to become full of him. "Don't stop," I gasped out. He said thickly, resting his brow between my breasts as he shuddered. "If we keep going, I won't be able to stop at all." I sat up and he watched me, hardly breathing, but I kept my eyes on his, my own breathing becoming steady as I raised my nightgown over my head and tossed it to the floor. Utterly naked before him, I watched his gaze travel to my bare breasts, peaked against the chill night, to my abdomen, to between my thighs. A ravenous, unyielding sort of hunger passed over his face. I bent a leg and slid it to the side, a silent invitation. He let out a low growl and slowly, with predatory intent, raised his gaze to mine again. The full force of that wild, unrelenting High Lord's power focused solely on me, and I felt the storm contained beneath his skin, so capable of sweeping away everything I was, even in its lessened state. But I could trust him, trust myself to weather that mighty power. I could throw all that I was at him and he wouldn't balk. "Give me everything," I breathed. He lunged, a beast freed of its tether. We were a tangle of limbs and teeth, and I tore at his clothes until they were on the floor, then tore at his skin until I marked him down his back, his arms. His claws were out, but devastatingly gentle on my hips as he slid down between my thighs and feasted on me, stopping only after I shuddered and fractured. I was moaning his name when he sheathed himself inside me in a powerful, slow thrust that had me splintering around him. We moved together, unending and wild and burning, and when I went over the edge the next time, he roared and went with me. I fell asleep in his arms, and when I awoke a few hours later, we made love again, lazily and intently, a slow-burning smolder to the wildfire of earlier. Once we were both spent, panting and sweat-slicked, we lay in silence for a time, and I breathed in the smell of him, earthy and crisp. I would never be able to capture that, never be able to paint the feel and taste of him, no matter how many times I tried, no matter how many colors I used. Tamlin traced idle circles on the plane of my stomach and murmured, "We should sleep. You have a long journey tomorrow." Tomorrow? I sat upright, not at all minding my nakedness, not after he'd seen everything, tasted everything. His mouth was a hard line. At dawn. But it's... He sat up in a smooth motion. "Please, Feyre. Please." Tamlin had bowed before Rhysand. "For my sake." He shifted toward the edge of the bed. "Where are you going?" He looked over his shoulder at me. "If I stay, you won't get any sleep." "Stay," I said. "I promise to keep my hands to myself." Lie, such an outright lie. He gave me a half-smile that told me he knew it, too, but nestled down, tugging me into his arms. I wrapped an arm around his waist and rested my head in the hollow of his shoulder. He idly stroked my hair. I didn't want to sleep, didn't want to lose a minute with him, but an immense exhaustion was pulling me away from consciousness, until all I knew was the touch of his fingers in my hair and the sounds of his breathing. I was leaving, just when this place had become more than a sanctuary, when the command of the Suriel had become a blessing and Tamlin far, far more than a savior or friend. I was leaving. It could be years until I saw this house again, years until I smelled his rose garden, until I saw those gold-flecked eyes. Home, this was home. As consciousness left me at last, I thought I heard him speak, his mouth close to my ear. "I love you," he whispered, and kissed my brow, thorns and all. He was gone when I awoke, and I was certain I had dreamed it. Chapter 28. There wasn't much to my packing and farewells. I was somewhat surprised when Alice clothed me in an outfit very unlike my usual garb, frilly and confining and binding in all the wrong places. Some mortal fashion among the wealthy, no doubt. The dress was made up of layers of pale pink silk, accented with white and blue lace. Alice placed a short, lightweight jacket of white linen on me, and atop my head she angled an absurd little ivory hat, clearly for decoration. I half expected a parasol to go with it. I said as much to Alice, who clicked her tongue. "Shouldn't you be giving me a weepy farewell?" I tugged at the lace gloves, useless and flimsy. I don't like goodbyes. If I could, I'd just walk out and not say anything. Alice gave me a long look. I don't like them either. I went to the door, but despite myself, I said, "I hope you get to be with your nephews again soon." "Make the most of your freedom," was all she said. Downstairs, Lucian snorted at the sight of me. "Those clothes are enough to convince me I never want to enter the human realm." "I'm not sure the human realm would know what to do with you," I said. Lucian's smile was edged, his shoulders tight as he gave a sharp look behind me to where Tam was waiting in front of a gilded carriage. When he turned back, that metal eye narrowed. "I thought you were smarter than this." "Goodbye to you too," I said. Friend indeed. It wasn't my choice or my fault that they'd kept the bulk of their conflict from me. even if I could do nothing against the blight, or against the creatures, or against Amarantha. Whoever she was. Lucien shook his head, his scar stark in the bright sun, and stalked toward Tamlin, despite the High Lord's warning growl. You're not even going to give her a few more days? Just a few, before you send her back to that human cesspit? Lucien demanded. This isn't up for debate, Tamlin snapped, pointing at the house. I'll see you at lunch. Lucien stared him down for a moment, spat on the ground, and stormed up the stairs. Tamlin didn't reprimand him. I might have thought more on Lucien's words, might have shouted a retort after him, but my chest hollowed out as I faced Tamlin in front of the gilded carriage, my hands sweaty within the gloves. Remember what I told you, he said. I nodded, too busy memorizing the lines of his face to reply. Had he meant what I thought he'd said last night? That he loved me? I shifted, already aching in the little white pumps into which Alice had stuffed my poor feet. The mortal realm remains safe. For you, for your family. I nodded, wondering whether he might have tried to persuade me to leave our territory, to sail south, but understood that I would have refused to be so far from the wall, from him. That going back to my family was as far as I would allow to be sent from his side. My paintings, they're yours, I said, unable to come up with anything better to express how I felt, what it did to me to be sent away, and how terrified I was of the carriage looming behind me. He lifted my chin with a finger. I will see you again. He kissed me and pulled away too quickly. I swallowed hard, fighting the burning in my eyes. I love you, Feyre. I turned before my vision blurred, but he was immediately there to help me into the opulent carriage. He watched me take my seat through the open door, his face a mask of calm. Ready? No, I wasn't ready, not after last night, not after all these months. But I nodded. If Rhysand came back, if this Amarantha person was indeed such a threat that I would only be another body for Tamlin to defend, I needed to go. He shut the door, sealing me inside with a click that sounded through me. He leaned through the open window to caress my cheek, and I could have sworn that I felt my heart crack. The footman snapped the whip. Tamlin's fingers brushed my mouth. The carriage jolted as the 6 white horses started into a walk. I bit my lip to keep it from wobbling. Tamlin smiled at me one last time. I love you, he said, and stepped away. I should say those words, but they got stuck in my throat because of what he had to face, because he might not find me again despite his promise, because beneath it all he was an immortal and I would grow old and die. And maybe he meant it now, and perhaps last night had been as altering for him as it had been for me. But I would not become a burden to him. I would not become another weight pressing upon his shoulders. So I said nothing as the carriage moved, and I did not look back as we passed through the manor gates and into the forest beyond. Almost as soon as the carriage entered the woods, the sparkle of magic stuffed itself up my nose and I was dragged into a deep sleep. I was furious when I jerked awake, wondering why it had been at all necessary. But the air was full of the thunderous clopping of hooves against a flagstone path. Rubbing my eyes, I peered out the window to see a sloping drive lined with conical hedges and irises. I had never been here before. I took in as many details as I could as the carriage came to a stop before a chateau of white marble and emerald roofs, nearly as large as Tamlin's manor. The faces of the approaching servants were unfamiliar, and I kept my face blank as I gripped the footman's hand and stepped out of the carriage. Human. He was utterly human, with his rounded ears, his ruddy face, his clothes. The other servants were human too, all of them restless, not at all like the utter stillness with which the high fae held themselves. Unfinished, graceless creatures of earth and blood. The servants were eyeing me but keeping back, shrinking away. Did I look so grand? Then, I straightened at the flurry of motion and color that burst from the front doors. I recognized my sisters before they saw me. They approached, smoothing their fine dresses, their brows rising at the gilded carriage. That cracking, caved-in feeling in my chest worsened. Tamlin had said he'd taken care of my family, but this... Nesta spoke first, curtsying low. Ellen followed suit. "Welcome to our home," Nesta said a bit flatly, her eyes on the ground. "Lady." I let out a stark laugh. "Nesta," I said, and she went rigid. I laughed again. "Nesta, don't you recognize your own sister?" Ellen gasped. "Feyre." She reached for me but paused. "What of Aunt Ripley then? Is she dead?" That was the story I remembered, that I'd gone to care for a long-lost, wealthy aunt. I nodded slowly. Nesta took in my clothes and carriage, the pearls that were woven into her gold-brown hair gleaming in the sunlight. "She left you her fortune," Nesta stated flatly. It wasn't a question. "Feyre, you should have told us," Ellen said, still gaping. "Oh, how awful. And you had to endure losing her all on your own, you poor thing. Father will be devastated that he didn't get to pay his respects." Such simple things. Relatives dying and fortunes being left and paying respect to the dead. And yet, a weight I hadn't realized I'd still been carrying eased. These were the only things that worried them now. "Why are you being so quiet?" Nesta said, keeping her distance. I'd forgotten how cunning her eyes were, how cold. She'd been made differently, from something harder and stronger than bone and blood. She was as different from the humans around us as I had become. "I'm glad to see how well your own fortunes have improved," I managed. "What happened?" The driver, glamored to look human, no mask in sight, began unloading trunks for the footmen. I hadn't known Tamlin had sent me off with belongings. Ellen beamed. "Didn't you get our letters?" She didn't remember, or maybe she'd never actually known, then that I wouldn't have been able to read them anyway. When I shook my head, she complained about the uselessness of the post and then said, "Oh, you'll never believe it. Almost a week after you went to care for Aunt Ripley, some stranger appeared at our door and asked Father to invest his money for him. Father was hesitant because the offer was so good, but the stranger insisted, so Father did it. He gave us a trunk of gold just for agreeing. Within a month, he doubled the man's investment, and then money started pouring in. And you know what? All those ships we lost were found in Barrett, complete with Father's profits. Tamlin had done that for them." I ignored the growing hollowness in my chest. "Feyre, you look as dumbfounded as we were," Ellen said, hooking elbows with me. "Come inside. We'll show you the house. We don't have a room decorated for you, because we thought you'd be with poor old Aunt Ripley for months yet. But we have so many bedrooms that you can sleep in a different one each night if you wish." I glanced over my shoulder at Nesta, who watched me with a carefully blank face. So she hadn't married Tomas Mandray after all. "Father will likely faint when he sees you," Ellen babbled on, patting my hand as she escorted me toward the main door. "Oh, maybe he'll throw a ball in your honor, too." Nesta fell into step behind us, a quiet, stalking presence. I didn't want to know what she was thinking. I wasn't certain whether I should be furious or relieved that they'd gotten on so well without me, and whether Nesta was wondering the same. Horseshoes clopped, and the carriage began ambling down the driveway, away from me, back to my true home, back to Tamlin. It took all my will to keep from running after it. He had said he loved me, and I'd felt the truth of it with our lovemaking, and he'd sent me away to keep me safe. He'd freed me from the treaty to keep me safe. because whatever storm was about to break in Prythian was brutal enough that even a high lord couldn't stand against it. I had to stay. It was wise to stay here, but I couldn't fight the sensation, like a darkening shadow within me, that I'd made a very, very big mistake in leaving, no matter Tamlin's orders. Stay with the High Lord, the Suriel had said. It's only command. I shoved the thought from my mind as my father wept at the sight of me and did indeed order a ball in my honor. And though I knew that the promise I had once made to my mother was fulfilled, though I knew that I truly was free of it, and that my family was forever cared for, that growing, lengthening shadow blanketed my heart. Chapter 29. Inventing stories about my time with Aunt Ripley required minimal effort. I read to her daily. She instructed me on deportment from her bedside, and I nursed her until she died in her sleep 2 weeks ago, leaving her fortune to me. And what a tremendous fortune it was. The trunks that accompanied me hadn't contained just clothing. Several of them had been filled with gold and jewels. Not cut jewels either, but enormous raw jewels that would pay for 1,000 estates. My father was currently taking inventory of those jewels. He'd holed himself up in the office that overlooked the garden in which I was sitting beside Ellen in the grass. Through the window, I spied my father hunched over his desk, a little scale before him as he weighed an uncut ruby the size of a duck's egg. He was clear-eyed again, and moved with a sense of purpose, of vibrancy, that I hadn't seen since before the downfall. Even his limp was improved, made miraculously better by some tonic and a salve a strange passing healer had given him for free. I would have been forever grateful to Tamlin for that kindness alone. Gone were his hunched shoulders and downcast, misty eyes. My father smiled freely, laughed readily, and doted on Ellen, who in turn doted on him. Nesta, though, had been quiet and watchful, only giving Ellen answers not longer than a word or two. "These bulbs," Ellen said, pointing with a gloved hand to a cluster of purple and white flowers, "came all the way from the tulip fields of the continent. Father promised that next spring he'll take me to see them. He claims that for mile after mile, there's nothing but these flowers." She patted the rich, dark soil. The little garden beneath the window was hers. Every bloom and shrub had been picked and planted by her hand. She would allow no one else to care for it. Even the weeding and watering she did on her own. Though the servants did help her carry over the heavy watering cans, she admitted, she would have marveled, likely wept, at the gardens I'd become so accustomed to, at the flowers in perpetual bloom at the spring court. "You should come with me," Ellen went on. "Nesta won't go because she says she doesn't want to risk the sea crossing. But you and I, oh, we'd have fun, wouldn't we?" I glanced sidelong at her. My sister was beaming, content, prettier than I'd ever seen her, even in her simple muslin gardening dress. Her cheeks were flushed beneath her large, floppy hat. I think I'd like to see the continent," I said. And it was true, I realized. There was so much of the world that I hadn't seen, hadn't ever thought about visiting, hadn't ever been able to dream of visiting. "I'm surprised you're so eager to go next spring," I said. "Isn't that right in the middle of the season?" The socialite season, which had ended a few weeks ago, apparently full of parties and balls and luncheons and gossip. Ellen had told me all about it at dinner the night before, hardly noticing that it was an effort for me to get down my food. So much of it was the same, the meat, the bread, the vegetables, and yet it was ash in my mouth compared to what I'd consumed in Prythian. "And I'm surprised you don't have a line of suitors out the door, begging for your hand." Ellen flushed but plunged her little shovel into the ground to dig out a weed. "Yes, well, there will always be other seasons. Nesta won't tell you, but this season was somewhat strange." "In what way?" She shrugged her slim shoulders. People acted as if we'd all just been ill for 8 years, or had gone away to some distant country. Not that we'd been a few villages over in that cottage. You'd think we dreamed it all up, what happened to us over those years. No one said a word about it. Did you think they would? If we were as rich as this house suggested, there were surely plenty of families willing to overlook the stain of our poverty. No, but it made me wish for those years again, even with the hunger and cold. This house feels so big sometimes, and Father is always busy, and Nesta. She looked over her shoulder to where my eldest sister stood by a gnarled mulberry tree, looking out over the flat expanse of our lands. She'd barely spoken to me the night before, and not at all during breakfast. I'd been surprised when she joined us outside, even if she'd stayed by the tree this whole time. Nesta didn't finish the season. She wouldn't tell me why. She began refusing every invitation. She hardly talks to anyone, and I feel wretched when my friends pay a visit, because she makes them so uncomfortable when she stares at them in that way of hers. Ellen sighed. Maybe you could talk to her. I contemplated telling Ellen that, Nesta, and I hadn't had a civil conversation in years, but then Ellen added, "She went to see you, you know?" I blinked, my blood going a bit cold. What? Well, she was gone for only about a week, and she said that her carriage broke down not halfway there, and it was easier to come back. But you wouldn't know, since you never got any of our letters. I looked over at Nesta, standing so still under the branches, the summer breeze rustling the skirts of her dress. Had she gone to see me, only to be turned back by whatever glamour Magic Tamlin had cast on her? I turned back to the garden and caught Ellen staring at me. What? Ellen shook her head and went back to weeding. You just look so different. You sound so different, too. Indeed, I hadn't quite believed my eyes when I'd passed a hall mirror last night. My face was still the same, but there was a glow about me, a kind of shimmering light that was nearly undetectable. I knew without a doubt that it was because of my time in Prythian, that all that magic had somehow rubbed off on me. I dreaded the day it would forever fade. Did something happen at Aunt Riplaya's house? Ellen asked. Did you meet someone? I shrugged and yanked at a weed nearby. Just good food and rest. Days passed. The shadow within me didn't lighten, and even the thought of painting was abhorrent. Instead, I spent most of my time with Ellen in her little garden. I was content to listen to her talk about every bud and bloom, about her plans to start another garden by the greenhouse, perhaps a vegetable garden, if she could learn enough about it over the next few months. She had come alive here, and her joy was infectious. There wasn't a servant or gardener who didn't smile at her, and even the brusque head cook found excuses to bring her plates of cookies and tarts at various points in the day. I marveled at it, actually, that those years of poverty hadn't stripped away that light from Ellen. Perhaps buried it a bit, but she was generous, loving, and kind. A woman I found myself proud to know to call sister. My father finished counting my jewels and gold. I was an extraordinarily wealthy woman. I invested a small percentage of it in his business, and when I looked at the remaining behemoth sum, I had him draw me up several bags of money and set out. The manor was only 3 miles from our rundown cottage, and the road was familiar. I didn't mind when my hem became coated in mud from the sodden path. I savored hearing the wind in the trees and the sighing of the high grasses. If I drifted far enough into my memories, I could imagine myself walking alongside Tamlin through his woods. I had no reason to believe that I would see him anytime soon, but I went to bed each night praying that I'd awaken to find myself in his manor, or that I'd receive a message summoning me to his side. Even worse than my disappointment that no such thing had happened was the creeping, nagging fear that he was in danger, that Amarantha, whoever she was, would somehow hurt him. I love you. I could almost hear the words, almost hear him saying them. could almost see the sunlight glinting in his golden hair and the dazzling green of his eyes. I could almost feel his body pressed against mine, his fingers playing along my skin. I reached a bend in the road that I could have navigated in the dark, and there it was. So small, the cottage had been so small. Ellen's old flower garden was a wild tangle of weeds and blooms, and the ward markings were still etched on the stone threshold. The front door, shattered and broken the last time I'd seen it, had been replaced, but one of the circular window panes had become cracked. The interior was dark, the land undisturbed. I traced the invisible path I'd taken across the tall grass every morning from our front door, over the road, and then across the rolling field, all the way to that line of trees. The forest, my forest. It had seemed so terrifying once, so lethal and hungry and brutal, and now it just seemed plain, ordinary. I gazed again at that sad, dark house, the place that had been a prison. Ellen had said she missed it, and I wondered what she saw when she looked at the cottage. If she beheld not a prison but a shelter from a world that had possessed so little good, but she tried to find it anyway, even if it had seemed foolish and useless to me. She had looked at it, that cottage, with hope. I had looked at it with nothing but hatred, and I knew which one of us had been stronger. Chapter 30. I had one task left to do before I returned to my father's manor. The villagers who had once sneered at or ignored me instead gaped now, and a few stepped into my path to ask about my aunt, my fortune, on and on. I firmly but politely refused to fall into conversation with them, to give them anything to gossip over. But it still took me so long to reach the poor part of our village that I was fully drained by the time I knocked on the first dilapidated door. The impoverished of our village didn't ask questions when I handed them the little bags of silver and gold. They tried to refuse, some of them not even recognizing me, but I left the money anyway. It was the least I could do. As I walked back to my father's manor, I passed Tomas Mandre and his cronies lurking by the village fountain, chatting about some house that had burned down with its family trapped inside a week before and whether there was anything to loot from it. He gave me a too long look, his eyes roving freely over my body, with a half smile I'd seen him give to the village girls 100 times before. Why had Nesta changed her mind? I just stared him down and continued along. I was almost out of town when a woman's laugh flitted over the stones, and I turned a corner to come face to face with Isaac Hale, and a pretty, plump young woman who could only be his new wife. They were arm in arm, both smiling, both lit up from within. His smile faltered as he beheld me. Human. He seemed so human, with his gangly limbs, his simple handsomeness, but that smile he'd had moments before had transformed him into something more. His wife looked between us, perhaps a bit nervously, as if whatever she felt for him, the love I'd already seen shining, was so new, so unexpected, that she was still worried it would vanish. Carefully, Isaac inclined his head to me in greeting. He'd been a boy when I left, and yet this person who now approached me, whatever had blossomed with his wife, whatever was between them, it had made him into a man. Nothing. There was nothing in my chest, my soul, for him beyond a vague sense of gratitude. A few more steps had us passing each other. I smiled broadly at him, at them both, and bowed my head, wishing them well with my entire heart. The ball my father was throwing in my honor was in 2 days, and the house was already a flurry of activity. Such money being thrown away on things we'd never dreamed of having again, even for a moment. I would have begged him not to host it, but Ellen had taken charge of planning and finding me a last-minute dress. And it would only be for an evening of enduring the people who had shunned us and let us starve for years. The sun was near to setting as I stopped my work for the day, digging out a new square of earth for Ellen's next garden. The gardeners had been slightly horrified that another one of us had taken up the activity, as if we'd soon be doing all their work ourselves and would get rid of them. I reassured them I had no green thumb and just wanted something to do with my day. But I hadn't yet figured out what I would be doing with my week, or my month, or anything after that. If there was indeed a surge in the blight happening over the wall, if that Amarantha woman was sending out creatures to take advantage of it, it was hard not to dwell on that shadow in my heart, the shadow that trailed my every step. I hadn't felt like painting since I'd arrived, and that place inside me where all those colors and shapes and lights had come from had become still and quiet and dull. Soon, I told myself, soon I would purchase some paints and start again. I slid the shovel into the ground and set my foot atop it, resting for a moment. Perhaps the gardeners had just been horrified by the tunic and pants I'd scrounged up. One of them had even gone running to fetch me one of those big, floppy hats that Ellen wore. I wore it for their sake. My skin had already become tan and freckled from months roaming the spring court lands. I glanced at my hands, clutching the top of the shovel, calloused and flecked with scars, arcs of dirt under my nails. They'd surely be horrified when they beheld me splattered with paint. Even if you washed them, there'd be no hiding it, Nesta said behind me, coming over from that tree she liked to sit by. To fit in, you'd have to wear gloves and never take them off. She wore a simple, pale lavender muslin gown, her hair half up and billowing behind her in a sheet of gold brown. Beautiful, imperious, still as one of the high fae. Maybe I don't want to fit in with your social circles, I said, turning back to the shovel. Then why are you bothering to stay here? A sharp, cold question. I plunged the shovel deeper, my arms and back straining as I heaved up a pile of dark soil and grass. It's my home, isn't it? No, it's not, she said flatly. I slammed the shovel back into the earth. I think your home is somewhere very far away. I paused. I left the shovel in the ground and slowly turned to face her. Aunt Ripley's house. There is no Aunt Ripley. Nesta reached into her pocket and tossed something onto the churned up earth. It was a chunk of wood, as if it had been ripped from something. Painted on its smooth surface was a pretty tangle of vines and foxglove. Foxglove painted in the wrong shade of blue. My breath hitched. All this time, all these months. Your beast's little trick didn't work on me, she said with quiet steel. Apparently, an iron will is all it takes to keep a glamour from digging in. So I had to watch as Father and Ellen went from sobbing hysterics into nothing. I had to listen to them talk about how lucky it was for you to be taken to some made-up aunt's house, how some winter wind had shattered our door, and I thought I'd gone mad. But every time I did, I would look at that painted part of the table, then at the claw marks farther down, and know it wasn't in my head. I'd never heard of a glamour not working, but Nesta's mind was so entirely her own. She had put up such strong walls, of steel and iron and ash wood, that even a High Lord's magic couldn't pierce them. Ellen said you went to visit me, though, that you tried. Nesta snorted, her face grave and full of that long simmering anger that she could never master. He stole you away into the night, claiming some nonsense about the treaty, and then everything went on as if it had never happened. It wasn't right. None of it was right. My hands slackened at my sides. You went after me, I said. You went after me to Prythian. I got to the wall. I couldn't find a way through. I raised a shaking hand to my throat. You trekked 2 days there and 2 days back, through the winter woods? She shrugged, looking at the sliver she'd pried from the table. I hired that mercenary from town to bring me a week after you were taken, with the money from your pelt. She was the only one who seemed like she would believe me. You did that For me? Nesta's eyes, my eyes, our mother's eyes, met mine. It wasn't right, she said again. Tamlin had been wrong when we discussed whether my father would have ever come after me. He didn't possess the courage, the anger. If anything, he would have hired someone to do it for him. But Nesta had gone with that mercenary. My hateful, cold sister had been willing to brave Prythian to rescue me. What happened to Tomas Mandre? I asked, the words strangled. I realized he wouldn't have gone with me to save you from Prythian. And for her, with that raging, unrelenting heart, it would have been a line in the sand. I looked at my sister, really looked at her. At this woman who couldn't stomach the sycophants who now surrounded her, who had never spent a day in the forest but had gone into wolf territory, who had shrouded the loss of our mother, then our downfall, in icy rage and bitterness, because the anger had been a lifeline, the cruelty a release. But she had cared. Beneath it, she had cared, and perhaps loved more fiercely than I could comprehend, more deeply and loyally. Tomas never deserved you anyway, I said softly. My sister didn't smile, but a light shone in her blue-gray eyes. Tell me everything that happened, she said. An order, not a request. So I did. And when I finished my story, Nesta merely stared at me for a long while before asking me to teach her how to paint. Teaching Nesta to paint was about as pleasant as I had expected it to be, but at least it provided an excuse for us to avoid the busier parts of the house, which became more and more chaotic as my ball drew near. Supplies were easy enough to come by, but explaining how I painted, convincing Nesta to express what was in her mind, her heart, at the very least, she repeated my brushstrokes with a precise and solid hand. When we emerged from the quiet room we'd commandeered, both of us splattered in paint and smeared with charcoal. The chateau was finishing up its preparations. Colored glass lanterns lined the long drive, and inside, wreaths and garlands of every flower and color decorated every rail, every surface, every archway. Beautiful. Ellen had selected each flower herself and instructed the staff where to put them. Nesta and I slipped up the stairs, but as we reached the landing, my father and Ellen appeared below, arm in arm. Nesta's face tightened. My father murmured his praises to Ellen, who beamed at him and rested her head on his shoulder. And I was happy for them, for the comfort and ease of their lifestyle, for the contentment on both my father's and my sister's faces. Yes, they had their small sorrows, but both of them seemed so relaxed. Nesta walked down the hall and I followed her. There are days, Nesta said as she paused in front of the door to her room across from mine, when I want to ask him if he remembers the years he almost let us starve to death. You spent every copper I could get too, I reminded her. I knew you could always get more, and if you couldn't, then I wanted to see if he would ever try to do it himself instead of carving those bits of wood. If he would actually go out and fight for us. I couldn't take care of us, not the way you did. I hated you for that, but I hated him more. I still do. Does he know? He's always known I hate him, even before we became poor. He let Mother die. He had a fleet of ships at his disposal to sail across the world for a cure, or he could have hired men to go into Prythian and beg them for help. But he let her waste away. He loved her. He grieved for her. I didn't know what the truth was. Perhaps both. He let her die. You would have gone to the ends of the earth to save your High Lord. My chest hollowed out again, but I merely said, yes, I would have, and slipped inside my room to get ready. Chapter 31. The ball was a blur of waltzing and preening, of bejeweled aristos, of wine and toasts in my honor. I lingered at Nesta's side, because she seemed to do a good job of scaring off the too curious suitors who wanted to know more about my fortune. But I tried to smile, if only for Ellen, who flitted about the room, personally greeting each guest and dancing with all their important sons. But I kept thinking about what Nesta had said about saving Tamlin. I'd known something was wrong. I'd known he was in trouble, not just with the blight on Prythian, but also that the forces gathering to destroy him were deadly. And yet I'd stopped looking for answers, stopped fighting it, glad, so selfishly glad, to be able to set down that savage, wild part of me that had only survived hour to hour. I'd let him send me home. I hadn't tried harder to piece together the information I'd gathered about the blight or Amarantha. I hadn't tried to save him. I hadn't even told him I loved him. And Lucien had known it too, and shown it in his bitter words on my last day, his disappointment in me. 2 in the morning, and yet the party was showing no signs of slowing. My father held court with several other merchants and aristomen to whom I had been introduced but whose names I'd instantly forgotten. Ellen was laughing among a circle of beautiful friends, flushed and brilliant. Nesta had silently left at midnight, and I didn't bother to say goodbye as I finally slipped upstairs. The following afternoon, bleary-eyed and quiet, we all gathered at the lunch table. I thanked my sister and father for the party, and dodged my father's inquiries regarding whether any of his friends' sons had caught my eye. The summer heat had arrived, and I propped my chin on a fist as I fanned myself. I'd slept fitfully in the heat last night. It was never too hot or too cold at Tamlin's estate. I'm thinking of buying the better land, my father was saying to Ellen, who was the only one of us listening to him. I heard a rumor it'll go up for sale soon, since none of the family survived, and it would be a good investment property. Perhaps one of you girls might build a house on it when you're ready. Ellen nodded interestedly, but I blinked. What happened to the Bedders? Oh, it was awful, Ellen said. Their house burned down and everyone died. Well, they couldn't find Claire's body, but she looked down at her plate. It happened in the dead of night. The family, their servants, everyone. The day before you came home to us, actually. Claire Bedder, I said slowly. Our friend, remember? Ellen said. I nodded, feeling Nesta's eyes on me. No, it couldn't be possible. It had to be a coincidence, because the alternative... I had given that name to Rhysand, and he had not forgotten it. My stomach turned over, and I fought against the nausea that roiled within me. Feyre? My father asked. I put a shaking hand over my eyes, breathing in. What had happened? Not just at the Bedders, but at home in Prythian? Feyre, my father said again, and Nesta hissed at him, Quiet! I pushed back against the guilt, the disgust and terror. I had to get answers, had to know if it had been a coincidence, or if I might yet be able to save Claire. And if something had happened here in the mortal realm, then the Spring Court, then those creatures Tamlin had been so frightened of, the blight that had infected magic, their lands, faeries, they had come over the wall and left no trace behind. I lowered my hand and looked at Nesta. You must listen very carefully, I said to her, swallowing hard. Everything I have told you must remain a secret. You do not come looking for me. You do not speak my name again to anyone. What are you talking about, Feyre? My father gaped at me from the end of the table. Ellen glanced between us, shifting in her seat. But Nesta held my gaze, unflinching. I think something very bad might be happening in Prythian, I said softly. I'd never learned what warning signs Tamlin had instilled in their glamours to prod my family to run, but I wasn't going to risk relying solely on them. Not when Claire had been taken, her family murdered. Because of me, I'll burned my throat. Prythian, my father and Ellen blurted, but Nesta held up a hand to silence them. I went on, If you won't leave, then hire guards, hire scouts to watch the wall, the forest, the village, too. I rose from my seat. The first sign of danger, the first rumor you hear of the wall being breached or even something being strange, you get on a ship and go. You sail far away, as far south as you can get, to some place the faeries would never desire. My father and Ellen began blinking, as if clearing some fog from their minds, as if emerging from a deep sleep. But Nesta followed me into the hall, up the stairs. "The betters," she said. "That was meant to be us. But you gave them a fake name, those wicked faeries who threatened your high lord." I nodded. I could see the plans calculating in her eyes. "Is there going to be an invasion?" "I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I was told that there was a kind of sickness that had made their powers weaken or go wild, a blight on the land that had damaged the safety of their borders and could kill people if it struck badly enough. They said it was surging again, on the move. The last I heard, it wasn't near enough to harm our lands. But if the spring court is about to fall, then the blight has to be getting close, and Tamlin was one of the last bastions keeping the other courts in check, the deadly courts, and I think he's in danger." I entered my room and began peeling off my gown. My sister helped me, then opened the wardrobe to pull out a heavy tunic and pants and boots. I slipped into them and was braiding back my hair when she said, "We don't need you here, Feyre. Do not look back." I tugged on my boots and went for the hunting knives I'd discreetly acquired while here. "Father once told you to never come back," Nesta said. "And I'm telling you now, we can take care of ourselves." Once I might have thought it was an insult, but now I understood what a gift she was offering me. I sheathed the knives at my side and slung a quiver of arrows across my back, none of them ash, before scooping up my bow. "They can lie," I said, giving her information I hoped she would never need. "Faeries can lie, and iron doesn't bother them one bit. But ashwood, that seems to work. Take my money and buy a damned grove of it for Ellen to tend." Nesta shook her head, clutching her wrist, the bracelet of iron still there. "What do you think you can even do to help? He's a high lord, you're just a human." That wasn't an insult either, a question from a coolly calculating mind. "I don't care," I admitted at the door now, which I flung open. "But I've got to try." Nesta remained in my room. She would not say goodbye. She hated farewells as much as I did. But I turned to my sister and said, "There is a better world, Nesta. There is a better world out there, waiting for you to find it. And if I ever get the chance, if things are ever better, safer, I will find you again." It was all I could offer her. But Nesta squared her shoulders. "Don't bother. I don't think I'd be particularly fond of faeries." I raised a brow. She went on with a slight shrug. "Try to send word once it's safe. And if it ever is, Father and Ellen can have this place. I think I'd like to see what else is out there, what a woman might do with a fortune and a good name." No limits, I thought. There were no limits to what Nesta might do, what she might make of herself once she found a place to call her own. I prayed I would be lucky enough to someday see it. Ellen, to my surprise, had a horse, a satchel of food, and supplies ready when I hurried down the stairs. My father was nowhere in sight, but Ellen threw her arms around me and, holding tightly, said, I remember all of it now." I wrapped my arms around her. "Be on your guard, all of you." She nodded, tears in her eyes. "I would have liked to see the continent with you, Feyre." I smiled at my sister, memorizing her lovely face, and wiped her tears away. "Maybe someday," I said, another promise that I'd be lucky to keep. Ellen was still crying as I spurred my horse and galloped down the drive. I didn't have it in me to say goodbye to my father once more. I rode all day and stopped only when it was too dark for me to see. Due north, that's where I would start and go until I hit the wall. I had to get back. Had to see what had happened. Had to tell Tamlin everything that was in my heart before it was too late. I rode all of the second day, slept fitfully, and was off before first light. On and on, through the summer forest, lush and dense and humming, until an absolute silence fell. I slowed my horse to a careful walk and scanned the brush and trees ahead for any sign, any ripple. There was nothing, and then my horse bucked and shook her head, and it was all I could do to stay in the saddle as she refused to go forward. But still, there was nothing, no marker. Yet when I dismounted, hardly breathing as I put a hand out, I found that I could not pass. There, cleaving through the forest, was an invisible wall. But the faeries came and went through it, through holes rumor claimed. So I led my horse down the line, tapping the wall every so often to make sure I hadn't veered away. It took me 2 days, and the night between them was more terrifying than any I'd experienced at the spring court. 2 days before I spied the mossy stones placed across from each other, a faint whorl carved into them both, a gate. This time, when I mounted my horse and steered her between them, she obeyed. Magic stung my nostrils, zapping until my horse bucked again, but we were through. I knew these trees. I rode in silence, an arrow nocked and ready, the threats lurking in the forest far greater than those in the woods I'd just left. Tamlin might be furious. He might command me to turn around and go home, but I would tell him that I was going to help, tell him that I loved him and would fight for him however I could, even if I had to tie him down to make him listen. I became so intent on contemplating how I might convince him not to start roaring that I didn't immediately notice the quiet, how the birds didn't sing, even as I drew closer to the manor itself, how the hedges of the estate looked in need of a trim. By the time I reached the gates, my mouth had gone dry. The gates were open, but the iron had been bent out of shape, as if mighty hands had wrenched them apart. Every step of the horse's hooves was too loud on the gravel path, and my stomach dropped further when I beheld the wide-open front doors. One of them hung at an angle ripped off its top hinge. I dismounted, arrow still at the ready, but there was no need. Empty, it was utterly empty here, like a tomb. "Tam," I called. I bounded up the front steps and into the house. I rushed inside, swearing as I slid on a piece of broken porcelain, the remnants of a vase. Slowly, I turned in the front hall. It looked as if an army had marched through. Tapestries hung in shreds, the marble banister was fractured, and the chandeliers lay broken on the ground, reduced to mounds of shattered crystal. "Tamlin," I shouted. Nothing. The windows had all been blown out. "Lucian," no one answered. "Tam," my voice echoed through the house, mocking me. Alone in the wreckage of the manor, I sank to my knees. He was gone. Chapter 32. I gave myself a minute, just 1 minute, to kneel in the remnants of the entry hall. Then I eased to my feet, careful not to disturb any of the shattered glass or wood or blood. There were splatters of it everywhere, along with small puddles and smears down the gouged walls. Another forest, I told myself, another set of tracks. Slowly, I moved across the floor, tracing the information left. It had been a vicious fight, and from the blood patterns, most of the damage to the house had been done during the fight, not afterward. The crushed glass and footprints came and went from the front and back of the house, as if the whole place had been surrounded. The intruders had needed to force their way in though the front door. They'd just completely shattered the doors to the garden. No bodies, I kept repeating to myself. There were no bodies and not much gore. They had to be alive. Tamlin had to be alive. Because if he were dead, I rubbed my face, taking a shuddering breath. I wouldn't let myself get that far. My hands shook as I paused before the dining room doors, both barely hanging on their hinges. I couldn't tell if the damage was from his lashing out after Rysand's arrival the day before my departure, or if someone else had caused it. The giant table was in pieces, the windows smashed, the curtains in shreds. But no blood, there was no blood here, and from the prints in the shards of glass. I studied the trail across the floor. It had been disturbed, but I could make out two sets, large and side by side, leading from where the table had been, as if Tamlin and Lucian had been sitting in here as the attack happened and walked out without a fight. If I was right, then they were alive. I traced the steps to the doorway, squatting for a moment to work through the churned-up shards, dirt, and blood. They'd been met here by multiple sets of prints, and headed toward the garden. Debris crunched from down the hall. I drew my hunting knife and ducked farther into the dining room, scanning for a place to hide. But everything was in pieces. With no other option, I lunged behind the open door. I pressed a hand over my mouth to keep from breathing too loudly and peered through the crack between the door and the wall. Something limped into the room and sniffed. I could only see its back, cloaked in a plain cape, medium height. All it had to do to find me was shut the door. Perhaps if it came far enough into the dining room, I could slip out, but that would require leaving my hiding spot. Perhaps it would just look around and then leave. The figure sniffed again, and my stomach clenched. Could smell me. I dared a better glance at it, hoping to find a weakness, a spot for my knife, if things came down to it. The figure turned slightly toward me. I cried out, and the figure screeched as I shoved away the door. "Alice!" She gaped at me, a hand on her heart, her usual brown dress torn and dirty, her apron gone entirely. Not bloodied, though nothing save for the slight limp that favored her right ankle as she rushed for me. Her tree bark skin bleaching birch white. "You can't be here." She took in my knife, the bow and quiver. "You were told to stay away." "Is he alive?" "Yes, but..." My knees buckled at the onslaught of relief. "And Lucian? Alive as well. But..." "Tell me what happened. Tell me everything." I kept an eye on the window, listening to the manor and grounds around us. Not a sound. Alice grasped my arm and pulled me from the room. She didn't speak as we hurried through the empty, too quiet halls. All of them wrecked and bloodied, but no bodies. Either they'd been hauled away or I didn't let myself consider it as we entered the kitchen. A fire had scorched the giant room, and it was little more than cinders and blackened stone. After sniffing about and listening for any signs of danger, Alice released me. "What are you doing here?" "I had to come back. I thought something had gone wrong. I couldn't stay away. I had to help." "He told you not to come back," Alice snapped. "Where is he?" Alice covered her face with her long, bony hands, her fingertips grappling into the upper edge of her mask as if trying to tear it from her face. But the mask remained, and Alice sighed as she lowered her tree bark hands. "She took him," she said, and my blood went cold. "She took him to her court under the mountain." "Who?" But I already knew the answer. "Amarantha," Alice whispered, and glanced again around the kitchen as if fearful that speaking her name would summon her. "Why? And who is she? What is she? Please, please just tell me. Just give me the truth." Alice shuddered. "You want the truth, girl? Then here it is. She took him for the curse because the 7 times 7 years were over, and he hadn't shattered her curse. She summoned all the high lords to her court this time, to make them watch her break him." "What is she?" What curse? A curse, the curse she had put on this place. A curse that I had failed to even see. Amarantha is High Queen of this land. The High Queen of Prythian. Alice breathed, her eyes wide with some memory of horror. But the 7 High Lords rule Prythian equally. There's no High Queen. That's how it used to be, how it's always been. Until 100 years ago, when she appeared in these lands as an emissary from Hybern. Alice grabbed a large satchel that she must have left by the door. It was already half full of what looked like clothes and supplies. As she began sifting through the ruined kitchen, gathering up knives and any food that had survived, I wondered at the information the Suriel had given me. Of a wicked fairy king who had spent centuries resenting the treaty he'd been forced to sign, and who had sent out his deadliest commanders to infiltrate the other fairy kingdoms and courts to see if they felt as he did, to see if they might consider reclaiming the human lands for themselves. I leaned against one of the soot-stained walls. She went from court to court. Alice went on, turning an apple over in her hands as she inspected it, deemed it good enough and stuffed it into the bag, charming the High Lords with talk of more trade between Hybern and Prythian, more communication, more sharing of assets. The never-fading flower, they called her. And for 50 years, she lived here as a courtier bound to no court, making amends, she claimed, for her own actions and the actions of Hybern during the war. She fought in the war against mortals? Alice paused her gathering. Her story is legend among our kind, legend and nightmare. She was the king of Hybern's most lethal general. She fought on the front lines, slaughtering humans and any high fae and faeries who dared defend them. But she had a younger sister, Clythia, who fought at her side, as vicious and wretched as she, until Clythia fell in love with a mortal warrior, Jurian. Alice loosed a shaking sigh. Jurian commanded mighty human armies, but Clythia still secretly sought him out, still loved him with an unrelenting madness. She was too blind to realize that Jurian was using her for information about Amarantha's forces. Amarantha suspected, but could not persuade Clythia to leave him, and could not bring herself to kill him, not when it would cause her sister such pain. Alice clicked her tongue and began opening the cabinets, scanning their ravaged insides. Amarantha delighted in torture and killing, and yet she loved her sister enough to stay her hand. What happened? I breathed. Oh, Jurian betrayed Clythia. After months of stomaching being her lover, he got the information he needed, then tortured and butchered her, crucifying her with ash wood so she couldn't move while he did it. He left the pieces of her for Amarantha to find. They say Amarantha's wrath could have brought down the skies themselves, had her king not ordered her to stand down. But she and Jurian had their final confrontation later, and since then, Amarantha has hated humans with a rage you cannot imagine. Alice found what looked to be a jar of preserves and added it to the satchel. After the two sides made the treaty, Alice said, now going through the drawers, she butchered her own slaves rather than free them. I blanched. But centuries later, the High Lords believed her when she told them that the death of her sister had changed her, especially when she opened trade lines between our two territories. The High Lords never knew that those same ships that brought over Hibernian goods also brought over her own personal forces. The king of Hybern didn't know either, but we all soon learned that in those 50 years she was here, she had decided she wanted Prythian for her own, to begin amassing power and use our lands as a launching point to one day destroy your world once and for all, with or without her king's blessing. So 49 years ago, she struck. She knew that even with her personal army, she could never conquer the 7 High Lords by numbers or power alone. But she was also cunning and cruel, and she waited until they absolutely trusted her, until they gathered at a ball in her honor. And that night she slipped a potion stolen from the king of Hybern's unholy spell book into their wine. Once they drank, the High Lords were prone, their magic laid bare, and she stole their powers from where they originated inside their bodies, plucked them out as if she were taking an apple from its branch, leaving them with only the basest elements of their magic. Your Tamlin, what you saw of him here was a shade of what he used to be, the power that he used to command. And with the High Lord's power so greatly decreased, Amarantha wrested control of Prythian from them in a matter of days. For 49 years, we have been her slaves. For 49 years, she has been biding her time, waiting for the right moment to break the treaty and take your lands, and all human territories beyond it. I wish there were a stool, a bench, a chair for me to slump into. Alice slammed shut the final drawer and limped for the pantry. Now they call her the Deceiver, she who trapped the 7 High Lords and built her palace beneath the sacred mountain in the heart of our land. Alice paused before the pantry door and covered her face again, taking a few steadying breaths. The sacred mountain, that bald, monstrous peak I'd spotted in the mural in the library all those months ago. But the sickness in the lands, Tamlin said that the blight took their power. She is the sickness in these lands, Alice snapped, lowering her hands and entering the pantry. There is no blight but her. The borders were collapsing because she laid them to rubble. She found it amusing to send her creatures to attack our lands, to test whatever strength Tamlin had left. If the blight was Amarantha, then the threat to the human realm. She was the threat to the human realm. Alice emerged from the pantry, her arms full of various root vegetables. You could have been the one to stop her. Her eyes were hard upon me, and she bared her teeth. They were alarmingly sharp. She shoved the turnips and beets into the bag. You could have been the one to free him and his power, had you not been so blind to your own heart. Humans, she spat. I lifted my hands, exposing my palms to her. I didn't know. You couldn't know, Alice said bitterly, her laugh harsh as she entered. The pantry again. It was part of Tamlin's curse. My head swam, and I pressed myself further against the wall. What was? I fought the rising hitch in my voice. What was his curse? What did she do to him? Alice yanked remaining spice jars off the pantry shelf. Tamlin and Amarantha knew each other before. His family had long been tied to Hybern. During the war, the Spring Court allied with Hybern to keep the humans enslaved. So his father, who was a fickle and vicious lord, was very close with the king of Hybern to Amarantha. Tamlin, as a child, often accompanied him on trips to Hybern, and he met Amarantha in the process. Tamlin had once said to me that he would fight to protect someone's freedom, that he would never allow slavery. Had it been solely because of shame for his own legacy, or because he'd come to somehow know what it was to be enslaved. Amarantha eventually grew to desire Tamlin, to lust for him with her entire wicked heart. But he'd heard the stories from others about the war, and knew what Amarantha and his father and the Hybern king had done to faeries and humans alike. What she did to Jurian as punishment for her sister's death. He was wary of her when she came here, despite her attempts to lure him into her bed, and kept his distance, right up until she stole his powers. Lucian was sent to her as Tamlin's emissary to try to treat for peace between them. Bile rose in my throat. She refused, and Lucian told her to go back to the shithole she'd crawled out of. She took his eye as punishment, carved it out with her own fingernail, then scarred his face. She sent him back so bloody that Tamlin, the High Lord, vomited when he saw his friend. I couldn't let myself imagine what state Lucian had been in. Then, if it had made Tamlin sick. Alice tapped on her mask, the metal pinging beneath her nails. After that, she hosted a masquerade under the mountain for herself. All the courts were present. A party, she said, to make amends for what she'd done to Lucian, and a masquerade so he didn't have to reveal the horrible scarring on his face. The entire spring court was to attend, even the servants, and to wear masks, to honor Tamlin's shape-shifting powers, she said. He was willing to try to end the conflict without slaughter, and he agreed to go, to bring all of us. I pressed my hands against the stone wall behind me, savoring its coolness, its steadiness. Pausing in the center of the kitchen, Alice set down her satchel, now full of food and supplies. When all were assembled, she claimed that peace could be had if Tamlin joined her as her lover and consort. But when she tried to touch him, he refused to let her near. Not after what she'd done to Lucian. He said, in front of everyone that night, that he would sooner take a human to his bed, sooner marry a human, than ever touch her. She might have let it go, had he not then said that her own sister had preferred a human's company to hers, that her own sister had chosen Jurian over her. I winced, already knowing what Alice would say as she braced her hands on her hips and went on. You can guess how well that went over with Amarantha, but she told Tamlin that she was in a generous mood, told him she'd give him a chance to break the spell she'd put upon him to steal his power. He spat in her face, and she laughed. She said he had 7 times 7 years before she claimed him, before he had to join her under the mountain. If he wanted to break her curse, he need only find a human girl willing to marry him. But not any girl, a human with ice in her heart, with hatred for our kind. A human girl willing to kill a faerie. The ground rocked beneath me, and I was grateful for the wall I leaned against. Worse, the faerie she killed had to be one of his men, sent across the wall by him like lambs to slaughter. The girl could only be brought here to be courted if she killed one of his men in an unprovoked attack. Killed him for hatred alone, just as Jurian had done to Clythia, so he could understand her sister's pain. The treaty, that was all a lie. There was no provision for that in the treaty. You can kill as many innocent faeries as you want and never suffer the consequences. You just killed Andras, sent out by Tamlin as that day's sacrifice. Andras was looking for a cure, Tamlin had said. Not for some magical blight, but a cure to save Prythian from Amarantha, a cure for this curse. The wolf, Andras had just stared at me before I killed him. Let me kill him, so it could begin this chain of events so that Tamlin might stand a chance of breaking the spell. And if Tamlin had sent Andras across the wall, knowing he might very well die, oh Tamlin. Alice stooped to gather up a butter knife, twisted and bent, and carefully straightened out the blade. It was all a cruel joke, a clever punishment to Amarantha. You humans loathe and fear faeries so much it would be impossible. Impossible for the same girl who slaughtered a faerie in cold blood to then fall in love with one. But the spell on Tamlin could only be broken if she did just that before the 49 years were over. If that girl said to his face that she loved him, and meant it with her entire heart. Amarantha knows humans are preoccupied with beauty, and thus bound the masks to all our faces to his face, so it would be more difficult to find a girl willing to look beyond the mask, beyond his fairy nature, and to the soul beneath. Then she bound us so we couldn't say a word about the curse. Not a single word. We could hardly tell you a thing about our world, about our fate. He couldn't tell you, none of us properly could. The lies about the blight, that was the best he could do, the best we could all do. That I can tell you now. It means the game is over to her. She pocketed the knife. When she first cursed him, Tamlin sent one of his men across the wall every day. To the woods, to farms, all disguised as wolves to make it more likely for one of your kind to want to kill them. If they came back, it was with stories of human girls who ran and screamed and begged, who didn't even lift a hand. When they didn't come back, Tamlin's bond with them as their lord and master told him they'd been killed by others. Human hunters, older women perhaps, For 2 years he sent them out, day after day, having to pick who crossed the wall. When all but a dozen of them were left, it broke him so badly he stopped, called it all off. And since then, Tamlin has been here, defending his borders as chaos and disorder ruled in the other courts under Amarantha's thumb. The other High Lords fought back too. 40 years ago, she executed 3 of them and most of their families for banding together against her. Open rebellion? What courts? I straightened, taking a step away from the wall. Perhaps I might find allies among them to help me save Tamlin. The Day Court, Summer Court, and Winter Court. And no, it didn't even get far enough to be considered an open rebellion. She used the High Lord's powers to bind us to the land. So the rebel lords tried calling for aid from the other Fey territories, using as messengers whatever humans were foolish enough to enter our lands. Most of them young women who worshipped us like gods. The children of the blessed. They had indeed made it over the wall, but not to be brides. I was too battered by what I'd heard to grieve for them, rage for them. But Amarantha caught them all before they left these shores. And you can imagine how it ended for those girls. Afterward, once Amarantha also butchered the rebellious High Lords, their successors were too terrified to tempt her wrath again. And where are they now? Are they allowed to live on their lands, like Tamlin was? No, she keeps them and their entire courts under the mountain, where she can torment them as she pleases. Others, if they swear allegiance, if they grovel and serve her, she allows them a bit more freedom to come and go under the mountain as they will. Our court was only allowed to remain here until Tamlin's curse ran out. But Alice shivered. That's why you keep your nephews in hiding, to keep them away from this, I said, glancing at the full satchel at her feet. Alice nodded, and as she went to right the overturned work table, I moved to help her, both of us grunting at the weight. My sister and I served in the summer court, and she and her mate were among those put down for spite when Amarantha first invaded. I took the boys and ran before Amarantha had everyone dragged under the mountain. I came here because it was the only place to go, and asked Tamlin to hide my boys. He did, and when I begged him to let me help in whatever small way, he gave me a position here, days before the mask that put this wretched thing on my face. So I've been here for nearly 50 years, watching as Amarantha's noose grew tighter around his neck. We set the table upright again, and both of us panted a bit as we slumped against it. He tried, Alice said. Even with her spies, he tried finding ways to break the curse, to do anything against it, against having to send his men out again to be slaughtered by humans. He thought that if the human girl loved true, then bringing her here to free him was another form of slavery. And he thought that if he did indeed fall in love with her, Amarantha would do everything she could to destroy her, as her sister had been destroyed. So he spent decades refusing to do it, to even risk it. But this winter, with months to go, he just snapped. He sent the last of his men out one by one, and they were willing. They had begged him to go all these years. Tamlin was desperate to save his people, desperate enough to risk the lives of his men, risk that human girl's life to save us. 3 days in, Andras finally ran into a human girl in a clearing, and you killed him with hate in your heart. But I had failed them, and in so doing, I damned them all. I had damned each and every person on this estate, damned Prythian itself. I was glad I was leaning against the table's edge, or else I might have slid to the floor. You could have broken it? Alice snarled, those sharp teeth mere inches from my face. All you had to do was say that you loved him. Say that you loved him and mean it with your whole useless human heart, and his power would have been freed. You stupid, stupid girl. No wonder Lucian had resented me and yet still tolerated my presence. No wonder he'd been so bitterly disappointed when I left, had argued with Tamlin to let me stay longer. I'm sorry, I said, my eyes burning. Alice snorted. Tell that to Tamlin. He had only 3 days after you left before the 49 years were over. 3 days and he let you go. She came here with her cronies at the exact moment the 7 times 7 years were over and seized him, along with most of the court, and brought them under the mountain to be her subjects. Creatures like me are too lowly for her, though she's not above murdering us for sport. I tried not to visualize it. But what of the king of Hybern? If she's conquered Prythian for herself and stolen his spells, then does he see her as insubordinate or as an ally? If they are on bad terms, he has made no move to punish her. For 49 years now, she's held these lands in her grip. Worse, after the High Lords fell, all the wicked ones in our lands, the ones too awful even for the Night Court, flocked to her. They still do. She's offered them sanctuary. But we know she's building her army, biding her time before launching an attack on your world, armed with the most lethal and vicious faeries in Prythian and Hybern. Like the adder, I said, horror and dread twisting in my gut, and Alice nodded. In the human territory, I said, rumor claims more and more faeries have been sneaking over the wall to attack humans. And if no faeries can cross the wall without her permission, then that has to mean she's been sanctioning those attacks. And if I was right about what had happened to Claire Better and her family, then Amarantha had given the order for that too. Alice swiped some dirt I couldn't see from the table we leaned against. I would not be surprised if she has sent her minions into the human realm to investigate your strengths and weaknesses in anticipation of the destruction she one day hopes to cause. This was worse, so much worse than I had thought when I warned Nesta and my family to stay on alert and leave at the slightest sign of trouble. I felt sick to think of what kind of company Tamlin was keeping, sick at the thought of him being so desperate, so stricken by guilt and grief over having to sacrifice his sentries and never being able to tell me, and he'd let me go. Let all their sacrifices, let Andrus's sacrifice, be in vain. He'd known that if I remained, I would be at risk of Amarantha's wrath, even if I freed him. I can't even protect myself against them, against what's happening in Prythian. Even if we stood against the blight, they would hunt you down. She would find a way to kill you. I remembered that pathetic effort to flatter me upon my arrival, and then he'd given up on it, on any attempt to win me when I'd seemed so desperate to get away, to never talk to him. But he'd fallen in love with me despite all that, known I'd loved him and let me go with days to spare. He had put me before his entire court, before all of Prythian. If Tamlin were freed, if he had his full powers, I said, staring at a blackened bit of wall, would he be able to destroy Amarantha? I don't know. She tricked the High Lords through cunning, not force. Magic's a specific kind of thing, it likes rules, and she manipulated them too well. She keeps their powers locked up inside herself, as if she can't use them, or can access very little of them, at least. She has her own deadly powers, yes, so if it came down to a fight. But is he stronger? I started wringing my hands. He's a High Lord, Alice replied, as if that were answer enough. But none of that matters now. He's to be her slave, and we're all to wear these masks until he agrees to become her lover. Even then, he'll never regain his full powers, and she'll never let those under the mountain go. I pushed off the table and squared my shoulders. How do I get under the mountain? She clicked her tongue. You can't go under the mountain. No human who goes in ever comes out. I squeezed my fists so hard that my nails bit into my flesh. How do get there? It's suicide. She'll kill you, even if you get close enough to see her. Amarantha had tricked him. She had hurt him so badly, hurt them all so badly. You're a human, Alice went on, standing as well. Your flesh is paper thin. Amarantha must also have taken Lucian. She had carved out Lucian's eye and scarred him like that. Did his mother grieve for him? You were too blind to see Tamlin's curse, Alice continued. How do you expect to face Amarantha? You'll make things worse. Amarantha had taken everything I wanted, everything I finally dared desire. Show me the way, I said, my voice trembling, but not with tears. No, Alice slung her satchel over a shoulder. Go home. I'll take you as far as the wall. There's naught to be done now. Tamlin will remain her slave forever, and Prythian will stay under her rule. That's what fate dealt. That was what the eddies of the cauldron decided. I don't believe in fate, nor do I believe in some ridiculous cauldron. She shook her head again, her wild brown hair like glistening mud in the dim light. Take me to her, I insisted. If Amarantha ripped out my throat, at least I would die doing something for him. At least I would die trying to fix the destruction I hadn't prevented, trying to save the people I doomed. At least Tamlin would know it was for him, and that I loved him. Alice studied me for a moment before her eyes softened. As you wish. Chapter 33. I might have been going to my death, but I wouldn't arrive unarmed. I tightened the strap of the quiver across my chest and then grazed my fingers over the arrow feathers peeking over my shoulder. Of course, there were no ash arrows, but I would make do with what I'd found scattered throughout the manor. I could have taken more, but weapons would only weigh me down, and I didn't know how to use most of them anyway. So I wore a full quiver, 2 daggers at my waist, and a bow slung over a shoulder. Better than nothing, even if I was up against faeries who'd been born knowing how to kill. Alice led me through the silent woods and foothills, pausing every so often to listen, to alter our course. I didn't want to know what she heard or smelled out there, not when such stillness blanketed the lands. Stay with the High Lord, the Suriel had said. Stay with him, fall in love with him, and all would be righted. If I had stayed, if I had admitted what I'd felt, none of this would have happened. The world steadily filled with night, and my legs ached from the steep slopes of the hills, but Alice pressed on, never once looking back to see that I followed. I was beginning to wonder whether I should have brought more than a day's worth of food when she stopped in the hollow between 2 hills. The air was cold, far colder than the air at the top of the hill, and I shivered as my eyes fell upon a slender cave mouth. There was no way this was the entrance, not when that mural had painted under the mountain to be in the center of Prythian. It was weeks of travel away. All dark and miserable roads lead under the mountain, Alice said so quietly that her voice was nothing more than the rustling of leaves. She pointed to the cave. It's an ancient shortcut, once considered sacred, but no more. This was the cave Lucian had ordered the ACOTAR not to use that day. I tried to master my trembling. I loved Tamlin, and I would go to the ends of the earth to make it right, to save him. But if Amarantha was worse than the ACOTAR, if the ACOTAR wasn't the wickedest of her cronies, if even Tamlin had been scared of her, I reckon you're regretting your hot-headedness right now. I straightened. I will free him. You'll be lucky if she gives you a clean death. You'll be lucky if you even get brought before her. I must have turned pale, because she pursed her lips and patted me on the shoulder. A few rules to remember, girl, she said, and we both stared at the cave mouth. The darkness reeked from its maw to poison the fresh night air. Don't drink the wine. It's not like what we had at the solstice, and will do more harm than good. Don't make deals with anyone unless your life depends on it. And even then, consider whether it's worth it. And most of all, don't trust a soul in there, not even your Tamlin. Your senses are your greatest enemies. They will be waiting to betray you. I fought the urge to touch one of my daggers and nodded my thanks instead. Do you have a plan? No, I admitted. "Don't expect that steel to do you any good," she said with a glance at my weapons. "I don't." I faced her, biting the inside of my lip. "There was one part of the curse, one part we can't tell you. Even now, my bones are crying out just for mentioning it. One part you have to figure out on your own, one part she swallowed loudly. That she still doesn't want you to know if I can't say it," she gasped out. "But keep your ears open, girl. Listen to what you hear." I touched her arm. "I will. Thank you for bringing me, for wasting precious hours when that satchel of supplies, for herself, for her boys, said enough about where she was going. It's a rare day indeed when someone thanks you for bringing them to their death. If I thought about the danger too long, I might lose my nerve, Tamlin or no. She wasn't helping. I'll wish you luck nonetheless," Alice added. "Once you retrieve them, if you and your nephews need somewhere to flee," I said, "cross the wall. Go to my family's house." I told her the location. "Ask for Nesta, my eldest sister. She knows who you are, knows everything. She will shelter you in any way she can." Nesta would do it too, I knew now, even if Alice and her boys terrified her. She would keep them safe. Alice patted my hand. "Stay alive," she said. I looked at her one last time, then at the night sky that was unfurling above us, and at the deep green of the hills, the color of Tamlin's eyes. I walked into the cave. The only sounds were my shallow breathing and the crunch of my boots on stone. Stumbling through the frigid dark, I inched onward. I kept close to the wall, and my hands soon turned numb as the cold, wet stone bit into my skin. I took small steps, fearful of some invisible pit that might send me tumbling to my doom. After what felt like an eternity, a crack of orange light cleaved through the dark, and then came the voices, hissing and braying, eloquent and guttural, a cacophony bursting the silence like a firecracker. I pressed myself against the cave wall, but the sounds passed and faded. I crept toward the light, blinking back my blindness when I found the source, a slight fissure in the rock. It opened onto a crudely carved, fire-lit subterranean passageway. I lingered in the shadows, my heart wild in my chest. The crack in the cave wall was large enough for one person to squeeze through, so jagged and rough that it was obviously not often used. A glance at the dirt revealed no tracks, no sign of anyone else using this entrance. The hallway beyond was clear, but it veered off, obscuring my view. The passage was deathly quiet, but I remembered Alice's warning and didn't trust my ears, not when faeries could be silent as cats. Still, I had to leave this cave. Tamlin had been here for weeks already. I had to find where Amarantha kept him, and hopefully not run into anyone in the process. Killing animals and the Naga had been one thing, but killing any others. I took several deep breaths, bracing myself. It was the same as hunting, only this time the animals were faeries. Faeries who could torture me endlessly, torture me until I begged for death. Torture me the way they tormented that summer court fairy whose wings had been ripped off. I didn't let myself think about those bleeding stumps as I eased toward the tiny opening, sucking in my stomach to squeeze through. My weapons scraped against the stone, and I winced at the hiss of falling pebbles. Keep moving, keep moving. Hurrying across the open hallway, I pressed into an alcove in the opposite wall. It didn't provide much cover. I slunk along the wall, pausing at the bend in the hall. This was a mistake. Only an idiot would come here. I could be anywhere in Amarantha's court. Alice should have given me more information. I should have been smart enough to ask, or smart enough to think of another way, any way but this. I risked a glance around the corner and almost sobbed in frustration. Another hallway carved out of the mountain's pale stone, lined on either side by torches. No shadowy spots for concealment, and at its other end, my view was yet again obscured by a sharp turn. It was wide open. I was as good as a starving doe, ripping bark off a tree in a clearing. But the halls were silent. The voices I'd heard earlier were gone. And if I heard anyone, I could sprint back to that cave mouth. I could do reconnaissance for a time, gather information, find out where Tamlin was. No. A second opportunity might not arise for a while. I had to act now. If I stopped for too long, I'd never work up the nerve again. I made to slip around the corner. Long, bony fingers wrapped around my arm, and I went rigid. A pointed, leathery gray face came into view, and its silver fangs glistened as it smiled at me. "Hello," it hissed. "What's something like you doing here?" I knew that voice. It still haunted my nightmares. So it was all I could do to keep from screaming as its bat-like ears cocked, and I realized that I stood before the adder. Chapter 34. The adder kept its icy grip on my upper arm as it half-dragged me to the throne room. It didn't bother to strip me of my weapons. We both knew they were of little use. Tamlin, Alice and her boys, my sisters, Lucian. I silently chanted their names again and again as the adder loomed above me, a demon of malice. Its leathery wings rustled occasionally, and had I been able to speak without screaming, I might have asked why it hadn't killed me outright. The adder just tugged me onward with that slithering gait, its clawed feet making leisurely scratches on the cave floor. It looked unervingly identical to how I had painted it. Leering faces, cruel and harsh, watched me go by, none of them looking remotely concerned or disturbed that I was in the claws of the adder. Faeries, lots of them, but few high fae to be seen. We strode through two ancient, enormous stone doors, taller than Tamlin's manor, and into a vast chamber carved from pale rock, upheld by countless carved pillars. That small part of me that had again become trivial and useless noted that the carvings weren't just ornate designs, but actually depicted faeries and high fae and animals in various environments and states of movement. Countless stories of Prythian were etched on them. Chandeliers of jewels hung between the pillars, staining the red marble floor with color. Here were the high fae. An assembled crowd took up most of the space, some of them dancing to strange, off-kilter music, some milling about chatting. A party of sorts. I thought I spied some glittering masks among the attendees, but everything was a blur of sharp teeth and fine clothing. The adder hurled me forward, and the world spun. The cold marble floor was unyielding as I slammed into it, my bones groaning and barking. I pushed myself up, sparks dancing in my eyes, but stayed on the ground, kept low, as I beheld the dais before me. A few steps led onto the platform. I lifted my head higher. There, lounging on a black throne, was Amarantha. Though lovely, she wasn't as devastatingly beautiful as I had imagined. Wasn't some goddess of darkness and spite. It made her all the more petrifying. Her red gold hair was neatly braided and woven through her golden crown, the deep color enriching her snow-white skin, which, in turn, set off her ruby lips. But while her ebony eyes shone, there was something that sucked at her beauty, some kind of permanent sneer to her features that made her allure seem contrived and cold. To paint her would have driven me to madness. The highest commander of the King of Hybern. She'd slaughtered human armies centuries ago, had murdered her slaves rather than free them, and she'd captured all of Prythian in a matter of days. Then I looked to the black rock throne beside her, and my arms buckled beneath me. He was still wearing that golden mask, still wearing his warrior's clothes, that baldric. Even though there were no knives sheathed along it, not a single weapon anywhere on him. His eyes didn't widen. His mouth didn't tighten. No claws, no fangs. He just stared at me, unfeeling, unmoved, unimpressed. "What's this?" Amarantha said, her voice lilting despite the adder's smile she gave me. From her slender, creamy neck hung a long, thin chain, and from it dangled a single age-worn bone the size of a finger. I didn't want to consider whom it might have belonged to as I remained on the floor. If I shifted my arm, I could draw my dagger. "Just a human thing I found downstairs," the adder hissed, and a forked tongue darted out between its razor-sharp teeth. It flapped its wings once, blasting foul-smelling air at me, and then neatly tucked them behind its skeletal body. "Obviously," Amarantha purred. I avoided meeting her eyes, focusing on Tamlin's brown boots. He was 10 feet from me. 10 feet, and not saying a word, not even looking horrified or angry. But why should I bother with her? The adder chuckled, the sound like sizzling water on a griddle, and a taloned foot jabbed my side. "Tell Her Majesty why you were sneaking around the catacombs, why you came out of the old cave that leads to the spring court. Would it be better to kill the adder, or to try to make it to Amarantha?" The adder kicked me again, and I winced as its claws bit into my ribs. "Tell Her Majesty, you human filth." I needed time. I needed to figure out my surroundings. If Tamlin was under some kind of spell, then I would have to worry about grabbing him. I eased to my feet, keeping my hands within casual reach of my daggers. I stared at Amarantha's glittering golden gown rather than meet her eyes. "I came to claim the one I love," I said quietly. Perhaps the curse could still be broken. Again I looked at him, and the sight of those emerald eyes was a balm. "Oh," Amarantha said, leaning forward. "I've come to claim Tamlin, High Lord of the Spring Court." A gasp rippled through the assembled court, but Amarantha tipped back her head and laughed. A raven's caw. The High Queen turned to Tamlin, and her lips pulled back in a wicked smile. "You certainly were busy all those years. Developed a taste for human beasts, did you?" He said nothing, his face impassive. What had she done? He didn't move, her curse had worked. Then, I was too late. I failed him, damned him. "But," Amarantha said slowly, I could sense the adder and the entire court looming behind me. "It makes me wonder, if only one human girl could be taken once she killed your sentinel." Her eyes sparked. "Oh, you are delicious. You let me torture that innocent girl to keep this one safe? You lovely thing. You actually made a human worm love you. Marvelous." She clapped her hands, and Tamlin merely looked away from her, the only reaction I'd seen from him. Tortured. She'd tortured. "Let him go," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Amarantha laughed again. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't destroy you where you stand, human." Her teeth were so straight and white, almost glowing. My blood pounded in my veins, but I kept my chin high as I said, "You tricked him. He is bound unfairly." Tamlin had gone very, very still. Amarantha clicked her tongue and looked at one of her slender white hands, at the ring on her index finger. A ring, I noticed as she lowered her hand again, set with what looked like a human I encased in crystal. I could have sworn it swiveled inside. "You human beasts are so uncreative. We spent years teaching you poetry and fine speech, and that is all you can come up with? I should rip out your tongue for letting it go to waste." I clamped my teeth together. "But I'm curious. What eloquence will pour from your lips when you behold what you should have been?" My brows narrowed as Amarantha pointed behind me, that hideous eye ring indeed looking with her, and I turned. There, nailed high on the wall of the enormous cavern, was the mangled corpse of a young woman. Her skin was burned in places, Her fingers were bent at odd angles, and garish red lines crisscrossed her naked body. I could hardly hear Amarantha over the roar in my ears. Perhaps I should have listened when she said she'd never seen Tamlin before, Amarantha mused, or when she insisted she'd never killed a faerie, never hunted a day in her life, though her screaming was delightful. I haven't heard such lovely music in ages. Her next words were directed at me. I should thank you for giving Rhys and her name instead of yours. Claire better. This was where they'd taken her, what they'd done to her after they burned her family alive in their house. This was what I'd done to her, by giving Rhys and her name to protect my family. My insides twisted. It was a concentrated effort not to empty my stomach onto the stones. The adder's talons dug into my shoulders as it shoved me around to face Amarantha, who was still giving me that snake smile. I had as good as killed Claire. I'd saved my own life and damned her. That rotting body on the wall should be mine. Mine. Come now, precious, Amarantha said. What have you to say to that? I wanted to spit that she deserved to burn in hell for eternity, but I could only see Claire's body nailed there, even as I stared blankly at Tamlin. He'd let them kill Claire like that, to keep them from knowing that I was alive. My eyes stung as bile burned my throat. Do you still wish to claim someone who would do that to an innocent? Amarantha said softly, consolingly. I snapped my gaze to her. I wouldn't let Claire's death be in vain. I wasn't going down without a fight. Yes, I said. Yes, I do. Her lip curled back, revealing two sharp canines. And as I stared into her black eyes, I realized I was going to die. But Amarantha leaned back in her throne and crossed her legs. Well, Tamlin, she said, putting a proprietary hand on his arm. I don't suppose you ever expected this to occur. She waved a hand in my general direction. A murmur of laughter from those assembled echoed around me, hitting me like stones. What do you have to say, High Lord? I looked at the face I loved so dearly, and his next words almost sent me to my knees. I've never seen her before. Someone must have glamored her as a joke. Probably Rhys-san, still trying to protect me even now, even here. Oh, that's not even a halfway decent lie. Amarantha angled her head. Could it be that you, despite your words so many years ago, return the human's feelings? A girl with hate in her heart for our kind has managed to fall in love with a faerie. And a faerie whose father once slaughtered the human masses by my side has actually fallen in love with her. 2. She let out that crow's laugh again. Oh, this is too good. This is too fun. She fingered the bone hanging from her necklace and looked at the encased eye upon her hand. I suppose if anyone can appreciate the moment, she said to the ring, it would be you, Jurian. She smiled prettily. A pity your human whore on the side never bothered to save you, though. Jurian, that was his eye, his finger bone. Horror coiled in my gut. Through whatever evil, whatever power, she somehow held his soul, his consciousness, to the ring, the bone. Tamlin still looked at me without recognition, without a flicker of feeling. Perhaps she had used that same power to glamour him. Perhaps she'd taken all his memories. The queen picked at her nails. Things have been awfully boring since Claire decided to die on me. Killing you outright, human, would be dull. She flicked her gaze to me, then back to her nails, to the ring on her finger. But fate stirs the cauldron in strange ways. Perhaps my darling Claire had to die in order for me to have some true amusement with you. My bowels turned watery. I couldn't help it. You came to claim Tamlin? Amarantha said it wasn't a question, but a challenge. Well, as it happens, I'm bored to tears of his sullen silence. I was worried when he didn't flinch while I played with darling Claire, when he didn't even show those lovely claws. "But I'll make a bargain with you, human," she said, and warning bells pealed in my mind. "Unless your life depends on it," Alice had said. "You complete 3 tasks of my choosing, 3 tasks to prove how deep that human sense of loyalty and love runs, and Tamlin is yours. Just 3 little challenges to prove your dedication, to prove to me, to darling Jurian, that your kind can indeed love true, and you can have your High Lord." She turned to Tamlin. "Consider it a favor, High Lord. These human dogs can make our kind so lust-blind that we lose all common sense. Better for you to see her true nature now." "I want his curse broken, too," I blurted. She raised a brow, her smile growing, revealing far too many of those white teeth. "I complete all 3 of your tasks, and his curse is broken, and we and all his court can leave here and remain free forever," I added. Magic was specific, Alice had said. That was how Amarantha had tricked them. I wouldn't let loopholes be my downfall. "Of course," Amarantha purred. "I'll throw in another element if you don't mind, just to see if you're worthy of one of our kind, if you're smart enough to deserve him." Jurian's I swiveled wildly, and she clicked her tongue at it. The eye stopped moving. "I'll give you a way out, girl," she went on. "You'll complete all the tasks, or when you can't stand it anymore, all you have to do is answer one question." I could barely hear her above the blood pounding in my ears. "A riddle. You solve the riddle, and his curse will be broken. Instantaneously. I won't even need to lift my finger and he'll be free. Say the right answer and he's yours. You can answer it at any time, but if you answer incorrectly," she pointed, and I didn't need to turn to know she gestured to Claire. I turned her words over, looking for traps and loopholes within her phrasing. But it all sounded right. "And what if I fail your tasks?" Her smile became almost grotesque, and she rubbed a thumb across the dome of her ring. "If you fail a task, there won't be anything left of you for me to play with." A chill slithered down my spine. Alice had warned me against bargains. But Amarantha would kill me in an instant if I said no. "What is the nature of my tasks?" "Oh, revealing that would take all the fun out of it. But I'll tell you that you'll have 1 task every month, at the full moon. And in the meantime," I dared a glance at Tamlin. The gold in his eyes was brighter than I remembered. "In the meantime," Amarantha said a bit sharply, "you shall either remain in your cell or do whatever additional work I require. If you run me ragged, won't that put me at a disadvantage?" I knew she was losing interest, that she hadn't expected me to question her so much, but I had to try to gain some kind of edge. "Nothing beyond basic housework. It's only fair for you to earn your keep." I could have strangled her for that, but I nodded. "Then we are agreed." I knew she waited for me to echo her response, but I had to make sure. "If I complete your 3 tasks or solve your riddle, you'll do as I request?" "Of course," Amarantha said. "Is it agreed?" His face ghastly white, Tamlin's eyes met with mine, and they almost imperceptibly widened. No, but it was either this or death. Death like Claire's, slow and brutal. The adder hissed behind me, a warning to reply. I didn't believe in fate or the cauldron, and I had no other choice. Because when I looked into Tamlin's eyes, even now, seated beside Amarantha as her slave or worse, I loved him with a fierceness that swept up my whole heart. Because when he had widened his eyes, I'd known he still loved me. I had nothing left but that, but the shred of fool's hope that I might win, that I might outwit and defeat a fairy queen as ancient as the stone beneath me. "Well?" Amarantha demanded. Behind me, I sensed the adder preparing to pounce, to beat the answer from me, if need be. She'd tricked them all, but I hadn't survived poverty and years in the woods for naught. My best chance lay in revealing nothing about myself or what I knew. What was her court but another forest, another hunting ground? I glanced at Tamlin one last time before I said, "Agreed." Amarantha gave me a small, horrible smile, and magic sizzled in the air between us as she snapped her fingers. She nestled back in her throne. "Give her a greeting worthy of my hall," she said to someone behind me. The adder's hiss was my only warning as something rock-hard collided with my jaw. I was thrown sideways, stunned from the pain, but another brutal blow to my face awaited. Bones crunched, my bones. My legs twisted beneath me, and the adder's leathery skin grated against my cheek as it punched me again. I ricocheted away, but met with the fist of another. A twisted, lesser faerie whose face I didn't glimpse. It was like being slugged with a brick. Crunch, crack. I think there were 3 of them, and I became their punching bag. Passed off from blow to blow, my bones screaming in agony. Maybe I was screaming in agony, too. Blood sprayed from my mouth, and its metallic tang coated my tongue before I knew no more. Chapter 35. My senses slowly returned to me, each one more painful than the last. The sound of dripping water first, then the fading echo of heavy footsteps. A lingering coppery taste coated my mouth. Blood. Above the wheezing of what had to be my clogged nostrils, the tang of mold and the reek of mildew scented the damp, cold air. Sharp bits of hay jabbed my cheek. My tongue probed the makings of a split lip, and the movement set my face on fire. Wincing, I opened my eyes, but could only manage to widen them a little, swelling. What I beheld through my undoubtedly black eyes didn't do much for my spirits. I was in a prison cell. My weapons were gone, and my only sources of light were the torches beyond the door. Amarantha had said a cell was to be where I would spend my time, but even as I sat up, my head so dizzy I almost blacked out again. My heartbeat quickened. A dungeon. I examined the slants of light that crept in through the cracks between the door and the wall, then gingerly touched my face. It ached. Ached worse than anything I'd ever endured. I bit down on a cry as my fingers grazed my nose, flakes of blood crumbling from my nostrils. It was broken. Broken. I would have clenched my teeth had my jaw not been a throbbing mess of agony. 2. Couldn't panic. No, I had to keep my tears in check, had to keep my wits together. I had to survey the damage as best I could, then figure out what to do. Maybe my shirt could be used for bandages. Maybe they would give me water at some point to wash out the injuries. Taking a breath that was all too shallow, I explored the rest of my face. My jaw wasn't broken, and though my eyes were swollen and my lip was split, the worst damage was to my nose. I curled my knees to my chest, grasping them tightly as I reined in my breathing. I'd violated one of Alice's rules. I'd had no choice, though. Seeing Tamlin seated beside Amarantha, my jaw protested, but I ground my teeth anyway. The full moon. It had been a half moon when I left my father's home. How long had I been unconscious down here? I wasn't foolish enough to believe that any amount of time would prepare me for Amarantha's first task. I didn't allow myself to imagine what she had in mind for me. It was enough to know that she expected me to die, that there wouldn't be enough left of me for her to torture. I gripped my legs harder to keep my hands from shaking. Somewhere, not too far off, screaming began. A high-pitched, pleading bleat, accentuated with crescendos of shrieking that made bile sting in my throat. I might sound like that when faced with Amarantha's first task. A whip cracked, and the screaming built, hardly pausing for a breath. Claire had probably cried similarly. I had as good as tortured her myself. What had she made of all this? All these faeries lusting after her blood and misery. I deserved this, deserved whatever pain and suffering was in store. if only for what she had endured. But I would make it right, somehow. I must have drifted off at some point, because I awoke to the scrape of my cell door against stone. Forgetting the cascading pain in my face, I scrambled to duck into the shadows of the nearest corner. Someone slipped into my cell and swiftly shut the door, leaving it just a bit ajar. Feyre. I tried to stand, but my legs shook so badly that I couldn't move. Lucien, I breathed, and the hay crunched as he dropped to the ground before me. By the cauldron, are you all right? My face. A small light flared by his head, and as his eyes swam into view, the metal one narrowed. He hissed, "Have you lost your mind? What are you doing here?" I fought the tears, they were pointless. Anyway, I went back to the manor, Alice told me. Told me about the curse, and I couldn't let Amarantha. "You shouldn't have come, Feyre," he said sharply. "You weren't meant to be here. Don't you understand what he sacrificed in getting you out? How could you be so foolish?" "Well, I'm here now," I said, louder than was wise. "I'm here, and there's nothing that can be done about it. So don't bother telling me about my weak human flesh and my stupidity. I know all that, and I wanted to cover my face in my hands, but it hurt too much. I had to tell him that I love him, to see if it wasn't too late." Lucien sat back on his heels. "So you know everything, then?" I managed to nod without blacking out from the pain. My agony must have shown because he winced. "Well, at least we don't have to lie to you anymore. Let's clean you up a bit. I think my nose is broken, but nothing else." As I said it, I looked around him for any signs of water or bandages, and found none. It would be magic, then. Lucien glanced over his shoulder, checking the door. "The guards are drunk, but their replacements will be here soon," he said, and then studied my nose. I braced myself as I allowed him to gently touch it. Even the graze of his fingertips sent flashes of burning pain through me. "I'm going to have to set it before I can heal it." I clamped down on my blind panic. "Do it, right now," before I could wallow in my cowardice and tell him to forget about it. He hesitated. "Now," I panted. Too swift for me to follow, his fingers latched onto my nose. Pain lanced through me, and a crack burst through my ears, my head, before I fainted. When I came to, I could open both eyes fully, and my nose. My nose was clear and didn't throb or send agony splintering through my face. Lucien was crouched over me, frowning. "I couldn't heal you completely. They would know someone helped you. The bruises are there, along with a hideous black eye, but all the swelling's gone." "And my nose," I said, feeling it before he answered. "Fixed, as pert and pretty as before." He smirked at me. The familiar gesture made my chest tighten to the point of pain. "I thought she'd taken most of your power," I managed to say. I'd barely seen him handle magic at all while at the estate. He nodded to the little light bobbing over his shoulder. "She gave me back a fraction, to entice Tamlin to accept her offer. But he still refuses her." He jerked his chin to my healed face. "I knew some good would come of being down here." "So you're trapped under the mountain, too?" A grim nod. "She's summoned all the High Lords to her now, and even those who swore obedience are now forbidden to leave until your trials are over." "Until I was dead" was probably what he truly meant. "That ring," I said, Is it actually Jurian's eye?" Lucien cringed. "Indeed. So you really know everything, then?" Alice didn't say what happened after Jurian and Amarantha faced each other. They wrecked an entire battlefield, using their soldiers as shields, until their forces were nearly all dead. Jurian had been gifted some protection against her, but once they entered into single combat, it didn't take her long to render him prone. Then she dragged him back to her camp and took weeks to torture and kill him. She refused orders to march to the king of Hybern's aid, cost him armies and the war. She refused to do anything until she'd finished Jurian's demise. All that she kept was his finger bone and his eye. Clythia promised him that he would never die, and so long as Amarantha keeps that eye of his preserved through her magic, keeps his soul and consciousness bound to it, he'll remain trapped, watching through it. A fitting punishment for what he did, but Lucian tapped his own missing eye. I'm glad she didn't do the same to me. She seems to have an obsession with that sort of thing. I shuddered. A huntress. She was little more than an immortal, cruel huntress, collecting trophies from her kills and conquests to gloat over through the ages. The rage and despair and horror Jurian must endure every day, for eternity, deserved, perhaps, but worse than anything I could imagine. I shook the thought from me. Is Tamlin? But Lucian shot to his feet at a sound my human ears couldn't hear. The guards are about to change rotations and are headed this way. Try not to die, will you? I already have a long list of faeries to kill. I don't need to add more to it, if only for Tamlin's sake. Which was no doubt why he'd even come down here. Lucian vanished, just vanished into the dim light. A moment later, a yellowish eye tinged with red appeared at the peephole in the door, glared at me and continued onward. I dozed on and off for what could have been hours or days. They gave me 3 miserable meals of stale bread and water at no regular interval that I could detect. All I knew when the door to my cell swung open was that my relentless hunger no longer mattered, and it would be wise not to struggle when the 2 squat, red-skinned faeries half-dragged me to the throne room. I marked the path, picking out details in the hall, interesting cracks in the walls, features in the tapestries, an odd bend, anything to remind me of the way out of the dungeons. I observed more of Amarantha's throne room this time, too, noting the exits. No windows, as we were underground, and the mountain I'd seen depicted on that map at the manor was in the heart of the land, far from the spring court, even farther from the wall. If I were to escape with Tamlin, my best chance would be to run for that cave in the belly of the mountain. A crowd of faeries stood along a far wall. Over their heads, I could make out the arch of a doorway. I tried not to look up at Claire's rotting body as we passed, and instead focused on the assembled court. Everyone was clad in rich, colorful clothing, all of them seeming clean and fed. Dispersed among them were faeries with masks. The spring court, if I had any chance of finding allies, it would be with them. I scanned the crowd for Lucian but didn't find him before I was thrown at the foot of the dais. Amarantha wore a gown of rubies, drawing attention to her red gold hair and to her lips, which spread in a serpentine smile as I looked up at her. The fairy queen clicked her tongue. You look positively dreadful. She turned to Tamlin, still at her side. His expression remained distant. Wouldn't you say she's taken a turn for the worse? He didn't reply. He didn't even meet my gaze. You know, Amarantha mused, leaning against an arm of her throne, I couldn't sleep last night, and I realized why this morning. She ran an eye over me. I don't know your name. If you and I are going to be such close friends for the next 3 months, I should know your name, shouldn't I? I prevented myself from nodding. There was something charming and inviting about her. A part of me began to understand why the High Lords had fallen under her thrall, believed in her lies. I hated her for it. When I didn't reply, Amarantha frowned. Come now, pet. You know my name. Isn't it fair that I know yours? There was movement to my right, and I tensed as the Atter appeared through the parted crowd, grinning at me with row after row of teeth. After all, Amarantha waved an elegant hand to the space behind me, the crystal casing around Jurian's eye catching the light. You've already learned the consequences of giving false names. A black cloud wrapped around me as I sensed Claire's nailed form on the wall behind me. Still, I kept my mouth shut. Rhys and, Amarantha said, not needing to raise her voice to summon him. My heart became a leaden weight as those casual, strolling steps sounded from behind. They stopped when they were beside me, far too close for my liking. From the corner of my eye, I studied the High Lord of the Night Court as he bowed at the waist. Night still seemed to ripple off him, like some near invisible cloak. Amarantha lifted her brows. Is this the girl you saw at Tamlin's estate? He brushed some invisible fleck of dust off his black tunic before he surveyed me. His violet eyes held boredom and disdain. I suppose. But did you or did you not tell me that girl? Amarantha said, her tone sharpening as she pointed to Claire. Was the one you saw? He stuffed his hands into his pockets. Humans all look alike to me. Amarantha gave him a saccharine smile. And what about faeries? Rhys bowed again, so smooth it looked like a dance. Among a sea of mundane faces, yours is a work of art. Had I not been straddling the line between life and death, I might have snorted. Humans all look alike. I didn't believe him for a second. Rhys knew exactly how I looked. He'd recognized me that day at the manor. I willed my features into neutrality as Amarantha's attention again returned to me. What's her name? She demanded of Rhys, and how would I know? She lied to me. Either toying with Amarantha was a joke to him, as much of a joke as impaling a head in Tamlin's garden, or it was just more court scheming. I braced myself for the scrape of those talons against my mind, braced myself for the order I was sure she was to give next. Still, I kept my lips sealed. I prayed Nesta had hired those scouts and guards. Prayed she'd persuaded my father to take the precautions. If you're inclined to play games, girl, then I suppose we can do this the fun way, Amarantha said. She snapped her fingers at the adder, who reached into the crowd and grabbed someone. Red hair glinted, and I jolted a step as the adder yanked Lucien forward by the collar of his green tunic. No. Lucien thrashed against the adder but could do nothing against those needle-like nails as it forced him to his knees. The adder smiled, releasing his tunic, but kept close. Amarantha flicked a finger in Rhysand's direction. The High Lord of the Night Court lifted a groomed brow. Hold his mind, she commanded. My heart dropped to the floor. Lucien went utterly still, sweat gleaming on his neck as Rhys bowed his head to the queen and faced him. Behind them, pressing to the front of the crowd, came 4 tall, red-haired high fae, toned and muscled, some of them looking like warriors about to set foot on a battlefield. Some like pretty courtiers, they all stared at Lucien and grinned. The 4 remaining sons of the High Lord of the Autumn Court. Her name, emissary? Amarantha asked of Lucien, but Lucien only glanced at Tamlin before closing his eyes and squaring his shoulders. Rhys began smiling faintly, and I shuddered at the memory of what those invisible claws had felt like as they gripped my mind. How easy it would have been for him to crush it. Lucien's brothers lurked on the edges of the crowd. No remorse, no fear on their handsome faces. Amarantha sighed. I thought you would have learned your lesson, Lucien, though this time your silence will damn you as much as your tongue. Lucien kept his eyes shut. Ready. He was ready for Rhys and to wipe out everything he was, to turn his mind, his self, into dust. Her name? She asked Tamlin, who didn't reply. His eyes were fixed on Lucien's brothers, as if marking who was smiling the broadest. Amarantha ran a nail down the arm of her throne. "I don't suppose your handsome brothers know Lucian," she purred. "If we did, lady, we would be the first to tell you," said the tallest. He was lean, well-dressed, every inch of him a court-trained bastard, probably the eldest, given the way even the ones who looked like born warriors stared at him with deference and calculation and fear. Amarantha gave him a considering smile and lifted her hand. Rhys and cocked his head, his eyes narrowing slightly on Lucian. Lucian stiffened. A groan slipped out of him, and, "Feyre!" I shouted. "My name is Feyre." It was all I could do to keep from sinking to my knees as Amarantha nodded and Rhys and stepped back. He hadn't even removed his hands from his pockets. She must have allowed him more power than the others. Then, if he could still inflict such harm while leashed to her. Or else his power before she'd stolen it had been extraordinary, for this to be considered the basest remnants. Lucian sagged on the ground, trembling. His brothers frowned, the eldest going so far as to bare his teeth at me in a silent snarl. I ignored him. "Feyre?" Amarantha said, testing my name, the taste of the two syllables on her tongue. An old name from our earlier dialects. "Well, Feyre," she said. I could have wept with relief when she didn't ask for my family name. "I promised you a riddle." Everything became thick and murky. Why did Tamlin do nothing, say nothing? What had Lucian been about to say before he'd fled my cell? "Solve this, Feyre, and you and your high lord, and all his court, may immediately leave with my blessing. Let's see if you are indeed clever enough to deserve one of our kind." Her dark eyes shone, and I cleared my mind as best I could as she spoke. "There are those who seek me a lifetime but never we meet, and those I kiss but who trample me beneath ungrateful feet. At times I seem to favor the clever and the fair, but I bless all those who are brave enough to dare. By large, my ministrations are soft-handed and sweet, but scorned, I become a difficult beast to defeat. For though each of my strikes lands a powerful blow, when I kill, I do it slow." I blinked, and she repeated herself, smiling when she finished, smug as a cat. My mind was void, a blank mass of uselessness. Could it be some sort of disease? My mother had died of typhus, and her cousin had died of malaria after Gunabarit, but none of those symptoms seemed to match the riddle. Maybe it was a person? A ripple of laughter spread across those assembled behind us, the loudest from Lucian's brothers. Rhys was watching me, wreathed in night and smiling faintly. The answer was so close, one little answer and we could all be free. "Immediately," she'd said, as opposed to "wait." Had the conditions of my trials been different from those of the riddle? She'd emphasized immediately only when talking about solving the riddle. No, I couldn't think about that right now. I had to solve this riddle. We could all be free. Free. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't even come up with a possibility. I'd be better off slitting my own throat and ending my suffering there, before she could rip me to shreds. I was a fool, a common human idiot. I looked to Tamlin. The gold in his eyes flickered, but his face betrayed nothing. "Think on it," Amarantha said consolingly, and flicked a grin down at her ring, at the eye swiveling within. "When it comes to you, I'll be waiting." I gazed at Tamlin even as I was pulled away to the dungeons, my vacant mind reeling. As they locked me in my cell once more, I knew I was going to lose. I spent 2 days in that cell, or at least I figured it was 2 days, based on the meal pattern I'd begun to work out. I ate the decent parts of the half-moldy food, and though I hoped for it, Lucian never came to see me. I knew better than to wish for Tamlin. I had little to do other than ponder Amarantha's riddle. The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. I dwelled on various kinds of poisons and venomous animals, and that yielded nothing beyond my growing sense of stupidity. Not to mention the nagging feeling that she might have wound up tricking me with this bargain when she'd emphasized immediately regarding the riddle. Maybe she meant she would not free us immediately after I finished her trials, that she could take however long she wanted. No, I was just being paranoid. I was overthinking it. But the riddle could free us all instantaneously. I had to solve it. While I'd sworn not to think too long on what tasks awaited me, I didn't doubt Amarantha's imagination, and I often awoke sweating and panting from my restless dreams. Dreams in which I was trapped within a crystal ring, forever silent and forced to witness their bloodthirsty, cruel world, cleaved from everything I'd ever loved. Amarantha had claimed there wouldn't be enough left of me to play with if I failed a trial, and I prayed that she hadn't lied. Better to be obliterated than to endure Jurian's fate. Still, fear like nothing I had ever known swallowed me whole when my cell door opened and the red-skinned guards told me that the full moon had arisen. Chapter 36. The sounds of a teeming crowd reverberated against the passageway. My armed escort didn't bother with drawn weapons as they tugged me forward. I wasn't even shackled. Someone or something would catch me before I moved 3 feet and gut me where I stood. The cacophony of laughter, shouting, and unearthly howls worsened when the hall opened into what had to be a massive arena. There had been no attempts to decorate the torchlit cavern, and I couldn't tell if it had been hewn from the rock or if it was formed by nature. The floor was slick and muddy, and I struggled to keep my footing as we walked. But it was the enormous, riotous crowd that turned my insides cold as they stared at me. I couldn't decipher what they were shouting, but I had a good enough idea. Their cruel, ethereal faces and wide grins told me everything I needed to know. Not just lesser faeries, but high fae too. Their excitement making their faces almost as feral as their more unearthly brethren. I was hauled toward a wooden platform erected above the crowd. Atop it sat Amarantha and Tamlin, and before it, I did my best to keep my chin high as I beheld the exposed labyrinth of tunnels and trenches running along the floor. The crowd stood along the banks, blocking my view of what lay within as I was thrown to my knees before Amarantha's platform. The half-frozen mud seeped into my pants. I rose on trembling legs. Around the platform stood a group of 6 males, secluded from the main crowd. From their cold, beautiful faces, from that echo of power still about them, I knew they were the other High Lords of Prythian. I ignored Rhys, and as soon as I noticed his feline smile, the corona of darkness around him, Amarantha had only to raise a hand and the roaring crowd silenced. It became so quiet that I could almost hear my heart beating. "Well, Feyre," the Fairy Queen said. I tried not to look at the hand she rested on Tamlin's knee, that ring as vulgar as the gesture itself. "Your first task is here. Let us see how deep that human affection of yours runs." I ground my teeth and almost exposed them to her. Tamlin's face remained blank. "I took the liberty of learning a few things about you," Amarantha drawled. "It was only fair, you know? Every instinct, every bit of me that was intrinsically human, screamed to run, but I kept my feet planted, locking my knees to avoid them giving out. "I think you'll like this task," she said. She waved a hand, and the adder stepped forward to part the crowd, clearing the way to the lip of a trench. "Go ahead. Look." I obeyed. The trenches, probably 20 feet deep, were slick with mud. In fact, they seemed to have been dug from mud. I fought to keep my footing as I peered in farther. The trenches ran in a maze along the entire floor of the chamber, and their path made little sense. It was full of pits and holes, which undoubtedly led to underground tunnels, and hands slammed into my back, and I cried out as I had the sickening feeling of falling before being suddenly jerked up by a bone-hard grip. Up into the air. Laughter echoed through the chamber as I dangled from the adder's claws, its powerful wing beats booming across the arena. It swooped down into the trench and dropped me on my feet. Mud squelched, and I swung my arms as I teetered and slipped. More laughter, even as I remained upright. The mud smelled atrocious, but I swallowed my gag. I turned to find Amarantha's platform now floating to the lip of the trench. She looked down at me, smiling that serpent's grin. "Reese and tells me you're a huntress," she said, and my heartbeat faltered. He must have read my thoughts again, or maybe he'd found my family, and Amarantha flicked her fingers in my direction. "Hunt this." The faeries cheered, and I saw gold flash between spindly, multi-hued palms, betting on my life on how long I would last once this started. I raised my eyes to Tamlin. His emerald gaze was frozen, and I memorized the lines of his face, the shape of his mask, the shade of his hair one last time. "Release it," Amarantha called. I trembled to the marrow of my bones as a grate groaned, and then a slithering, swift-moving noise filled the chamber. My shoulders rose toward my ears. The crowd quieted to a murmur, silent enough to hear a guttural kind of grumble, so I could feel the vibrations in the ground as whatever it was rushed at me. Amarantha clicked her tongue, and I whipped my head to her. Her brows rose. "Run," she whispered. Then it appeared. I ran. It was a giant worm, or what might have once been a worm had its front end not become an enormous mouth filled with ring after ring of razor-sharp teeth. It barreled toward me, its pinkish-brown body surging and twisting with horrific ease. These trenches were its lair. And I was dinner. Sliding and slipping on the reeking mud, I hurtled down the length of the trench, wishing I'd memorized more of the layout in the few moments I'd had, knowing full well that my path could lead to a dead end, where I would surely. The crowd roared, drowning out the slurping and gnashing noises of the worm, but I didn't dare a glance over my shoulder. The ever-nearing stench of it told me enough about how close it was. I didn't have the breath for a sob of relief as I found a fork in the pathway and veered sharply left. I had to get as much distance between us as possible. I had to find a spot where I could make a plan, a spot where I could find an advantage. Another fork, I veered left again. Perhaps if I took as many lefts as I could make a circle and somehow come up behind the creature, and no, that was absurd. I'd have to be thrice as fast as the worm, and right now I could barely keep ahead of it. I slid into a wall as I made another left and slammed into the slick muck. Cold, reeking, smothering. I wiped it from my eyes to find the leering faces of faeries floating above me, laughing. I ran for my life. I reached a straight, flat stretch of trench and threw my strength to my legs as I bolted down its course. I finally dared a look over my shoulder, and my fear became wild and thrashing as the worm surged into the path, hot on my trail. I almost missed a slender opening in the side of the trench thanks to that look, and I gave up valuable steps as I skidded to a halt to squeeze myself through the gap. It was too small for the worm, but the creature could probably shatter through the mud. If not, its teeth could do the trick, but it was worth the risk. As I made to pull myself through, a force grabbed me back. No, not a force, but the walls. The crack was too small, and I'd so frantically thrown myself through it that I'd become wedged between it. My back to the worm, and too far between the walls to be able to turn, I couldn't see as it approached. The smell was growing worse. I pushed and pulled, but the mud was too slick and held fast. The trenches reverberated with the thunderous movements of the worm. I could almost feel its reeking breath upon my half-exposed body, could hear those teeth slashing through the air, closer and closer. Not like this, couldn't end like this. I clawed at the mud, twisting, tearing at anything to pull me through. The worm neared with each of my heartbeats, the smell nearly overpowering my senses. I ripped away mud, wriggling, kicking, and pushing, sobbing through my gritted teeth. Not like this. The ground shook. A stench wrapped right around me, and hot air slammed into my body. Its teeth clicked together. Grabbing onto the wall, I pulled and pulled. There was a squelch and a sudden release of pressure around my middle, and I fell through the crack, sprawling in the mud. The crowd sighed. I didn't have time for tears of relief as I found myself in another passageway, and I launched farther into the labyrinth. From the continuing quieted roars, I knew the worm had overshot me. But that made no sense. The passage offered no place to hide. It would have seen me stuck there, unless it couldn't break through and was now taking some alternate route, and would spring upon me. I didn't check my speed, though I knew I wasted momentum by smashing into wall after wall as I made each sharp turn. The worm also had to lose its speed making these bends. A creature that big couldn't take the turns without slowing, no matter how dexterous it might be. I risked a look at the crowd. Their faces were tight with disappointment, and turned away entirely from me, toward the other end of the chamber. That was where the worm had to be. That was where that passage had ended. It hadn't seen where I went. It hadn't seen me. It was blind. I was so surprised that I didn't notice the enormous pit that opened before me, hidden by a slight rise, and it was all I could do to not scream as I tumbled in. Air, empty air, and I slammed into ankle-deep mud, and the crowd cried out. The mud softened the landing, but my teeth still sang with the impact. But nothing was broken, nothing hurt. A few faeries peered in, leering from high above the gaping mouth of the pit. I whirled around, scanning my surroundings, trying to find the fastest way out. The pit itself opened into a small, dark tunnel, but there was no way to climb up. The wall was too steep. I was trapped. Gasping for breath, I fumbled a few steps into the blackness of the tunnel. I bit down on my shriek as something beneath my foot crunched hard. I staggered back, and my tailbone wailed in pain. I kept scrambling away, but my hand connected with something smooth and hard, and I lifted it to see a gleam of white. Through my muddy fingers, I knew that texture all too well. Bone. Twisting onto my hands and knees, I patted the ground, moving farther into the darkness. Bones, bones, bones of every shape and size, and I swallowed my scream as I realized what this place was. It was only when my hand landed on the smooth dome of a skull that I jumped to my feet. I had to get out. Now. Feyre, I heard Amarantha's distant call. You're ruining everyone's fun. She said it as if I were a lousy shuttlecock partner. Come out. I certainly would not, but she told me what I needed to know. The worm didn't know where I was. It couldn't smell me. I had precious seconds to get out. As my sight adjusted to the darkness of the worm's den, mounds and mounds of bones gleamed, piles rolling away into the gloom. The chalkiness of the mud had to be from endless layers of them decomposing. I had to get out now, had to find a place to hide that wasn't a death trap. I stumbled out of the den, bones clattering away. Once more in the open air of the pit, I groped one of its steep walls. Several green-faced faeries barked curses at me, but I ignored them as I tried to scale the wall, made it an inch and slid to the floor. I couldn't get out without a rope or a ladder, and plunging farther into the worm's lair to see if there was another way out wasn't an option. Of course, there was a back door. Every animal's den had 2 exits, but I wasn't about to risk the darkness, effectively blinding myself, and completely eliminate my small edge. I needed a way up. I tried scaling the wall again. The faeries were still murmuring their discontent. As long as they remained that way, I was fine. I again latched onto the muddy wall, digging into the pliable dirt. All I got was freezing mud digging beneath my nails as I slid to the ground yet again. The stench of the place invaded every part of me. I bit down on my nausea as I tried again and again. The faeries were laughing now. "A mouse in a trap," one of them said. "Need a stepping stool?" Another crowed. "A stepping stool." I whirled toward the piles of bones, then pushed my hand hard against the wall. Felt firm. The entire place was made of packed mud, and if this creature was anything like its smaller, harmless brethren, I could assume that the stench, and therefore the mud itself, was the remnant of whatever had passed through its system after it sucked the bones clean. Disregarding that wretched fact, I seized the spark of hope and grabbed the two biggest, strongest bones I could quickly find. Both were longer than my leg and heavy, so heavy as I jammed them into the wall. I didn't know what the creature usually ate, but it must have been at least cattle-sized. "What's it doing? What's it planning?" one of the faeries hissed. I grabbed a third bone and impaled it deep into the wall, as high as I could reach. I grabbed a fourth, slightly smaller bone and set it into my belt, strapping it across my back. Testing the three bones with a few sharp tugs, I sucked in my breath, ignored the twittering faeries, and began climbing my ladder, my stepping stool. The first bone held firm, and I grunted as I grabbed the second bone step and pulled myself up. I was putting my foot on the step when another idea flashed, and I paused. The faeries, not too far off, began to shout again. But it could work. Could work if I played it right. Could work because it had to work. I dropped back to the mud, and the faeries watching me murmured their confusion. I drew the bone from my belt, and with a sharp intake of breath, I snapped it across my knee. My own bones burned with pain, but the shaft broke, leaving me with two sharp-ended spikes. It was going to work. If Amarantha wanted me to hunt, I would hunt. I walked to the middle of the pit opening, calculated the distance, and plunged the two bones into the ground. I returned back to the mound of bones and made quick work of whatever I could find that was sturdy and sharp. When my knee became too tender to use as a breaking point, I snapped the bones with my foot. One by one, I stuck them into the muddy floor beneath the pit opening until the whole area, save for one small spot, was filled with white lances. I didn't double-check my work. It would succeed, or I would wind up among those bones on the floor. Just one chance. That was all I had. Better than no chances at all. I dashed to my bone ladder and ignored the sting of the splinters in my fingers as I climbed to the third rung, where I balanced before embedding a fourth bone in the wall. And just like that, I heaved myself out of the pit mouth and almost wept to be exposed to the open air once more. I secured the three bones I'd taken in my belt, their weight a comforting presence, and rushed to the nearest wall. I grabbed a fistful of the reeking mud and smeared it across my face. The faeries hissed as I grabbed more, this time coating my hair, then my neck, already accustomed to the staggering reek. My eyes watered only a little as I made swift work of painting myself. I even paused to roll on the ground. Every inch of me had to be covered, every damn inch. If the creature was blind, then it relied on smell, and my smell would be my greatest weakness. I rubbed mud on me until I was certain I was nothing more than a pair of blue-gray eyes. I doused myself a final time, my hands so slick that I could barely maintain a grasp on one of the sharp-ended bones as I drew it from my belt. "What's it doing?" The green-faced fairy whined again. A deep, elegant voice replied this time. "She's building a trap, recent, but the midden guard relies on its scent to see," Rhys answered, and I gave a special glower for him as I glanced at the rim of the trench and found him smiling at me. And Feyre just became invisible. His violet eyes twinkled. I made an obscene gesture before I broke into a run, heading straight for the worm. I placed the remaining bones at especially tight corners, knowing well enough that I couldn't turn at the speed I hoped I would be running. It didn't take much to find the worm, as a crowd of faeries had gathered to taunt it, but I had to get to the right spot. I had to pick my battleground. I slowed to a stalking pace and flattened my back against a wall as I heard the slithering and grunting of the worm, the crunching. The faeries watching the worm, 10 of them with frosty blue skin and almond-shaped black eyes, giggled. I could only assume they'd grown bored of me and decided to watch something else die. Which was wonderful, but only if the worm was still hungry, only if it would respond to the lure I offered. The crowd murmured and grumbled. I eased around a bend, craning my neck, too covered in its scent to smell me. The worm continued feasting, stretching its bulbous form upward as one of the faeries dangled what looked like a hairy arm. The worm gnashed its teeth, and the blue faeries cackled as they dropped the arm into its waiting mouth. I recoiled around the bend and raised the bone sword I'd made. I reminded myself of the path I'd taken, of the turns I'd counted. Still, my heart lodged in my throat as I drew the jagged edge of the bone across my palm, splitting open my flesh. Blood welled, bright and shining as rubies. I let it build before clenching my hand into a fist. The worm would smell that soon enough. It was only then that I realized the crowd had gone silent. Almost dropping the bone, I leaned around the bend again to see the worm. It was gone. The blue faeries grinned at me. Then, shattering the silence like a shooting star, a voice, Lucian's, bellowed across the chamber. "To your left." I bolted, getting a few feet before the wall behind me exploded, mud spraying as the worm burst through, a mass of shredding teeth just inches away. I was already running, so fast that the trenches were a blur of reddish brown. I needed a bit of distance or else it'd fall right on top of me. But I also needed it close so it couldn't check itself, so it was in a frenzy of hunger. I took the first sharp turn and grabbed onto the bone rail I'd embedded in the corner wall. I used it to swing around, not breaking my speed, propelling me faster, giving me a few more seconds on the worm. Then a left. My breath was a flame ravaging my throat. The second hairpin turn came upon me, and I again used the bit of bone to hurtle around the bend. My knees and ankles groaned as I fought to keep from slipping in the mud. Only one more turn, then a straight run. I flipped around the final turn, and the roar of the faeries became different than it had been earlier. The worm was a raging, crashing force behind me, but my steps were steady as I flew down the last passage. The mouth of the pit loomed, and with a final prayer, I leaped. There was only open black air, reaching up to swallow me. I swung my arms as I careened down, aiming for the spot I'd planned. Pain barked through my bones, my head, as I collided with the muddy ground and rolled. I flipped over myself and screamed as something hit my arm, biting through flesh. But I didn't have time to think, to even look at it, as I scrambled out of the way, as far into the darkness of the worm's den as I could get. I grabbed another bone and whirled when the worm plummeted into the pit. It hit the earth and lashed its massive body to the side, anticipating the strike to kill me, but a wet, crunching noise filled the air instead. And the worm didn't move. I squatted there, gulping down burning air, staring into the abyss of its flesh-shredding mouth, still open wide to devour me. It took me a few heartbeats to realize the worm wasn't going to swallow me whole, and a few more heartbeats to understand that it was truly impaled on the bone spikes, dead. I didn't entirely hear the gasps, then the cheering. Didn't quite think or feel very much of anything as I edged around the worm and slowly climbed out of the pit, still holding the bone sword in my hand. Silently, still beyond words, I stumbled back through the labyrinth, my left arm throbbing, but my body tingled so much I didn't notice. But the moment I beheld Amarantha on her platform at the edge of the trench, I clenched my free hand. Prove my love. Pain shot through my arm, but I embraced it. I had won. I looked up at her from beneath lowered brows and didn't check myself as I exposed my teeth. Her lips were thin, and she no longer grasped Tamlin's knee. Tamlin, my Tamlin. I tightened my grip on the long bone in my hand. I was shaking all over, but not with fear. Oh no, it wasn't fear at all. I proved my love and then some. Well, Amarantha said with a little smirk, I suppose anyone could have done that. I took a few running steps and hurled the bone at her with all my remaining strength. It embedded itself in the mud at her feet, splattering filth onto her white gown, and remained there, quivering. The faeries gasped again, and Amarantha stared at the wobbling bone before touching the mud on her bodice. She smiled slowly. Naughty, she'd said. Had there not been an insurmountable trench between us, I would have ripped her throat out. Someday, if I lived through this, I would skin her alive. I suppose you'll be happy to learn most of my court lost a good deal of money tonight, she said, picking up a piece of parchment. I looked at Tamlin as she scanned the paper. His green eyes were bright, and though his face was deathly pale, I could have sworn there was a ghost of triumph on his face. Let's see, Amarantha went on, reading the paper as she toyed with Jurian's finger bone at the end of her necklace. Yes, I'd say almost my entire court bet on you dying within the first minute. Some said you'd last 5, and she turned over the paper. And just one person said you would win. Insulting, but not surprising. I didn't fight as the adder hauled me out of the trenches, dumping me at the foot of the platform before flying off. My arm burned at the impact. Amarantha frowned at her list, and she waved a hand. Take her away. I tire of her mundane face. She clenched the arms of her throne hard enough that the whites of her knuckles showed. Reese and come here. I didn't stay long enough to see the High Lord prowl forward. Red hands grabbed me, holding tightly to keep from sliding off. I'd forgotten the mud caked on me like a second skin. As they yanked me away, a shooting pain shot along my arm, and agony blanketed my senses. I looked at my left forearm then, and my stomach rose at the trickling blood and ripped tendons, at the lips of my skin pulled back to accommodate the shaft of a bone shard protruding clean through it. I couldn't even glance back at Tamlin, couldn't find Lucian to say thank you before pain consumed me whole, and I could barely manage to walk back to my cell. Chapter 37. No one, not even Lucian, came to fix my arm in the days following my victory. The pain overwhelmed me to the point of screaming whenever I prodded the embedded bit of bone, and I had no other option but to sit there, letting the wound gnaw on my strength, trying my best not to think about the constant throbbing that shot sparks of poisoned lightning through me. But worse than that was the growing panic. Panic that the wound hadn't stopped bleeding. I knew what it meant when blood continued to flow. I kept one eye on the wound, either out of hope that I'd find the blood clotting, or the terror that I'd spy the first signs of infection. I couldn't eat the rotten food they gave me. The sight of it aroused such nausea that a corner of my cell now reeked of vomit. It didn't help that I was still covered in mud, and the dungeon was perpetually freezing. I was sitting against the far wall of my cell, savoring the coolness of the stone beneath my back. I'd awoken from a fitful sleep and found myself burning hot, a kind of fire that made everything a bit muddled. My injured arm dangled at my side as I gazed dully at the cell door. It seemed to sway, its lines rippling. This heat in my face was some kind of small cold, not a fever from infection. I put a hand on my chest, and dried mud crumbled into my lap. Each of my breaths was like swallowing broken glass. Not a fever, not a fever, not a fever. My eyelids were heavy, stinging. Couldn't go to sleep. I had to make sure the wound wasn't infected. I had to. The door actually did move then. No, not the door, but rather the darkness around it, which seemed to ripple. Real fear coiled in my stomach as a male figure formed out of that darkness, as if he'd slipped in from the cracks between the door and the wall, hardly more than a shadow. Rhys was fully corporeal now, and his violet eyes glowed in the dim light. He slowly smiled from where he stood by the door. What a sorry state for Tamlin's champion. Go to hell, I snapped, but the words were little more than a wheeze. My head was light and heavy all at once. If I tried to stand, I would topple over. He stalked closer with that feline grace and dropped into an easy crouch before me. He sniffed, grimacing at the corner splattered with my vomit. I tried to bring my feet into a position more inclined for scrambling away or kicking him in the face, but they were full of lead. Rhys cocked his head. His pale skin seemed to radiate alabaster light. I blinked away the haze, but couldn't even turn aside my face as his cold fingers grazed my brow. What would Tamlin say? He murmured. If he knew his beloved was rotting away down here, burning up with fever, not that he can even come here, not when his every move is watched. I kept my arm hidden in the shadows. The last thing I needed them to know was how weak I was. Get away, I said, and my eyes stung as the words burned my throat. I had difficulty swallowing. He raised an eyebrow. I come here to offer you help, and you have the nerve to tell me to leave? Get away, I repeated. My eyes were so sore that it hurt to keep them open. You made me a lot of money, you know. I figured I would repay the favor. I leaned my head against the wall. Everything was spinning like a top, spinning like... I kept my nausea down. Let me see your arm, he said too quietly. I kept my arm in the shadows, if only because it was too heavy to lift. Let me see it. A growl rippled from him. Without waiting for my reaction, he grabbed my elbow and forced my arm into the dim light of the cell. I bit my lip to keep from crying out, bit it hard enough to draw blood as rivers of fire exploded inside me, as my head swam, and all my senses narrowed down to the piece of bone sticking through my arm. They couldn't know how bad it was, because then they would use it against me. Rhys examined the wound, a smile appearing on his sensuous lips. Oh, that's wonderfully gruesome. I swore at him and he chuckled. Such words from a lady. Get out, I wheezed. My frail voice was as terrifying as the wound. Don't you want me to heal your arm? His fingers tightened around my elbow. At what cost? I shot back, but kept my head against the stone, needing its damp strength. Ah, that living among faeries has taught you some of our ways. I focused on the feeling of my good hand on my knee, focused on the dry mud beneath my fingernails. I'll make a trade with you, he said casually, and gently set my arm down. As it met with the floor, I had to close my eyes to brace against the flow of that poisoned lightning. I'll heal your arm in exchange for you. For 2 weeks every month, 2 weeks of my choosing, you'll live with me at the night court, starting after this messy 3 trials business. My eyes flew open. No, I'd already made one fool's bargain. No, he braced his hands on his knees and leaned closer. Really? Everything was starting to dance. Get out, I breathed. You turned down my offer. And for what? I didn't reply, so he went on. You must be holding out for one of your friends, for Lucien, correct? After all, he healed you before, didn't he? Oh, don't look so innocent. The adder and his cronies broke your nose. So unless you have some kind of magic you're not telling us about, I don't think human bones heal that quickly. His eyes sparkled, and he stood, pacing a bit. The way I see things, Feyre, you have two options. The first and the smartest would be to accept my offer. I spat at his feet, but he kept pacing, only giving me a disapproving look. The second option, and the one only a fool would take, would be for you to refuse my offer and place your life, and thus Tamlin's, in the hands of chance. He stopped pacing and stared hard at me. Though the world spun and danced in my vision, something primal inside me went still and cold beneath that gaze. Let's say I walk out of here. Perhaps Lucien will come to your aid within 5 minutes of my leaving. Perhaps he'll come in 5 days. Perhaps he won't come at all. Between you and me, he's been keeping a low profile after his rather embarrassing outburst at your trial. Amarantha's not exactly pleased with him. Tamlin even broke his delightful brooding to beg for him to be spared. Such a noble warrior, your high lord. She listened, of course, but only after she made Tamlin bestow Lucien's punishment. 20 lashes. I started shaking, sick all over again to think about what it had to have been like for my high lord to be the one to punish his friend. Rhys shrugged, a beautiful, easy gesture. So, it's really a question of how much you're willing to trust Lucien, and how much you're willing to risk for it. Already you're wondering if that fever of yours is the first sign of infection. Perhaps they're unconnected, perhaps not. Maybe it's fine. Maybe that worm's mud isn't full of festering filth. And maybe Amarantha will send a healer, and by that time you'll either be dead, or they'll find your arm so infected that you'll be lucky to keep anything above the elbow. My stomach tightened into a painful ball. I don't need to invade your thoughts to know these things. I already know what you've slowly been realizing. He again crouched in front of me. You're dying. My eyes stung, and I sucked my lips into my mouth. How much are you willing to risk on the hope that another form of help will come? I stared at him, sending as much hate as I could into my gaze. He'd been the one who'd caused all this. He'd told Amarantha about Claire. He'd made Tamlin beg. Well, I bared my teeth. Go to hell. Swift as lightning, he lashed out, grabbing the shard of bone in my arm and twisting. A scream shattered out of me, ravaging my aching throat. The world flashed black and white and red. I thrashed and writhed, but he kept his grip, twisting the bone a final time before releasing my arm. Panting, half sobbing as the pain reverberated through my body, I found him smirking at me again. I spat in his face. He only laughed as he stood, wiping his cheek with the dark sleeve of his tunic. This is the last time I'll extend my assistance, he said, pausing by the cell door. Once I leave this cell, my offer is dead. I spat again and he shook his head. I bet you'll be spitting on Death's face when she comes to claim you, too. He began to ripple with darkness, his edges blurring into endless night. He could be bluffing, trying to trick me into accepting his offer. Or he might be right, I might be dying. My life depended on it. More than my life depended on my choice. And if Lucien was indeed unable to come, or if he came too late, I was dying. I'd known it for some time now, and Lucien had underestimated my abilities in the past, had never quite grasped my limitations as a human. He'd sent me to hunt the Suriel with a few knives and a bow. He'd even admitted to hesitating that day, when I had screamed for help, and he might not even know how bad off I was, might not understand the gravity of an infection like this. He might come a day, an hour, a minute too late. Rysand's moon-white skin began to darken into nothing but shadow. Wait! The darkness consuming him paused. For Tamlin, I would sell my soul. I would give up everything I had for him to be free. Wait! I repeated. The darkness vanished, leaving Rhys and in his solid form as he grinned. Yes. I raised my chin as high as I could manage. Just 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks, he purred and knelt before me. 2 teensy, tiny weeks with me every month is all I ask. Why? And what are to be the terms? I said, fighting past the dizziness. Ah, he said, adjusting the lapel of his obsidian tunic. If I told you those things, there'd be no fun in it, would there? I looked at my ruined arm. Lucian might never come, might decide I wasn't worth risking his life any further. Not now that he'd been punished for it. And if Amarantha's healers cut off my arm, Nesta would have done the same for me, for Ellen. And Tamlin had done so much for me, for my family. Even if he had lied about the treaty, about sparing me from its terms, he'd still saved my life that day against the Naga, and saved it again by sending me away from the manor. I couldn't think entirely of the enormity of what I was about to give, or else I might refuse again. I met Rysand's gaze. 5 days. You're going to bargain? Rhys laughed under his breath. 10 days. I held his stare with all my strength. A week. Rhys was silent for a long moment, his eyes traveling across my body and my face before he murmured, "A week it is." "Then it's a deal," I said. A metallic taste filled my mouth as magic stirred between us. His smile became a bit wild, and before I could brace myself, he grabbed my arm. There was a blinding, quick pain, and my scream sounded in my ears as bone and flesh were shattered. Blood rushed out of me, and then Rhys was still grinning when I opened my eyes. I hadn't any idea how long I'd been unconscious, but my fever was gone, and my head was clear as I sat up. In fact, the mud was gone too. I felt as if I'd just bathed. But then I lifted my left arm. "What have you done to me?" Rhys stood, running a hand through his short, dark hair. It's custom in my court for bargains to be permanently marked upon flesh. I rubbed my left forearm and hand, the entirety of which was now covered in swirls and whirls of black ink. Even my fingers weren't spared, and a large eye was tattooed in the center of my palm. It was feline, and its slitted pupils stared right back at me. "Make it go away," I said, and he laughed. "You humans are truly grateful creatures, aren't you?" From a distance, the tattoo looked like an elbow-length lace glove, but when I held it close to my face, I could detect the intricate depictions of flowers and curves that flowed throughout to make up a larger pattern. Permanent. Forever. "You didn't tell me this would happen. You didn't ask. So how am I to blame?" He walked to the door but lingered, even as pure night wafted off his shoulders. "Unless this lack of gratitude and appreciation is because you fear a certain High Lord's reaction." Tamlin. I could already see his face going pale, his lips becoming thin as the claws came out. I could almost hear the growl he'd emit when he asked me what I had been thinking. "I think I'll wait to tell him until the moment's right, though," Rhys said. The gleam in his eyes told me enough. Rhys hadn't done any of this to save me, but rather to hurt Tamlin, and I'd fallen into his trap. Fallen into it worse than the worm had fallen into mine. "Rest up, Feyre," Rhys said. He turned into nothing more than living shadow and vanished through a crack in the door. Chapter 38. I tried not to look at my left arm as I scrubbed at the floors of the hallway. The ink, which in the light was actually a blue so dark it appeared black, was a cloud upon my thoughts, and those were bleak enough even without knowing I'd sold myself to Rhys. I couldn't look at the eye on my palm. I had an absurd, creeping feeling that it watched me. I dunked the large brush into the bucket the red-skinned guards had thrown into my arms. I could barely comprehend them through their mouths full of long yellow teeth. But when they gave me the brush and bucket and shoved me into a long hallway of white marble, I understood. "If it's not washed and shining by supper," one of them had said, its teeth clicking as it grinned, "we're to tie you to the spit and give you a few good turns over the fire." With that, they left. I had no idea when supper was, and so I frantically began washing. My back already ached like fire, and I hadn't been scrubbing the marble hall for more than 30 minutes. But the water they'd given me was filthy, and the more I scrubbed the floor, the dirtier it became. When I went to the door to ask for a bucket of clean water, I found it locked. There would be no help. An impossible task, a task to torment me. The spit, perhaps that was the source of the constant screaming in the dungeons. Would a few turns on the spit melt all the flesh from me, or just burn me badly enough to force me into another bargain with Rhys? And I cursed as I scrubbed harder, the coarse bristles of the brush crinkling and whispering against the tiles. A rainbow of brown was left in their wake, and I growled as I dunked the brush again. Filthy water came out with it, dripping all over the floor. A trail of brown muck grew with each sweep. Breathing quickly, I hurled the brush to the ground and covered my face with my wet hands. I lowered my left hand when I realized the eye was pressed against my cheek. I gulped down steadying gasps of air. There had to be a rational way to do this. There had to be some old wives' trick. The spit, tied to a spit like a roast pig. I grabbed the brush from where it had bounced away and scrubbed at the floor until my hands throbbed. It looked like someone had spilled mud all over the place. The dirt was actually turning into mud the harder I scrubbed it. I'd probably wail and beg for mercy when they rotated me on that spit. There had been red lines covering Claire's naked body. What instrument of torture had they come from? My hands trembled, and I set down the brush. I could take down a giant worm, but washing a floor, that was the impossible task. A door clicked open somewhere down the hall, and I shot to my feet. An auburn head peered at me. I sagged with relief. Lucian. Not Lucian. The face that turned toward me was female and unmasked. She looked perhaps a bit older than Amarantha, but her porcelain skin was exquisitely colored, graced with the faintest blush of rose along her cheeks. Had the red hair not been indication enough, when her russet eyes met mine, I knew who she was. I bowed my head to the lady of the autumn court, and she inclined her chin slightly. I suppose that was honor enough. "For giving her your name in place of my son's life," she said, her voice as sweet as sun-warmed apples. She must have been in the crowd that day. She pointed at the bucket with a long, slender hand. "My debt is paid." She disappeared through the door she'd opened, and I could have sworn I smelled roasting chestnuts and crackling fires in her wake. It was only after the door shut that I realized I should have thanked her, and only after I looked in my bucket that I realized I'd been hiding my left arm behind my back. I knelt beside the bucket and dipped my fingers into the water. They came out clean. I shuddered, allowing myself a moment to slump over my knees before I dumped some of the water onto the floor and watched it wash away the muck. To the chagrin of the guards, I had completed their impossible task. But the next day, they smiled at me as they shoved me into a massive, dark bedroom, lit only by a few candles, and pointed to the looming fireplace. Servants spilled lentils in the ash. One of the guards grunted, tossing me a wooden bucket. "Clean it up before the occupant returns, or he'll peel off your skin in strips." A slammed door, the click of a lock, and I was alone, sorting lentils from ashen embers, ridiculous, wasteful, and I approached the darkened fireplace and cringed. Impossible. I cast a glance about the bedroom. No windows, no exits save the one I'd just been chucked through. The bed was enormous and neatly made, its black sheets of silk. There was nothing else in the room beyond basic furniture. Not even discarded clothes or books or weapons, as if its occupant never slept here. I knelt before the fireplace and calmed my breathing. I had keen eyes, I reminded myself. I could spot rabbits hiding in the underbrush and track most things that wanted to remain unseen. Spotting the lentils couldn't be that hard. Sighing, I crawled farther into the fireplace and began. I was wrong. 2 hours later, my eyes were burning and aching, and even though I combed through every inch of that fireplace, there were always more lentils, more and more that I'd somehow not spotted. The guards had never said when the owner of this room would return, and so every tick of the clock on the mantel became a death knell. Every footstep outside the door causing me to reach for the iron poker leaning against the hearth wall. Amarantha had never said anything about not fighting back. Never specified that I wasn't allowed to defend myself. At least I'd go down swinging. I picked through the ashes again and again. My hands were now black and stained, my clothes covered in soot. Surely there couldn't be any more. Surely. The lock clicked, and I lunged for the poker as I shot to my feet, my back to the hearth and the iron rod hidden behind me. Darkness entered the room, guttering the candles with a snow-kissed breeze. I gripped the poker harder, pressing against the stone of the fireplace, even as that darkness settled on the bed and took a familiar form. As wonderful as it is to see you, Feyre, darling, Rhys said, sprawled on the bed, his head propped up by a hand. Do I want to know why you're digging through my fireplace? I bent my knees slightly, preparing to run, to duck, to do anything to get to the door that felt far, far away. They said I had to clean out lentils from the ashes, or you'd rip off my skin. Did they now? A feline smile. Do I have you to thank for this idea? I hissed. He wasn't allowed to kill me, not with my bargain with Amarantha, but there were other ways to hurt me. Oh no, he drawled. No one's learned of our little bargain yet, and you've managed to keep it quiet. Shame riding you a bit hard. I clenched my jaw and pointed to the fireplace with one hand, still keeping the poker tucked behind me. Is this clean enough for you? Why were there lentils in my fireplace to begin with? I gave him a flat look. One of your mistress's household chores, I suppose. He said, examining his nails. Apparently she or her cronies think I'll find some sport with you. My mouth dried up. Or it's a test for you. I managed to get out. You said you bet on me during my first task. She didn't seem pleased about it. And what could Amarantha possibly have to test me about? I didn't balk from that violet stare. Amarantha's whore, Lucian, had once called him. You lied to her about Claire. You knew very well what I looked like. Rhys sat up in a fluid movement and braced his forearms on his thighs. Such grace contained in such a powerful form. I was slaughtering on the battlefield before you were even born, he'd once said to Lucian. I didn't doubt it. Amarantha plays her games, he said simply, and I play mine. It gets rather boring down here, day after day. She let you out for Fire Night, and you somehow got out to put that head in the garden. She asked me to put that head in the garden, and as for Fire Night, he looked me up and down. I had my reasons to be out then. Do not think, Feyre, that it did not cost me. He smiled again, and it didn't meet his eyes. Are you going to put down that poker? Or can I expect you to start swinging soon? I swallowed my curse and brought it out, but didn't put it down. A valiant effort, but useless, he said, True, so true, when he didn't even need to take his hands out of his pockets to grip Lucien's mind. How is it that you have such power still and the others don't? I thought she robbed all of you of your abilities. He lifted a groomed, dark brow. Oh, she took my powers. A caress of talons against my mind. I jerked back a step, slamming into the fireplace. The pressure on my mind vanished. This is just the remnant, the scraps I get to play with. Your Tamlin has brute strength and shape-shifting. My arsenal is a far deadlier assortment. I knew he wasn't bluffing, not when I'd felt those talons in my mind. So you can't shapeshift? It's not some High Lord specialty. Oh, all the High Lords can. Each of us has a beast roaming beneath our skin, roaring to get out. While your Tamlin prefers fur, I find wings and talons to be more entertaining. A lick of cold kiss down my spine. Can you shift now? Or did she take that too? So many questions from a little human. But the darkness that hovered around him began to writhe and twist and flare as he rose to his feet. I blinked and it was done. I lifted the iron poker just a little bit. Not a full shift, you see, Rhys said, clicking the black razor-sharp talons that had replaced his fingers. Below the knee, darkness stained his skin, but talons also gleamed in lieu of toes. I don't particularly like yielding wholly to my baser side. Indeed, it was still Rhysand's face, his powerful male body, but flaring out behind him were massive black membranous wings, like a bat's, like the adder's. He tucked them in neatly behind him, but the single claw at the apex of each peeked over his broad shoulders. Horrific, stunning, the face of 1,000 nightmares and dreams. That again useless part of me stirred at the sight, the way the candlelight shone through the wings, illuminating the veins, the way it bounced off his talons. Rhys rolled his neck, and it all vanished in a flash. The wings, the talons, the feet, leaving only the male behind, well-dressed and unruffled. No attempts at flattery? I had made a very, very big mistake in offering my life to him. But I said, "You have a high enough opinion of yourself already. I doubt the flattery of a little human matters much to you." He let out a low laugh that slid along my bones, warming my blood. I can't decide whether I should consider you admirable or very stupid for being so bold with a High Lord. Only around him did I have trouble keeping my mouth shut, it seemed. So I dared to ask, "Do you know the answer to the riddle?" He crossed his arms. "Cheating, are you?" She never said I couldn't ask for help. Ah, but after she had you beaten to hell, she ordered us not to help you. I waited, but he shook his head. Even if I felt like helping you, I couldn't. She gives the order, and we all bow to it. He picked a fleck of dust off his black jacket. It's a good thing she likes me, isn't it? I opened my mouth to press him, to beg him, if it meant instantaneous freedom. "Don't waste your breath," he said. "I can't tell you, no one here can. If she ordered us all to stop breathing, we would have to obey that too." He frowned at me and snapped his fingers. The soot, the dirt, the ash vanished off my skin, leaving me as clean as if I'd bathed. There, a gift for having the balls to even ask. I gave him a flat stare, but he motioned to the hearth. It was spotless, and my bucket was filled with lentils. The door swung open of its own accord, revealing the guards who dragged me here. Rhys waved a lazy hand at them. She accomplished her task. Take her back. They grabbed for me, but he bared his teeth in a smile that was anything but friendly, and they halted. "No more household chores, no more tasks," he said, his voice an erotic caress. Their yellow eyes went glazed and dull, their sharp teeth gleaming as their mouths slackened. "Tell the others to stay out of her cell and don't touch her. If you do, you're to take your own daggers and gut yourselves." "Understood." Dazed, numb nods. Then they blinked and straightened. I hid my trembling. Glamour, mind control, whatever it was he had done, it worked. They beckoned, but didn't dare touch me. Rhys smiled at me. "You're welcome," he purred as I walked out. Chapter 39. From that point on, each morning and evening, a fresh, hot meal appeared in my cell. I gobbled it down but cursed Rhysand's name anyway. Stuck in the cell, I had nothing to do but ponder Amarantha's riddle, usually only to wind up with a pounding headache. I recited it again and again and again, but to no avail. Days passed, and I didn't see Lucien or Tamlin, and Rhys never came to taunt me. I was alone, utterly alone, locked in silence, though the screaming in the dungeon still continued day and night. When that screaming became too unbearable and I couldn't shut it out, I would look at the eye tattooed on my palm. I wondered if he'd done it to quietly remind me of Jurian. A cruel, petty slap to the face indicating that perhaps I was well on my way to belonging to him just as the ancient warrior now belonged to Amarantha. Every once in a while, I'd say a few words to the tattoo, then curse myself for a fool. Or curse Rhys, but I could have sworn that as I dozed off one night, it blinked. If I was counting the schedule of my meals correctly, about 4 days after I'd seen Rhys and in his room, 2 high fae females arrived in my cell. They appeared through the cracks from slivers of darkness, just as Rhys had. But while he'd solidified into a tangible form, these faeries remained mostly made of shadow, their features barely discernible, save for their loose, flowing cobweb gowns. They remained silent when they reached for me. I didn't fight them, there was nothing to fight them with and nowhere to run. The hands they clasped around my forearms were cool but solid, as if the shadows were a coating, a second skin. They had to have been sent by Rhys and some servants of his from the night court. They could have been mutes for all they said to me as they pressed close to my body and we physically stepped, through the closed door, as if it wasn't even there, as if I had become a shadow too. My knees buckled at the sensation, like spiders crawling down my spine, my arms, as we walked through the dark, shrieking dungeons. None of the guards stopped us. They didn't even look in our direction. We were glamored, then, no more than flickering darkness to the passing eye. The faeries brought me up through dusty stairwells and down forgotten halls until we reached a nondescript room where they stripped me naked, bathed me roughly, and then, to my horror, began to paint my body. Their brushes were unbearably cold and ticklish, and their shadowy grips were firm when I wriggled. Things only worsened when they painted more intimate parts of me, and it was an effort to keep from kicking one of them in the face. They offered no explanation for why, no hint of whether this was another torment sent by Amarantha. Even if I fled, there was nowhere to escape to, not without damning Tamlin further. So I stopped demanding answers, stopped fighting back, and let them finish. From the neck up, I was regal. My face was adorned with cosmetics, rouge on my lips, a smearing of gold dust on my eyelids, kohl lining my eyes, and my hair was coiled around a small golden diadem embedded with lapis lazuli. But from the neck down, I was a heathen god's plaything. They had continued the pattern of the tattoo on my arm, and once the blue-black paint had dried, they placed on me a gauzy white dress. If you could call it a dress. It was little more than 2 long shafts of gossamer, just wide enough to cover my breasts, pinned at each shoulder with gold brooches. The sections flowed down to a jeweled belt slung low across my hips, where they joined into a single piece of fabric that hung between my legs and to the floor. It barely covered me, and from the cold air on my skin, I knew that most of my backside was left exposed. The The cold breeze caressing my bare skin was enough to kindle my rage. The two high fae ignored my demands to be clothed in something else. Their impossibly shadowed faces veiled from me, but held my arms firm when I tried to rip the shift off. "I wouldn't do that," a deep, lilting voice said from the doorway. Rhys was leaning against the wall, his arms crossed over his chest. I should have known it was his doing, should have known from the matching designs all over my body. "Our bargain hasn't started yet," I snapped. The instincts that had once told me to be quiet around Tam and Lucian utterly failed me when Rhys was near. But I need an escort for the party." His violet eyes glittered with stars. "And when I thought of you squatting in that cell all night alone..." He waved a hand, and the fairy servants vanished through the door behind him. I flinched as they walked through the wood, no doubt an ability everyone in the night court possessed, and Rhys chuckled. "You look just as I hoped you would." From the cobwebs of my memory, I recalled similar words Tamlin had once whispered into my ear. "Is this necessary?" I said, gesturing to the paint and clothing. "Of course," he said coolly. "How else would I know if anyone touches you?" He approached, and I braced myself as he ran a finger along my shoulder, smearing the paint. As soon as his finger left my skin, the paint fixed itself, returning the design to its original form. "The dress itself won't mar it, and neither will your movements," he said, his face close to mine. His teeth were far too near to my throat. "And I'll remember precisely where my hands have been. But if anyone else touches you, let's say a certain high lord who enjoys springtime, I'll know." He flicked my nose. "And Feyre," he added, his voice a caressing murmur, "I don't like my belongings tampered with." Ice wrapped around my stomach. He owned me for a week every month. Apparently, he thought that extended to the rest of my life, too. "Come," Rhys said, beckoning with a hand. "We're already late." We walked through the halls. The sounds of merriment rose ahead of us, and my face burned as I silently bemoaned the too sheer fabric of my dress. Beneath it, my breasts were visible to everyone, the paint hardly leaving anything to the imagination, and the cold cave air raised goosebumps on my skin. With my legs, sides, and most of my stomach exposed save for the slender shafts of fabric, I had to clench my teeth to keep them from chattering. My bare feet were half frozen, and I hoped that wherever we were going would have a giant fire. Queer, off-kilter music brayed through two stone doors that I immediately recognized. The throne room, no, any place but here. Faeries and high fae gawked as we passed through the entrance. Some bowed to Rhys, while others gaped. I spied several of Lucian's older brothers gathered just inside the doors. The smiles they gave me were nothing short of vulpine. Rhys didn't touch me, but he walked close enough for it to be obvious that I was with him, that I belonged to him. I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd attached a collar and leash around my neck. Maybe he would at some point, now that I was bound to him, the bargain marked on my flesh. Whispers snaked under the shouts of celebrating, and even the music quieted as the crowd parted and made a path for us to Amarantha's dais. I lifted my chin, the weight of the crown digging into my skull. I'd beaten her first task. I'd beaten her menial chores. I could keep my head high. Tamlin was seated beside her on that same throne, in his usual clothing, no weapons sheathed anywhere on him. Rhys had said that he wanted to tell him at the right moment, that he'd wanted to hurt Tamlin by revealing the bargain I'd made. Prick. Scheming, wretched prick. "Merry Midsummer," Rhys said, bowing to Amarantha. She wore a rich gown of lavender and orchid purple, surprisingly modest. I was a savage before her cultivated beauty. "What have you done with my captive?" she said, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Tamlin's face was like stone, save for the white-knuckled grip on the arms of his throne. No claws. He was able to keep that sign of his temper at bay, at least. I'd done such a foolish thing in binding myself to Rhys and, with the wings and talons lurking beneath that beautiful, flawless surface. Rhys and, who could shatter minds. I did it for you, I wanted to shout. We made a bargain, Rhys and said. I flinched as he brushed a stray lock of my hair from my face. He ran his fingers down my cheek, a gentle caress. The throne room was all too quiet as he spoke his next words to Tamlin. 1 week with me at the night court every month in exchange for my healing services after her first task. He raised my left arm to reveal the tattoo, whose ink didn't shine as much as the paint on my body. For the rest of her life, he added casually, but his eyes were now upon Amarantha. The fairy queen straightened a little bit. Even Jurian's eye seemed fixed on me, on Rhys, and for the rest of my life, he said it as if it were going to be a long, long while. He thought I was going to beat her tasks. I stared at his profile, at the elegant nose and sensuous lips. Games, Rhys liked to play games, and it seemed I was now to be a key player in whatever this one was. Enjoy my party, was Amarantha's only reply as she toyed with the bone at the end of her necklace. Dismissed, Rhys put a hand on my back to steer us away, to turn me from Tamlin, who still gripped the throne. The crowd kept a good distance, and I couldn't acknowledge any of them. Out of fear I might have to look at Tamlin again, or might spy Lucian. Glimpse the expression on his face when he beheld me. I kept my chin up. I wouldn't let the others notice that weakness, wouldn't let them know how much it killed me to be so exposed to them, to have Rhysand's symbols painted over nearly every inch of my skin, to have Tamlin see me so debased. Rhys stopped before a table laden with exquisite foods. The high fae around it quickly cleared away. If there were any other members of the night court present, they didn't ripple with darkness the way Rhys and his servants didn't dare approach him. The music grew loud enough to suggest there was probably dancing somewhere in the room. Wine, he said, offering me a goblet. Alice's first rule. I shook my head. He smiled and extended the goblet again. Drink, you'll need it. Drink, my mind echoed, and my fingers stirred, moving toward the goblet. No, Alice said not to drink the wine here, wine that was different from that joyous, freeing solstice wine. No, I said, and some faeries who were watching us from a safe distance chuckled. Drink, he said, and my traitorous fingers latched onto the goblet. I awoke in my cell, still clad in that handkerchief he called a dress. Everything was spinning so badly that I barely made it to the corner before I vomited. Again and again. When I'd emptied my stomach, I crawled to the opposite corner of the cell and collapsed. Sleep came fitfully as the world continued to twirl violently around me. I was tied to a spinning wheel, going around and around and around. Needless to say, I was sick a fair amount that day. I'd just finished picking at the hot dinner that had appeared moments before when the door creaked and a golden fox face appeared, along with a narrowed metal eye. Shit, said Lucian. It's freezing in here. It was, but I was too nauseated to notice. Keeping my head up was an effort, let alone keeping the food down. He unclasped his cloak and set it around my shoulders. This heavy warmth leaked into me. Look at all this, he said, staring at the paint on me. Thankfully, it was all intact, save for a few places on my waist. Bastard. What happened? I got out, even though I wasn't sure I truly wanted the answer. My memory was a dark blur of wild music. Lucian drew back. I don't think you want to know. I studied the few smudges on my waist, marks that looked like hands had held me. Who did that to me? I asked quietly, my eyes tracing the arc of the spoiled paint. Who do you think? My heart clenched and I looked at the floor. Did Tamlin see it? Lucian nodded. Rhys was only doing it to get a rise out of him. Did it work? I still couldn't look Lucian in the face. I knew, at least, that I hadn't been violated beyond touching my sides. The paint told me that much. No, Lucian said, and I smiled grimly. What was I doing the whole time? So much for Alice's warning. Lucian let out a sharp breath, running a hand through his red hair. He had you dance for him for most of the night, and when you weren't dancing, you were sitting in his lap. What kind of dancing? I pushed. Not the kind you were doing with Tamlin on Solstice, Lucian said, and my face heated. From the murkiness of my memories of last night, I recalled the closeness of a certain pair of violet eyes that sparkled with mischief as they beheld me. In front of everyone? Yes, Lucian replied, more gently than I'd heard him speak to me before. I stiffened. I didn't want his pity. He sighed and grabbed my left arm, examining the tattoo. What were you thinking? Didn't you know I'd come as soon as I could? I yanked my arm from him. I was dying. I had a fever. I was barely able to keep conscious. How was I supposed to know you'd come? That you even understood how quickly humans can die of that sort of thing? You told me you hesitated that time with the Naga. I swore an oath to Tamlin. I had no other choice. You think I'm going to trust you after everything you said to me at the manor? I risked my neck for you during your task. Was that not enough? His metal I whirred softly. You offered up your name for me. After all that I said to you, all I did, you still offered up your name. Didn't you realize I would help you after that? Oath or no oath? I hadn't realized it would mean anything to him at all. I had no other choice, I said again, breathing hard. Don't you understand what Rhys is? I do, I barked, then sighed. I do, I repeated, and glared at the eye in my palm. It's done with, so you needn't hold to whatever oath you swore to Tamlin to protect me, or feel like you owe me anything for saving you from Amarantha. I would have done it just to wipe the smirk off your brothers' faces. Lucian clicked his tongue, but his remaining russet eye shone. I'm glad to see you didn't sell your lively human spirit or stubbornness to Rhys. Just a week of my life every month. Yes, well, we'll see about that when the time comes, he growled, that metal eye flicking to the door. He stood. I should go. The rotation's about to shift. He made it a step before I said, I'm sorry that she still punished you for helping me during my task. I heard. My throat tightened. I heard what she made Tamlin do to you. He shrugged, but I added, thank you for helping me. He walked to the door, and for the first time I noticed how stiffly he moved. It's why I couldn't come sooner, he said, his throat bobbing. She used our powers to keep my back from healing. I haven't been able to move until today. Breathing became a little difficult. Here, I said, removing his cloak and standing to hand it to him. The sudden cold sent gooseflesh rippling over me. Keep it. I swiped it off a dozing guard on my way in here. In the dim light, the embroidered symbol of a sleeping dragon glimmered. Amarantha's coat of arms. I grimaced but shrugged it on. Besides, Lucian added with a smirk, I've seen enough of you through that gown to last a lifetime. I flushed as he opened the door. Wait, I said, is Tamlin all right? I mean that spell Amarantha has him under to make him so silent. There's no spell. Hasn't it occurred to you that Tamlin is keeping quiet to avoid telling Amarantha which form of your torment affects him most. No, it hadn't. He's playing a dangerous game, though, Lucian said, slipping out the door. We all are. The next night, I was again washed, painted, and brought to that miserable throne room. Not a ball this time, just some evening entertainment, which it turned out was me. After I drank the wine, though, I was mercifully unaware of what was happening. Night after night, I was dressed in the same way and made to accompany Rhys and to the throne room. Thus I became Rhysand's plaything, the harlot of Amarantha's whore. I woke with vague shards of memories, of dancing between Rhysand's legs as he sat in a chair and laughed, of his hands stained blue from the places they touched on my waist, my arms, but somehow never more than that. He had me dance until I was sick, and once I was done retching, told me to begin dancing again. I awoke ill and exhausted each morning, and though Rhysand's order to the guards had indeed held, the nightly activities left me thoroughly drained. I spent my days sleeping off the faerie wine, dozing to escape the humiliation I endured. When I could, I contemplated Amarantha's riddle, turning over every word to no avail. And when I again entered that throne room, I was allowed only a glimpse of Tamlin before the drug of the wine took hold. But every time, every night, just for that one glance, I didn't hide the love and pain that welled in my eyes when they met his. I had finished being painted and dressed, my gossamer gown a shade of blood orange that night, when Rhys entered the room. The shadow maids, as usual, walked through the walls and vanished. But rather than beckon me to come with him, Rhys closed the door. Your second trial is tomorrow night, he said neutrally. The gold and silver thread in his black tunic shone in the candlelight. He never wore another color. It was like a stone to the head. I'd lost count of the days. So, it could be your last, he said, and leaned against the door frame, crossing his arms. If you're taunting me into playing another game of yours, you're wasting your breath. Aren't you going to beg me to give you a night with your beloved? I'll have that night, and all the ones after, when I beat her final task. Rhys shrugged, then flashed a grin as he pushed off the door and stepped toward me. I wonder if you were this prickly with Tamlin when you were his captive. He never treated me like a captive or a slave. No, and how could he? Not with the shame of his father and brother's brutality always weighing on him, the poor, noble beast. But perhaps if he'd bothered to learn a thing or two about cruelty, about what it means to be a true High Lord, it would have kept the spring court from falling. Your court fell too. Sadness flickered in those violet eyes. I wouldn't have noticed it had I not felt it. Deep inside me, my gaze drifted to the eye etched in my palm. What manner of tattoo exactly had he given me? But instead I asked, when you were roaming freely on Fire Night at the rite you said it cost you, were you one of the High Lords that sold allegiance to Amarantha in exchange for not being forced to live down here? Whatever sadness had been in his eyes vanished. Only cold, glittering calm remained. I could have sworn a shadow of mighty wings stained the wall behind him. What I do or have done for my court is none of your concern. And what has she been doing for the past 49 years? Holding court and torturing everyone as she pleases? To what end? Tell me about the threat she poses to the human world. I wanted to beg. Tell me what all of this means, why so many awful things had to happen. The Lady of the Mountain needs no excuses for her actions. But the festivities await. He gestured to the door behind him. I knew I was on dangerous ground, but I didn't care. What do you want with me? Beyond taunting Tamlin. Taunting him is my greatest pleasure, he said with a mock bow. And as for your question, why does any male need a reason to enjoy the presence of a female? You saved my life. And through your life, I saved Tamlin's. Why? He winked, smoothing his blue-black hair. That, Feyre, is the real question, isn't it? With that, he led me from the room. We reached the throne room, and I braced myself to be drugged and disgraced again. But it was Rhys, and the crowd looked at Rhys, and whom Lucien's brothers monitored. Amarantha's clear voice rang out over the music, summoning him. He paused, glancing at Lucien's brothers stalking toward us, their attention pinned on me. Eager, hungry, wicked. I opened my mouth, not too proud to ask Rhys and not to leave me alone with them while he dealt with Amarantha, but he put a hand on my back and nudged me along. "Just stay close and keep your mouth shut," he murmured in my ear as he led me by the arm. The crowd parted as if we were on fire, revealing all too soon what was before us. Not us, I amended, but Rhys-en. A brown-skinned high fae male was sobbing on the floor before the dais. Amarantha was smiling at him like a snake, so intently that she didn't even spare me a glance. Beside her, Tamlin remained utterly impassive, a beast without claws. Rhys-en flicked his eyes to me, a silent command to stay at the edge of the crowd. I obeyed, and when I lifted my attention to Tamlin, waiting for him to just look at me, he did not, his focus wholly on the queen, on the male before her. Point taken. Amarantha caressed her ring, watching every movement that Rhys-en made as he approached. "The summer lordling," she said of the male cowering at her feet, "tried to escape through the exit to the spring court lands. I want to know why." There was a tall, handsome, high fae male standing at the crowd's edge, his hair near white, eyes of crushing crystal blue, his skin of richest mahogany. But his mouth was drawn as his attention darted between Amarantha and Rhys-en. I'd seen him before during that first task, the High Lord of the Summer Court. Before, he'd been shining, almost leaking golden light. Now he was muted, drab, as if Amarantha had leached every last drop of power from him while she interrogated his subject. Rhys-en slid his hands into his pockets and sauntered closer to the male on the ground. The summer faerie cringed, his face shining with tears. My own bowels turned watery with fear and shame as he wet himself at the sight of Rhys-en. "Pee-pee, please," he gasped out. The crowd was breathless, too silent. His back to me, Rhys-en's shoulders were loose, not a stitch of clothing out of place. But I knew his talons had latched onto the faery's mind the moment the male stopped shaking on the ground. The High Lord of Summer had gone still too, and it was pain, real pain, and fear that shone in those stunning blue eyes. Summer was one of the courts that had rebelled, I remembered. So this was a new, untested High Lord, who had not yet had to make choices that cost him lives. After a moment of silence, Rhys-en looked at Amarantha. He wanted to escape, to get to the spring court, cross the wall, and flee south into human territory. He had no accomplices, no motive beyond his own pathetic cowardice. He jerked his chin toward the puddle of piss beneath the male. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw the Summer High Lord sag a bit, enough to make me wonder what sort of choice Rhys had made in that moment he'd taken to search the male's mind. But Amarantha rolled her eyes and slouched in her throne. "Shatter him, Rhys-en." She flicked a hand at the High Lord of the Summer Court. "You may do what you want with the body afterward." The High Lord of the Summer Court bowed, as if he'd been given a gift, and looked to his subject, who had gone still and calm on the floor, hugging his knees. The male faerie was ready, relieved. Rhys slipped a hand out of his pocket, and it dangled at his side. I could have sworn phantom talons flickered there as his fingers curled slightly. "I'm growing bored, Rhys-en," Amarantha said with a sigh, again fiddling with that bone. She hadn't looked at me once, too focused on her current prey. Rhysand's fingers curled into a fist. The faerie male's eyes went wide, then glazed as he slumped to the side in the puddle of his own waste. Blood leaked from his nose, from his ears, pooling on the floor. That fast, that easily, that irrevocably, he was dead. I said shatter his mind, not his brain, Amarantha snapped. The crowd murmured around me, stirring. I wanted nothing more than to fade back into it, to crawl back into my cell and burn this from my mind. Tamlin hadn't flinched, not a muscle. What horrors had he witnessed in his long life if this hadn't broken that distant expression, that control? Rhysand shrugged, his hand sliding back into his pocket. Apologies, my queen. He turned away without being dismissed, and didn't look at me as he strode for the back of the throne room. I fell into step beside him, reining in my trembling, trying not to think about the body sprawled behind us, or about Claire, still nailed to the wall. The crowd stayed far, far back as we walked through it. Whore, some of them softly hissed at him, out of her earshot. Amarantha's whore, but many offered tentative, appreciative smiles and words. Good that you killed him. Good that you killed the traitor. Rhys and didn't deign to acknowledge any of them. His shoulders still loose, his footsteps unhurried. I wondered whether anyone but he and the High Lord of the Summer Court knew that the killing had been a mercy. I was willing to bet that there had been others involved in that escape plan, perhaps even the High Lord of the Summer Court himself. But maybe keeping those secrets had only been done in aid of whatever games Rhys and liked to play. Maybe sparing that faerie male by killing him swiftly, rather than shattering his mind and leaving him a drooling husk, had been another calculated move too. He didn't pause once on that long trek across the throne room, but when we reached the food and wine at the back of the room, he handed me a goblet and downed one alongside me. He didn't say anything before the wine swept me into oblivion. Chapter 40. My second task arrived. Its teeth gleaming, the adder grinned at me as I stood before Amarantha. Another cavern, smaller than the throne room, but large enough to perhaps be some sort of old entertaining space. It had no decorations, save for its gilded walls, and no furniture. The queen herself only sat on a carved wooden chair, Tamlin standing behind her. I didn't gaze too long at the adder, who lingered on the other side of the queen's chair, its long, slender tail slashing across the floor. It only smiled to unnerve me. It was working. Not even gazing at Tamlin could calm me. I clenched my hands at my sides as Amarantha smiled. Well, Feyre, your second trial has come. She sounded so smug, so certain that my death hovered nearby. I'd been a fool to refuse death in the teeth of the worm. She crossed her arms and propped her chin on a hand. Within the ring, Jurians I turned to face me, its pupil dilating in the dim light. Have you solved my riddle yet? I didn't deign to make a response. Too bad, she said with a moo, but I'm feeling generous tonight. The adder chuckled, and several faeries behind me gave hissing laughs that snaked their way up my spine. How about a little practice? Amarantha said, and I forced my face into neutrality. If Tamlin was playing indifferent to keep us both safe, so would I. But I dared a glance at my High Lord, and found his eyes hard upon me. If I could just hold him, feel his skin for just a moment, smell him, hear him say my name. A slight hiss echoed across the room, dragging my gaze away. Amarantha was frowning up at Tamlin from her seat. I hadn't realized we'd been staring at each other, the cavern wholly silent. Begin, Amarantha snapped. Before I could brace myself, the floor shuddered. My knees wobbled, and I swung my arms to keep upright as the stones beneath me began sinking, lowering me into a large rectangular pit. Some faeries cackled, but I found Tamlin's stare again and held it until I was lowered so far down that his face disappeared beyond the edge. I scanned the four walls around me, looking for a door, for any sign of what was to come. 3 of the walls were made of a single sheet of smooth, shining stone, too polished and flat to climb. The other wall wasn't a wall at all, but an iron grate splitting the chamber in 2, and through it. My breath caught in my throat. Lucien. Lucien lay chained to the center of the floor on the other side of the chamber. His remaining russet eye so wide that it was surrounded with white. The metal one spun as if set wild. His brutal scar was stark against his pale skin. Again, he was to be Amarantha's toy to torment. There were no doors, no way for me to get to his side except to climb over the gate between us. It had such thick, wide holes that I could probably climb it to jump onto his side. I didn't dare. The faeries began murmuring, and gold clinked. Had Rhys bet on me again? In the crowd, red hair gleamed, 4 heads of red hair, and I stiffened my spine. I knew his brothers would be smiling at Lucien's predicament, but where was his mother, his father? Surely the High Lord of the Autumn Court would be present. I scanned the crowd. No sign of them, only Amarantha, standing with Tamlin at the edge of the pit, peering in. She bowed her head to me and gestured with an elegant hand to the wall beneath her feet. Here, fair darling, you shall find your task. Simply answer the question by selecting the correct lever, and you'll win. Select the wrong one to your doom. As there are only 3 options, I think I gave you an unfair advantage. She snapped her fingers, and something metallic groaned. That is, she added, if you can solve the puzzle in time. Not too high above, the 2 giant, spike-encrusted grates I dismissed as chandeliers began lowering, slowly descending toward the chamber. I whirled to Lucien. That was the reason for the gate cleaving the chamber in 2, so I would have to watch as he splattered beneath, just as I myself was squashed. The spikes, which had been supporting candles and torches, glowed red, and even from a distance, I could see the heat rippling off them. Lucien wrenched at his chains. This would not be a clean death. And then I turned to the wall that Amarantha had gestured to. A lengthy inscription was carved into its smooth surface, and beneath it were 3 stone levers with the numbers 1, 2, and 3 engraved above them. I began to shake. I recognized only basic words, useless ones like the and, but, and went. Everything else was a blur of letters I didn't know, letters I'd have to slowly sound out or research to understand. The spiked grate was still descending, now level with Amarantha's head, and would soon shut off any chance I stood of getting out of this pit. The heat from the glowing iron already smothered me, sweat starting to bead at my temples. Who had told her I couldn't read? Something wrong. She raised an eyebrow. I snapped my attention to the inscription, keeping my breathing as steady as I could. She hadn't mentioned reading as an issue. She would have mocked me more if she'd known about my illiteracy. Fate, a cruel, vicious twist of fate. The chains rattled and strained, and Lucien cursed as he beheld what was before me. I turned to him, but when I saw his face, I knew he was too far to be able to read it aloud to me, even with his enhanced metal eye. If I could hear the question, I might stand a chance at solving it, but riddles weren't my strong point. I was going to be skewered by burning hot spikes and then crushed on the ground like a grape. The grate now passed over the lip of the pit, filling it entirely. No corner was safe. If I didn't answer the question before the grate passed the levers. My throat closed up, and I read and read and read, but no words came. The air became thick and stank of metal. Not magic, but burning, unforgiving steel creeping toward me, inch by inch. Answer it, Lucien shouted. His voice hitched. My eyes stung. The world was just a blur of letters, mocking me with their turns and shapes. The metal groaned as it scraped against the smooth stone of the chamber, and the faeries' whispers grew more frenzied. Through the holes in the grate, I thought I saw Lucien's eldest brother chuckle. Hot, so unbearably hot. It would hurt. Those spikes were large and blunt. It wouldn't be quick. It would take some force to pierce through my body. Sweat slid down my neck, my back as I stared at the letters, at the 1, 2, and 3 that had somehow become my lifeline. 2 choices would doom me, 1 choice would stop the grate. I found numbers in the inscription. It must be a riddle, a logic problem, a maze of words worse than any worm's labyrinth. "Feyre!" Lucien cried, panting as he stared at the ever-lowering spikes. The gleeful faces of the high fae and lesser faeries sneered at me above the grate. 3. Grasshope, grasshoppers. The gate wouldn't stop, and there wasn't a full body length between my head and the first of those spikes. I could have sworn the heat devoured the air in the pit. Were boo, balboon, king sing bouncing. I should say my goodbyes to Tamlin. Right now, this was what my life amounted to. These were my last moments. This was it, the final breaths of my body, the last beatings of my heart. "Just pick one," Lucien shouted, and some of those in the crowd laughed. His brothers, no doubt, the loudest. I reached a hand toward the levers and stared at the 3 numbers beyond my trembling, tattooed fingers. 1, 2, 3. They meant nothing to me beyond life and death. Chance might save me, but 2. 2 was a lucky number because that was like Tamlin and me, just 2 people. 1 had to be bad because 1 was like Amarantha or the Atar solitary beings. 1 was a nasty number, and 3 was too much. It was 3 sisters crammed into a tiny cottage, hating each other until they choked on it, until it poisoned them. 2. It was 2. I could gladly, willingly, fanatically believe in a cauldron and fate if they would take care of me. I believed in 2. 2. I reached for the second lever, but a blinding pain racked my hand before I could touch the stone. I hissed, withdrawing. I opened my palm to reveal the slitted eye tattooed there. It narrowed. I had to be hallucinating. The grate was about to cover the inscription, barely 6 feet above my head. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The heat was too much and metal sizzled, so close to my ears. I again reached for the middle lever, but the pain paralyzed my fingers. The eye had returned to its usual state. I extended my hand toward the first lever. Again, pain. I reached for the third lever. No pain. My fingers met with stone, and I looked up to find the grate not 4 feet from my head. Through it, I found a star-flecked violet gaze. I reached for the first lever. Pain. But when I reached for the third lever, Rhysand's face remained a mask of boredom. Sweat slipped down my brow, stinging my eyes. I could only trust him. I could only give myself up again, forced to concede by my helplessness. The spikes were so enormous up close. All I had to do was lift my arm above my head and I'd burn the flesh off my hands. "Feyre, please," Lucien moaned. I shook so badly I could scarcely stand. The heat of the spikes bore down on me. The stone lever was cool in my hand. I shut my eyes, unable to look at Tamlin, bracing myself for the impact and the agony, and pulled the third lever. Silence. The pulsing heat didn't grow closer. Then a sigh. "Lucien." I opened my eyes to find my tattooed fingers white-knuckled beneath the ink as they gripped the lever. The spikes hovered not inches from my head. Unmoving, stopped. I had one. The grate groaned as it lifted toward the ceiling, cool air flooding the chamber. I gulped it down in uneven breaths. Lucian was offering up some kind of prayer, kissing the ground again and again. The floor beneath me rose, and I was forced to release the lever that had saved me as I was brought to the surface again. My knees wobbled. I couldn't read, and it had almost killed me. I hadn't even won properly. I sank to my knees, letting the platform carry me, and covered my face in my shaking hands. Tears burned just before pain seared through my left arm. I would never beat the third task. I would never free Tamlin or his people. The pain shot through my bones again, and through my increasing hysteria, I heard words inside my head that stopped me short. Don't let her see you cry. Put your hands at your sides and stand up. I couldn't move. Stand. Don't give her the satisfaction of seeing you break. My knees and spine, not entirely of my own will, forced me upright, and when the ground at last stopped moving, I looked at Amarantha with tearless eyes. Good, Rhysand told me. Stare her down. No tears, wait until you're back in your cell. Amarantha's face was drawn and white, her black eyes like onyx as she beheld me. I had won, but I should be dead. I should be squashed, my blood oozing everywhere. Count to 10. Don't look at Tamlin. Just stare at her. I obeyed. It was the only thing that kept me from giving in to the sobs trapped within my chest, thundering to get out. I willed myself to meet Amarantha's gaze. It was cold and vast and full of ancient malice, but I held it. I counted to 10. Good girl. Now walk away. Turn on your heel, good. Walk toward the door. Keep your chin high. Let the crowd part. One step after another. I listened to him, let him keep me tethered to sanity as I was escorted back to my cell by the guards, who still kept their distance. Rhysand's words echoed through my mind, holding me together. But when my cell door closed, he went silent, and I dropped to the floor and wept. I wept for hours, for myself, for Tamlin, for the fact that I should be dead and had somehow survived. I cried for everything I'd lost, every injury I'd ever received, every wound, physical or otherwise. I cried for that trivial part of me, once so full of color and light, now hollow and dark and empty. Couldn't stop, couldn't breathe, couldn't beat her. She won today and she hadn't known it. She'd won. It was only by cheating that I'd survived. Tamlin would never be free, and I would perish in the most awful of ways. I couldn't read. I was an ignorant human fool. My shortcomings had caught up with me, and this place would become my tomb. I would never paint again, never see the sun again. The walls closed in, the ceiling dropped. I wanted to be crushed. I wanted to be snuffed out. Everything converged, squeezing inward, sucking out air. I couldn't keep myself in my body. The walls were forcing me out of it. I was grasping for my body, but it hurt too much each time I tried to maintain the connection. All I had wanted, all I had dared want, was a life that was quiet, easy. Nothing more than that. Nothing extraordinary. But now, I felt the ripple in the darkness without having to look up, and didn't flinch at the soft footsteps that approached me. I didn't bother hoping that it would be Tamlin, still weeping. Rhysand. I didn't lower my hands from my face. The floor rose toward the lowering ceiling. I would soon be flattened. There was no color, no light here. You've just beaten her second task. Tears are unnecessary. I wept harder and he laughed. The stones reverberated as he knelt before me, and though I tried to fight him, his grip was firm as he grasped my wrists and pried my hands from my face. The walls weren't moving, and the room was open, gaping. No colors, but shades of darkness, of night. Only those star-flecked violet eyes were bright, full of color and light. He gave me a lazy smile before he leaned forward. I pulled away, but his hands were like shackles. I could do nothing as his mouth met with my cheek, and he licked away a tear. His tongue was hot against my skin, so startling that I couldn't move as he licked away another path of salt water, and then another. My body went taut and loose all at once, and I burned. Even as chills shuddered along my limbs. It was only when his tongue danced along the damp edges of my lashes that I jerked back. He chuckled as I scrambled for the corner of the cell. I wiped my face as I glared at him. He smirked, sitting down against a wall. I figured that would get you to stop crying. It was disgusting. I wiped my face again. Was it? He quirked an eyebrow and pointed to his palm, to the place where my tattoo would be. Beneath all your pride and stubbornness, I could have sworn I detected something that felt differently. Interesting. Get out. As usual, your gratitude is overwhelming. Do you want me to kiss your feet for what you did at the trial? Do you want me to offer another week of my life? Not unless you feel compelled to do so, he said, his eyes like stars. It was bad enough that my life was forfeited to this Fey Lord, but to have a bond where he could now freely read my thoughts and feelings and communicate. Who would have thought that the self-righteous human girl couldn't read? Keep your damned mouth shut about it. Me? I wouldn't dream of telling anyone. Why waste that kind of knowledge on petty gossip? If I'd had the strength, I would have leaped on him and ripped him apart. You're a disgusting bastard. I'll have to ask Tamlin if this kind of flattery won his heart. He groaned as he stood, a soft, deep-throated noise that traveled along my bones. His eyes met with mine and he smiled slowly. I exposed my teeth, almost hissing. I'll spare you the escort duties tomorrow, he said, shrugging as he walked to the cell door. But the night after, I expect you to be looking your finest. He gave me a grin that suggested my finest wasn't very much at all. He paused by the door, but didn't dissolve into darkness. I've been thinking of ways to torment you when you come to my court. I'm wondering, will assigning you to learn to read be as painful as it looked today? He vanished into shadow before I could launch myself at him. I paced through my cell, scowling at the eye in my hand. I spat every curse I could at it, but there was no response. It took me a long while to realize that Rhys, and whether he knew it or not, had effectively kept me from shattering completely. Chapter 41. What followed the second trial was a series of days that I don't care to recall. A permanent darkness settled over me, and I began to look forward to the moment when Rhys gave me that goblet of fairy wine and I could lose myself for a few hours. I stopped contemplating Amarantha's riddle. It was impossible, especially for an illiterate, ignorant human. Thinking of Tamlin made everything worse. I'd beaten 2 of Amarantha's tasks, but I knew it deep in my bones, that the third would be the one to kill me. After what had happened to her sister, what Jurian had done, she would never let me leave here alive. I couldn't entirely blame her. I doubted I would ever forget or forgive something like that being done to Nesta or Ellen, no matter how many centuries had passed. But I still wasn't going to leave here alive. The future I dreamed of was just that, a dream. I'd grow old and withered, while he would remain young for centuries, perhaps millennia. At best, I'd have decades with him before I died. Decades. That was what I was fighting for. A flash in time for them, a drop in the pool of their eons. So I greedily drank the wine, and I stopped caring about who I was and what had once mattered to me. I stopped thinking about color, about light, about the green of Tamlin's eyes, about all those things I had still wanted to paint and now would never get to. I wasn't going to leave this mountain alive. I was walking to the dressing chamber with Rhysand's 2 shadow servants. staring at nothing and thinking of even less, when a hissing noise and the flap of wings sounded from around an upcoming corner. The adder. The faeries beside me tensed, but their chins rose slightly. I'd never become accustomed to the adder, but I had come to accept its malignant presence. Seeing my escort stiffen awakened a dormant dread, and my mouth turned dry as we neared the bend. Even though we were veiled and hidden by shadow, each step brought me closer to that winged demon. My feet turned leaden. Then a lower, guttural voice grunted in response to the hissing of the adder. Nails clicked on stone, and my escorts swapped glances before they swung me into an alcove. A tapestry that hadn't been there a moment before falling over us, the shadows deepening, solidifying. I had a feeling that if someone pulled back that tapestry, they would see only darkness and stone. One of them covered my mouth with a hand, holding me tightly to her, shadows slithering down her arm and onto mine. She smelled of jasmine. I'd never noticed that before. After all these nights, I didn't even know their names. The adder and its companion rounded the bend, still talking, their voices low. It was only when I could understand their words that I realized we weren't merely hiding. Yes, the adder was saying, "Good. She'll be most pleased to hear that they're ready at last." "But will the High Lords contribute their forces?" the guttural voice replied. I could have sworn it snorted like a pig. They came closer and closer, unaware of us. My escorts pressed in tighter to me, so tense that I realized they were holding their breath. Handmaidens and spies. "The High Lords will do as she tells them." The adder gloated, and its tail slithered and slashed across the floor. I heard talk from soldiers in Hybern that the High King is not pleased regarding this situation with the girl. Amarantha made a fool's bargain. She cost him the war the last time because of her madness with Jurian. If she turns her back on him again, he will not be so willing to forgive her. Stealing his spells and taking a territory for her own is one thing. Failure to aid in his cause a second time is another. There was a loud hiss, and I trembled as the adder snapped its jaws at its companion. Milady makes no bargains that are not advantageous to her. She lets them claw at hope, but once it is shattered, they are her beautifully broken minions. They had to be passing right before the tapestry. "You had better hope so," the guttural voice replied. What manner of creature was this thing to be so unmoved by the adder? My escort's shadowy hand clamped tighter around my mouth, and the adder passed on. "Don't trust your senses," Alice's voice echoed through my mind. The adder had caught me once before when I thought I was safe. "And you had better hold your tongue," the adder warned, "or Milady will do so for you, and her pincers are not kind." The other creature snorted that pig noise. "I am here on a condition of immunity from the king. If your lady thinks she's above the king because she rules this wretched land, she'll soon remember who can strip her powers away without spells and potions." The adder didn't reply, and a part of me wished for it to retort, to snap back. But it was silenced, and fear hit my stomach like a stone dropped into a pool. Whatever plans the King of Hybern had been working on for these long years, his campaign to take back the mortal world, it seemed he was no longer content to wait. Perhaps Amarantha would soon receive what she wanted: destruction of my entire realm. My blood went cold. Nesta. I trusted Nesta to get my family away, to protect them. Their voices faded, and it wasn't until a good extra minute had passed that the two females relaxed. The tapestry vanished, and we slipped back into the hall. "What was that?" I said, looking from one to the other as the shadows around us lightened, but not by much. "Who was that?" I clarified. "Trouble," they answered in unison. "Does Rhys know?" "He will soon," one of them said. We resumed our silent walk to the dressing room. There was nothing I could do about the King of Hybern. Anyway, not while trapped under the mountain. Not when I hadn't even been able to free Tamlin, much less myself. And with Nesta prepared to flee with my family, there was no one else to warn. So day after day passed, bringing my third trial ever closer. I suppose I sank so far into myself that it took something extraordinary to pull me out again. I was watching the light dance along the damp stones of the ceiling of my cell, like moonlight on water, when a noise traveled to me, down through the stones, rippling across the floor. I was so used to the strange fiddles and drums of the faeries that when I heard the lilting melody, I thought it was another hallucination. Sometimes, if I stared at the ceiling long enough, it became the vast expanse of the starry night sky, and I became a small, unimportant thing that blew away in the wind. I looked toward the small vent in the corner of the ceiling through which the music entered my cell. The source must have been far away, for it was just a faint stirring of notes, but when I closed my eyes, I could hear it more clearly. I could see it, as if it were a grand painting, a living mural. There was beauty in this music, beauty and goodness. The music folded over itself like batter being poured from a bowl, one note atop another, melting together to form a whole, rising, filling me. It wasn't wild music, but there was a violence of passion in it, a swelling kind of joy and sorrow. I pulled my knees to my chest, needing to feel the sturdiness of my skin, even with the slime of the oily paint upon it. The music built a path, an ascent founded upon archways of color. I followed it, walking out of that cell, through layers of earth, up and up, into fields of cornflowers, past a canopy of trees, and into the open expanse of sky. The pulse of the music was like hands that gently pushed me onward, pulling me higher, guiding me through the clouds. I'd never seen clouds like these. In their puffy sides, I could discern faces fair and sorrowful. They faded before I could view them too clearly, and I looked into the distance to where the music summoned me. It was either a sunset or sunrise. The sun filled the clouds with magenta and purple, and its orange-gold rays blended with my path to form a band of shimmering metal. I wanted to fade into it, wanted the light of that sun to burn me away, to fill me with such joy that I would become a ray of sunshine myself. This wasn't music to dance to. It was music to worship, music to fill in the gaps of my soul, to bring me to a place where there was no pain. I didn't realize I was weeping until the wet warmth of a tear splashed upon my arm. But even then I clung to the music, gripping it like a ledge that kept me from falling. I hadn't realized how badly I didn't want to tumble into that deep dark, how much I wanted to stay here among the clouds and color and light. I let the sounds ravage me, let them lay me flat and run over my body with their drums. Up and up, building to a palace in the sky, a hall of alabaster and moonstone, where all that was lovely and kind and fantastic dwelled in peace. I wept to be so close to that palace, wept from the need to be there. Everything I wanted was there, the one I loved was there. The music was Tamlin's fingers strumming my body. It was the gold in his eyes and the twist of his smile. It was that breathy chuckle, and the way he said those 3 words. It was this I was fighting for, this I had sworn to save. The music rose, louder, grander, faster, from wherever it was played. A wave that peaked, shattering the gloom of my cell. A shuddering sob broke from me as the sound faded into silence. I sat there, trembling and weeping, too raw and exposed, left naked by the music and the color in my mind. When the tears had stopped but the music still echoed in my every breath, I lay on my pallet of hay, listening to my breathing. The music flittered through my memories, binding them together, making them into a quilt that wrapped around me. that warmed my bones. I looked at the eye in the center of my palm, but it only stared right back at me, unmoving. 2 more days until my final trial. Just 2 more days, and then I would learn what the eddies of the cauldron had planned for me. Chapter 42. It was a party like any other, even if it would likely be my last. Fairies drank and lounged and danced, laughing and singing bawdy and ethereal songs. No glimmer of anticipation for what might occur tomorrow, what I stood to alter for them, for their world. Perhaps they knew I would die too. I lurked by a wall, forgotten by the crowd, waiting for Rhys and to beckon me to drink the wine and dance or do whatever it was he wished of me. I was clothed in my typical attire, tattooed from the neck down with that blue-black paint. Tonight my gossamer gown was a shade of sunset pink, the color too bright and feminine against the whirls of paint on my skin, too cheery for what awaited me tomorrow. Rhys was taking longer than usual to summon me, though it was probably because of the supple-bodied fairy perched in his lap, caressing his hair with her long greenish fingers. He'd tire of her soon. I didn't bother to look at Amarantha. I was better off pretending she wasn't there. Lucien never spoke to me in public, and Tamlin, it had become difficult to look at him in recent days. I just wanted it done. I wanted that wine to carry me through this last night and bring me to my fate. I was so intent on anticipating Rhysand's order to serve him that I didn't notice that someone stood beside me until the heat from his body leaked onto mine. I went rigid when I smelled that rain and earthen scent and didn't dare to turn to Tamlin. We stood side by side, staring out at the crowd, as still and unnoticeable as statues. His fingers brushed mine, and a line of fire went through me, burning me so badly that my eyes pricked with tears. I wished he wasn't touching my marred hand, that his fingers didn't have to caress the contours of that wretched tattoo. But I lived in that moment. My life became beautiful again for those few seconds when our hands grazed. I kept my face set in a mask of cold. He dropped his hand, and as quickly as he had come, he sauntered off, weaving through the crowd. It was only when he glanced over his shoulder and inclined his head ever so slightly that I understood. My heart beat faster than it ever had during my trials, and I made myself look as bored as possible before I pushed off the wall and casually strolled after him. I took a different route, but headed toward the small door half hidden by a tapestry near which he lingered. I had only moments before Rhys and would begin looking for me, but a moment alone with Tamlin would be enough. I could scarcely breathe as I moved nearer and nearer to the door, past Amarantha's dais, past a group of giggling faeries. Tamlin disappeared through the door as quick as lightning, and I slowed my steps to a meandering pace. These days no one really paid attention to me until I became Rhys's drugged plaything. All too quickly, the door was before me, and it swung open noiselessly to let me in. Darkness encompassed me. I saw only a flash of green and gold before the warmth of Tamlin's body slammed into me and our lips met. I couldn't kiss him deeply enough, couldn't hold him tightly enough, couldn't touch enough of him. Words weren't necessary. I tore at his shirt, needing to feel the skin beneath one last time, and I had to stifle the moan that rose up in me as he grasped my breast. I didn't want him to be gentle because what I felt for him wasn't at all like that. What I felt was wild and hard and burning, and so he was with me. He tore his lips from mine and bit my neck, bit it as he had on Fire Night. I had to grind my teeth to keep myself from moaning and giving us away. This might be the last time I touched him, the last time we could be together. I wouldn't waste it. My fingers grappled with his belt buckle, and his mouth found mine again. Our tongues danced, not a waltz or a minuet, but a war dance, a death dance of bone drums and screaming fiddles. I wanted him here, I hooked a leg around his middle, needing to be closer, and he ground his hips harder against me, crushing me into the icy wall. I pried the belt buckle loose, whipping the leather free, and Tamlin growled his desire in my ear. A low, probing sort of sound that made me see red and white and lightning. We both knew what tomorrow would bring. I tossed away his belt and started fumbling for his pants. Someone coughed. Shameful, Rhys purred, and we whirled to find him faintly illuminated by the light that broke in through the doorway. But he stood behind us, farther into the passage, rather than toward the door. He hadn't come in through the throne room. With that ability of his, he had probably walked through the walls. Just shameful. He stalked toward us. Tamlin remained holding me. "Look at what you've done to my pet." Panting, neither of us said anything, but the air became a cold kiss upon my skin, upon my exposed breasts. Amarantha would be greatly aggrieved if she knew her little warrior was dallying with the human help. Rhys went on, crossing his arms. "I wonder how she'd punish you, or perhaps she'd stay true to habit and punish Lucien. He still has one eye to lose after all. Maybe she'll put it in a ring too." Ever so slowly, Tamlin removed my hands from his body and stepped out of my embrace. "I'm glad to see you're being reasonable," Rhys said, and Tamlin bristled. "Now, be a clever High Lord and buckle your belt and fix your clothes before you go out there." Tamlin looked at me and, to my horror, did as Rhys instructed. My High Lord never took his eyes off my face as he straightened his tunic and hair, then retrieved and fastened his belt again. The paint on his hands and clothes, paint from me, vanished. "Enjoy the party," Rhys crooned, pointing to the door. Tamlin's green eyes flickered as they continued to stare into mine. He softly said, "I love you." Without another glance at Rhys, he left. I was temporarily blinded by the brightness that poured in when he opened the door and slipped out. He did not look back at me before the door snicked shut and darkness returned to the dim hall. Rhys chuckled. "If you're that desperate for release, you should have asked me." "Pig," I snapped, covering my breasts with the folds of my gown. With a few easy steps, he crossed the distance between us and pinned my arms to the wall. My bones groaned. I could have sworn shadow talons dug into the stones beside my head. "Do you actually intend to put yourself at my mercy? Or are you truly that stupid?" His voice was composed of sensuous, bone-breaking ire. "I'm not your slave. You're a fool, Feyre. Do you have any idea what could have happened had Amarantha found you two in here? Tamlin might refuse to be her lover, but she keeps him at her side out of the hope that she'll break him, dominate him as she loves to do with our kind." I kept silent. "You're both fools," he murmured, his breathing uneven. "How did you not think that someone would notice you were gone? You should thank the Cauldron Lucien's delightful brothers weren't watching you." "What do you care?" I barked, and his grip tightened enough on my wrists that I knew my bones would snap with a little more pressure. "What do I care?" he breathed, wrath twisting his features. Wings, those membranous, glorious wings, flared from his back, crafted from the shadows behind him. "What do I care?" But before he could go on, his head snapped to the door, then back to my face. The wings vanished as quickly as they had appeared, and then his lips were crushing into mine. His tongue pried my mouth open, forcing himself into me, into the space where I could still taste Tamlin. I pushed and thrashed, but he held firm, his tongue sweeping over the roof of my mouth, against my teeth, claiming my mouth, claiming me. The door was flung wide, and Amarantha's curved figure filled its space. Tamlin. Tamlin was beside her, his eyes slightly wide, shoulders tight as Rhys's lips still crushed mine. Amarantha laughed, and a mask of stone slammed down on Tamlin's face, void of feeling, void of anything vaguely like the Tamlin I'd been tangled up with moments before. Rhys casually released me with a flick of his tongue over my bottom lip as a crowd of high fae appeared behind Amarantha and chimed in with her laughter. Rhys and gave them a lazy, self-indulgent grin and bowed. But something sparked in the queen's eyes as she looked at Rhys-san. Amarantha's whore, they'd called him. "I knew it was a matter of time," she said, putting a hand on Tamlin's arm. The other she lifted so Jurians I might see as she said, "You humans are all the same, aren't you?" I kept my mouth shut, even as I could have died for shame, even as I ached to explain. Tamlin had to realize the truth. But I wasn't given the luxury of learning whether Tamlin understood as Amarantha clicked her tongue and turned away, taking her entourage with her. Typical human trash with their inconstant, dull hearts, she said to herself, nothing more than a satisfied cat. Following them, Rhys grabbed my arm to drag me back into the throne room. It was only when the light hit me that I saw the smudges and smears on my paint. Smudges along my breasts and stomach, and the paint that had mysteriously appeared on Rhys-san's hands. "I'm tired of you for tonight," Rhys said, giving me a light shove toward the main exit. "Go back to your cell." Behind him, Amarantha and her court smiled with glee, their grins widening when they beheld the marred paint. I looked for Tamlin, but he was stalking for his usual throne on the dais, keeping his back to me, as if he couldn't stand to look. I don't know what time it was, but hours later, footsteps sounded inside my cell. I jolted into a sitting position, and Rhys stepped out of a shadow. I could still feel the heat of his lips against mine, the smooth glide of his tongue inside my mouth, even though I'd washed my mouth out 3 times with the bucket of water in my cell. His tunic was unbuttoned at the top, and he ran a hand through his blue-black hair before he wordlessly slumped against the wall across from me and slid to the floor. "What do you want?" I demanded. "A moment of peace and quiet," he snapped, rubbing his temples. I paused. "From what?" He massaged his pale skin, making the corners of his eyes go up and down, out and in. He sighed. "From this mess." I sat up farther on my pallet of hay. I'd never seen him so candid. "That damned bitch is running me ragged," he went on, and dropped his hands from his temples to lean his head against the wall. "You hate me. Imagine how you'd feel if I made you serve in my bedroom. I'm High Lord of the Night Court, not her harlot." So the slurs were true, and I could imagine very easily how much I would hate him, what it would do to me, to be enslaved to someone like that. "Why are you telling me this?" The swagger and nastiness were gone. "Because I'm tired and lonely, and you're the only person I can talk to without putting myself at risk." He let out a low laugh. "How absurd. A High Lord of Prythian and a... You can leave if you're just going to insult me." "But I'm so good at it." He flashed one of his grins. I glared at him, but he sighed. "One wrong move tomorrow, Feyre, and we're all doomed." The thought struck a chord of such horror that I could hardly breathe. "And if you fail," he went on, more to himself than to me, "then Amarantha will rule forever. If she captured Tamlin's power once, who's to say she can't do it again?" It was the question I hadn't yet dared voice. "He won't be tricked again so easily," he said, staring up at the ceiling. "Her biggest weapon is that she keeps our powers contained. But she can't access them, not wholly, though she can control us through them. It's why I've never been able to shatter her mind, why she's not dead already. The moment you break Amarantha's curse, Tamlin's wrath will be so great that no force in the world will keep him from splattering her on the walls." A chill went through me. "Why do you think I'm doing this?" He waved a hand to me. Because you're a monster. He laughed. True, but I'm also a pragmatist. Working Tamlin into a senseless fury is the best weapon we have against her. Seeing you enter into a fool's bargain with Amarantha was one thing, but when Tamlin saw my tattoo on your arm, oh, you should have been born with my abilities, if only to have felt the rage that seeped from him. I didn't want to think much about his abilities. Who's to say he won't splatter you as well? Perhaps he'll try, but I have a feeling he'll kill Amarantha first. That's what it all boils down to, anyway. Even your servitude to me can be blamed on her. So he'll kill her tomorrow, and I'll be free before he can start a fight with me that will reduce our once sacred mountain to rubble. He picked at his nails. And I have a few other cards to play. I lifted my brows in silent question. Fair, for Cauldron's sake. I drug you, but you don't wonder why I never touch you beyond your waist or arms. Until tonight, until that damned kiss. I gritted my teeth, but even as my anger rose, a picture cleared. It's the only claim I have to innocence, he said. The only thing that will make Tamlin think twice before entering into a battle with me that would cause a catastrophic loss of innocent life. It's the only way I can convince him I was on your side. Believe me, I would have liked nothing more than to enjoy you. But there are bigger things at stake than taking a human woman to my bed. I knew, but I still asked, like what? Like my territory, he said, and his eyes held a far-off look that I hadn't yet seen. Like my remaining people, enslaved to a tyrant queen who can end their lives with a single word. Surely Tamlin expressed similar sentiments to you. He hadn't, not entirely. He hadn't been able to, thanks to the curse. Why did Amarantha target you? I dared ask. Why make you her whore? Beyond the obvious? He gestured to his perfect face. When I didn't smile, he loosed a breath. My father killed Tamlin's father and his brothers. I started. Tamlin had never told me the Night Court was responsible for that. It's a long story, and I don't feel like getting into it, but let's just say that when she stole our lands out from under us, Amarantha decided that she especially wanted to punish the son of her friend's murderer. Decided that she hated me enough for my father's deeds that I was to suffer. I might have reached a hand toward him, might have offered my apologies, but every thought had dried up in my head. What Amarantha had done to him. So, he said wearily, here we are with the fate of our immortal world in the hands of an illiterate human. His laugh was unpleasant as he hung his head, cupping his forehead in a hand, and closed his eyes. What a mess! Part of me searched for the words to wound him in his vulnerability, but the other half recalled all that he had said, all that he had done, how his head had snapped to the door before he'd kissed me. He'd known Amarantha was coming. Maybe he'd done it to make her jealous, but maybe if he hadn't been kissing me, if he hadn't shown up and interrupted us, I would have gone out into that throne room covered in smudged paint. And everyone, especially Amarantha, would have known what I'd been up to. It wouldn't have taken much to figure out whom I'd been with, especially not once they saw the paint on Tamlin. I didn't want to consider what the punishment might have been. Regardless of his motives or his methods, Rhys was keeping me alive, and had done so even before I set foot under the mountain. I've told you too much, he said as he got to his feet. Perhaps I should have drugged you first. If you were clever, you'd find a way to use this against me. And if you had any stomach for cruelty, you'd go to Amarantha and tell her the truth about her whore. Perhaps she'd give you Tamlin for it. He slid his hands into the pockets of his black pants, but even as he faded into shadow, there was something in the curve of his shoulders that made me speak. When you healed my arm, you didn't need to bargain with me. You could have demanded every single week of the year. My brows knit together as he turned, already half consumed by the dark. Every single week, and I would have said yes. It wasn't entirely a question, but I needed the answer. A half smile appeared on his sensuous lips. "I know," he said, and vanished. Chapter 43. For my final task, I was given my old tunic and pants, stained and torn and reeking. But despite my stench, I kept my chin high as I was escorted to the throne room. The doors were flung open, and the silence of the room assaulted me. I waited for the jeers and shouts, waited to see gold flash as the onlookers placed their bets. But this time the faeries just stared at me, the masked ones especially intently. Their world rested on my shoulders, Rhys had said, but I didn't think it was worry alone that was spread across their features. I had to swallow hard as a few of them touched their fingers to their lips, then extended their hands to me. A gesture for the fallen, a farewell to the honored dead. There was nothing malicious about it. Most of these faeries belonged to the courts of the High Lords, had belonged to those courts long before Amarantha seized their lands, their lives. And if Tamlin and Rhys and were playing games to keep us alive, I strode up the path they'd cleared, straight for Amarantha. The queen smiled when I stopped in front of her throne. Tamlin was in his usual place beside her, but I wouldn't look at him, not yet. "2 trials lie behind you," Amarantha said, picking at a fleck of dust on her blood-red gown. Her black hair shone, a gleaming darkness that threatened to swallow up her golden crown. "And only one more awaits. I wonder if it will be worse to fail now, when you are so close." She gave me a pout, and we both awaited the laughter of the faeries. But only a few laughs hissed from the red-skinned guards. Everyone else remained silent, even Lucien's miserable brothers, even Rhys and wherever he was in the crowd. I blinked to clear my burning eyes. Perhaps, like Rhysand's, their oaths of allegiance and betting on my life and nastiness had been a show. And perhaps now that the end was imminent, they too would face my potential death with whatever dignity they had left. Amarantha glared at them, but when her gaze fell upon me, she smiled broadly, sweetly. "Any words to say before you die?" I came up with a plethora of curses, but I instead looked at Tamlin. He didn't react, his features were like stone. I wished that I could glimpse his face, if only for a moment, but all I needed to see were those green eyes. "I love you," I said, "no matter what she says about it, no matter if it's only with my insignificant human heart. Even when they burn my body, I'll love you." My lips trembled, and my vision clouded before several warm tears slipped down my chilled face. I didn't wipe them away. He didn't react. He didn't even grip the arms of his throne. I suppose that was his way of enduring it, even if it made my chest cave in, even if his silence killed me. Amarantha said sweetly, "You'll be lucky, my darling, if we even have enough left of you to burn." I stared at her long and hard, but her words were not met with jeers or smiles or applause from the crowd, only silence. It was a gift that gave me courage, that made me bunch my fists, that made me embrace the tattoo on my arm. I had beaten her until now, fairly or not, and I would not feel alone when I died. I would not die alone. It was all I could ask for. Amarantha propped her chin on a hand. "You never figured out my riddle, did you?" I didn't respond, and she smiled. "Pity. The answer is so lovely." "Get it over with," I growled. Amarantha looked at Tamlin. "No final words to her?" she said, quirking an eyebrow. When he didn't respond, she grinned at me. "Very well, then." She clapped her hands twice. A door swung open and 3 figures, 2 male and 1 female, with brown sacks tied over their heads, were dragged in by the guards. Their concealed faces turned this way and that as they tried to discern the whispers that rippled across the throne room. My knees bent slightly as they approached. With sharp jabs and blunt shoves, the red-skinned guards forced the three faeries to their knees at the foot of the dais, but facing me. Their bodies and clothes revealed nothing of who they were. Amarantha clapped her hands again, and three servants clad in black appeared at the side of each of the kneeling faeries. In their long, pale hands, they each carried a dark velvet pillow, and on each pillow lay a single polished wooden dagger. Not metal for a blade, but ash. Ash because... "Your final task, Feyre," Amarantha drawled, gesturing to the kneeling faeries. "Stab each of these unfortunate souls in the heart." I stared at her, my mouth opening and closing. "They're innocent. Not that it should matter to you," she went on, "since it wasn't a concern the day you killed Tamlin's poor sentinel. And it wasn't a concern for dear Jurian when he butchered my sister. But if it's a problem, well, you can always refuse. Of course, I'll take your life in exchange, but a bargain's a bargain, is it not? If you ask me, though, given your history with murdering our kind, I do believe I'm offering you a gift. Refuse and die. Kill 3 innocents and live. 3 innocents for my own future, for my own happiness, for Tamlin and his court and the freedom of an entire land." The wood of the razor-sharp daggers had been polished so expertly that it gleamed beneath the colored glass chandeliers. "Well?" she asked. She lifted her hand, letting Jurian's eye get a good look at me, at the ash daggers, and purred to it. "I wouldn't want you to miss this old friend. Couldn't do it. It wasn't like hunting. It wasn't for survival or defense. It was cold-blooded murder, the murder of them, of my very soul. But for Prythian, for Tamlin, for all of them here, for Alice and her boys, I wished I knew the name of one of our forgotten gods so that I might beg them to intercede. Wished I knew any prayers at all to plead for guidance, for absolution. But I did not know those prayers, or the names of our forgotten gods, only the names of those who would remain enslaved if I did not act. I silently recited those names, even as the horror of what knelt before me began to swallow me whole. For Prythian, for Tamlin, for their world and my own, these deaths would not be wasted, even if it would damn me forever. I stepped up to the first kneeling figure, the longest and most brutal step I'd ever taken. 3 lives in exchange for Prythian's liberation, 3 lives that would not be spent in vain. I could do this. I could do this even with Tamlin watching. I could make this sacrifice them. I could do this. My fingers trembled, but the first dagger wound up in my hand, its hilt cool and smooth, the wood of the blade heavier than I'd expected. There were 3 daggers because she wanted me to feel the agony of reaching for that knife again and again. Wanted me to mean it. "Not so fast," Amarantha chuckled, and the guards who held the first kneeling figure snatched the hood off its face. It was a handsome high fae youth. I didn't know him, I'd never seen him, but his blue eyes were pleading. "That's better," Amarantha said, waving her hand again. "Proceed, Feyre, dear. Enjoy it." His eyes were the color of a sky I'd never see again if I refused to kill him. A color I'd never get out of my mind, never forget no matter how many times I painted it. He shook his head, those eyes growing so large that white showed all around. He would never see that sky either, and neither would these people if I failed. "Please," he whispered, his focus darting between the ash dagger and my face. "Please." The dagger shook between my fingers, and I clenched it tighter. 3 faeries, that's all that stood between me and freedom, before Tamlin would be unleashed upon Amarantha. If he could destroy her, not in vain, I told myself, not in vain. "Don't," the fairy youth begged when I lifted the dagger. Don't! I took a gasping breath, my lips shaking as I quailed. Saying, "I'm sorry" wasn't enough. I'd never been able to say it to Andres. And now, "Please," he said, and his eyes lined with silver. Someone in the crowd began weeping. I was taking him away from someone who possibly loved him as much as I loved Tamlin. I couldn't think about it, couldn't think about who he was or the color of his eyes or any of it. Amarantha was grinning with wild, triumphant glee. Kill a fairy, fall in love with a fairy, then be forced to kill a fairy to keep that love. It was brilliant and cruel, and she knew it. Darkness rippled near the throne, and then Rhys was there, arms crossed, as if he'd moved to better see. His face was a mask of disinterest, but my hand tingled. "Do it," the tingling said. "Don't," the young fairy moaned. I began shaking my head. I couldn't listen to him. I had to do it now before he convinced me otherwise. "Please!" His voice rose to a shriek. The sound jarred me so much that I lunged. With a ragged sob, I plunged the dagger into his heart. He screamed, thrashing in the guard's grip as the blade cleaved through flesh and bone. Smooth as if it were real metal and not ash, and blood, hot and slick, showered my hand. I wept, yanking out the dagger, the reverberations of his bones against the blade stinging my hand. His eyes, full of shock and hate, remained on me as he sagged, damning me, and that person in the crowd let out a keening wail. My bloody dagger clacked on the marble floor as I stumbled back several steps. "Very good," Amarantha said. I wanted to get out of my body. I had to escape the stain of what I'd done. I had to get out. I couldn't endure the blood on my hands, the sticky warmth between my fingers. Now the next. "Oh, don't look so miserable, Feyre. Aren't you having fun?" I faced the second figure, still hooded. A female this time. The fairy in black extended the pillow with the clean dagger, and the guards holding her tore off her hood. Her face was simple, and her hair was gold brown like mine. Tears were already rolling down her round cheeks, and her bronze eyes tracked my bloody hand as I reached for the second knife. The cleanness of the wooden blade mocked the blood on my fingers. I wanted to fall to my knees to beg her forgiveness, to tell her that her death wouldn't be for naught. Wanted to, but there was such a rift running through me now that I could hardly feel my hands, my shredded heart. What I'd done. "Cauldron, save me," she began whispering, her voice lovely and even like music. "Mother, hold me," she went on, reciting a prayer similar to one I'd heard once before, when Tamlin eased the passing of that lesser fairy who died in the foyer, another of Amarantha's victims. "Guide me to you." I was unable to raise my dagger, unable to take the step that would close the distance between us. "Let me pass through the gates. Let me smell that immortal land of milk and honey." Silent tears slid down my face and neck, where they dampened the filthy collar of my tunic. As she spoke, I knew I would be forever barred from that immortal land. I knew that whatever mother she meant would never embrace me. In saving Tamlin, I was to damn myself. I couldn't do this, couldn't lift that dagger again. "Let me fear no evil," she breathed, staring at me. Me, into the soul that was cleaving itself apart. "Let me feel no pain." A sob broke from my lips. "I'm sorry," I moaned. "Let me enter eternity," she breathed. I wept as I understood. "Kill me now," she was saying. "Do it fast. Don't make it hurt. Kill me now." Her bronze eyes were steady, if not sorrowful. Infinitely worse than the pleading of the dead fairy beside her. I couldn't do it. But she held my gaze and nodded. As I lifted the ash dagger, Something inside me fractured so completely that there would be no hope of ever repairing it. No matter how many years passed, no matter how many times I might try to paint her face. More faeries wailed now, her kinsmen and friends. The dagger was a weight in my hand, shining and coated with the blood of that first faerie. It would be more honorable to refuse to die rather than murder innocents. But, let me enter eternity, she repeated, lifting her chin. Fear no evil, she whispered, just for me. Feel no pain. I gripped her delicate, bony shoulder and drove the dagger into her heart. She gasped, and blood spilled onto the ground like a splattering of rain. Her eyes were closed when I looked at her face again. She slumped to the floor and didn't move. I went somewhere far, far away from myself. The faeries were stirring now, shifting, many whispering and weeping. I dropped the dagger, and the knock of ash on marble roared in my ears. Why was Amarantha still smiling, with only one person left between myself and freedom? I glanced at Rhysand, but his attention was fixed upon Amarantha. One faerie, and then we were free. Just one more swing of my arm. And maybe one more after that. Maybe one more swing up and inward and into my own heart. It would be a relief to end it by my own hand, a relief to die rather than face this, what I'd done. The faerie servant offered the last dagger, and I was about to reach for it when the guard removed the hood from the male kneeling before me. My hands slackened at my sides. Amber-flecked green eyes stared up at me. Everything came crashing down, layer upon layer, shattering and breaking and crumbling, as I gazed at Tamlin. I whipped my head to the throne beside Amarantha's, still occupied by my High Lord, and she laughed as she snapped her fingers. The Tamlin beside her transformed into the Atter, smiling wickedly at me. Tricked, deceived by my own senses again. Slowly, my soul ripping further from me, I turned back to Tamlin. There was only guilt and sorrow in his eyes, and I stumbled away, almost falling as I tripped over my feet. Something wrong? Amarantha asked, cocking her head. Not fair. I got out. Rhysand's face had gone pale, so pale. Fair, Amarantha mused, playing with Jurian's bone on her necklace. I wasn't aware you humans knew of the concept. You kill Tamlin and he's free. Her smile was the most hideous thing I'd ever seen. And then you can have him all to yourself. My mouth stopped working. Unless, Amarantha went on, you think it would be more appropriate to forfeit your life. After all, what's the point? To survive only to lose him. Her words were like poison. Imagine all those years you were going to spend together, suddenly alone. Tragic, really. Though a few months ago, you hated our kind enough to butcher us. Surely you'll move on easily enough. She patted her ring. Jurian's human lover did. Still on his knees, Tamlin's eyes turned so bright, defiant. So, Amarantha said, but I didn't look at her. What will it be, fair? Kill him and save his court and my life, or kill myself and let them all live as Amarantha's slaves? Let her and the king of Hybern wage their final war against the human realm. There was no bargain to get out of this, no part of me to sell to avoid this choice. I stared at the ash dagger on that pillow. Alice had been right all those weeks ago. No human who came here ever walked out again. I was no exception. If I were smart, I would indeed stab my own heart before they could grab me. At least then I would die quickly. I wouldn't endure the torture that surely awaited me, possibly a fate like Jurian's. Alice had been right, but Alice had said something to help me, a final part of the curse, a part they couldn't tell me, a part that would aid me, and all she'd been able to do was tell me to listen to what I'd heard, as if I'd already learned everything I needed. I slowly faced Tamlin again. Memories flashed, one after another, blurs of color and words. Tamlin was High Lord of the Spring Court. What did that do to help me? The great rite was performed, no. He lied to me about everything, about why I'd been brought to the manor, about what was happening on his lands. The curse, he hadn't been allowed to tell me the truth, but he hadn't exactly pretended that everything was fine. No. He'd lied and explained as best he could and made it painfully obvious to me at every turn that something was very, very wrong. The ACOTAR in the garden, as hidden from me as I was from it. But Tamlin had hidden me. He told me to stay put and then led the ACOTAR right toward me. Let me overhear them. He'd left the dining room doors open when he'd spoken with Lucien about the curse, even if I hadn't realized it at the time. He'd spoken in public places. He'd wanted me to eavesdrop, because he wanted me to know, to listen, because this knowledge, I ransacked each conversation, turning over words like stones. A part of the curse I hadn't grasped, that they couldn't explicitly tell me, but Tamlin had needed me to know. Milady makes no bargains that are not advantageous to her. She would never kill what she desired most, not when she wanted Tamlin as much as I did. But if I killed him, she either knew I couldn't do it or she was playing a very, very dangerous game. Conversation after conversation echoed in my memory until I heard Lucien's words and everything froze. And that was when I knew. I couldn't breathe, not as I replayed the memory, not as I recalled the conversation I'd overheard one day. Lucien and Tamlin in the dining room, the door wide open for all to hear, for me to hear. For someone with a heart of stone, yours is certainly soft these days. I looked at Tamlin, my eyes flicking to his chest as another memory flashed. The ACOTAR in the garden, laughing. Though you have a heart of stone, Tamlin, the ACOTAR said, you certainly keep a host of fear inside it. Amarantha would never risk me killing him, because she knew I couldn't kill him. Not if his heart couldn't be pierced by a blade. Not if his heart had been turned to stone. I scanned his face, searching for any glimmer of truth. There was only that bold rebellion within his gaze. Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps it was just a fairy turn of phrase. But all those times I'd held Tamlin, I'd never felt his heartbeat. I'd been blind to everything until it came back to smack me in the face. But not this time. That was how she controlled him and his magic. How she controlled all the High Lords, dominating and leashing them just as she kept Jurian's soul tethered to that eye and bone. Trust no one, Alice had told me, but I trusted Tamlin, and more than that, I trusted myself. I trusted that I had heard correctly. I trusted that Tamlin had been smarter than Amarantha. I trusted that all I had sacrificed was not in vain. The entire room was silent, but my attention was upon only Tamlin. The revelation must have been clear on my face, for his breathing became a bit quicker, and he lifted his chin. I took a step toward him, then another. I was right. I had to be. I sucked in a breath as I grabbed the dagger off the outstretched pillow. I could be wrong. I could be painfully, tragically wrong. But there was a faint smile on Tamlin's lips as I stood over him, ash dagger in hand. There was such a thing as fate, because fate had made sure I was there to eavesdrop when they'd spoken in private, because fate had whispered to Tamlin that the cold, contrary girl he'd dragged to his home would be the one to break his spell, because fate had kept me alive just to get to this point, just to see if I had been listening. And there he was, my High Lord, my beloved, kneeling before me. I love you, I said, and stabbed him. Chapter 44. Tamlin cried out as my blade pierced his flesh, breaking bone. For a sickening moment, when his blood rushed onto my hand, I thought the ash dagger would go clean through him. But then there was a faint thud and a stinging reverberation in my hand as the dagger struck something hard and unyielding. Tamlin lurched forward, his face going pale, and I yanked the dagger from his chest. As the blood drained away from the polished wood, I lifted the blade. Its tip had been nicked, turned inward on itself. Tamlin clutched his chest as he panted, the wound already healing. Rhys and, at the foot of the dais, grinned from ear to ear. Amarantha climbed to her feet. The faeries murmured to one another. I dropped the blade, sending it clattering across the red marble. Kill her now. I wanted to bark at Tamlin, but he didn't move as he pushed his hand against his wound, blood dribbling out. Too slowly, he was healing too slowly. The mask didn't fall off. Kill her now. She won, someone in the crowd said. Free them, another echoed. But Amarantha's face blanched, her features contorting until she looked truly serpentine. I'll free them whenever I see fit. Feyre didn't specify when I had to free them, just that I had to. At some point, perhaps when you're dead. She finished with a hateful smile. You assumed that when I said instantaneous freedom regarding the riddle, it applied to the trials too, didn't you? Foolish, stupid human. I stepped back as she descended the steps of the dais. Her fingers curled into claws. Jurian's I was going wild within the ring, his pupil dilating and shrinking. And you, she hissed at me. You, her teeth gleamed, turning sharp. I'm going to kill you. Someone cried out, but I couldn't move, couldn't even try to get out of the way as something far more violent than lightning struck me, and I crashed to the floor. I'm going to make you pay for your insolence, Amarantha snarled, and a scream ravaged my throat as pain like nothing I had known erupted through me. My very bones were shattering as my body rose and then slammed onto the hard floor, and I was crushed beneath another wave of torturous agony. Admit you don't really love him, and I'll spare you, Amarantha breathed, and through my fractured vision, I saw her prowl toward me. Admit what a cowardly, lying, inconstant bit of human garbage you are. I wouldn't say that even if she splattered me across the ground, but I was being ripped apart from the inside out, and I thrashed, unable to outscream the pain. Feyre! Someone roared. No, not someone, Rhys, but Amarantha still neared. You think you're worthy of him? A high lord? You think you deserve anything at all, human? My back arched, and my ribs cracked, one by one. Rhys yelled my name again, yelled it as though he cared. I blacked out, but she brought me back, ensuring that I felt everything, ensuring that I screamed every time a bone broke. What are you but mud and bones and worm meat? Amarantha raged. What are you, compared to our kind, that you think you're worthy of us? Faeries began calling foul play, demanding Tamlin be released from the curse, calling her a cheating liar. Through the haze, I saw Rhys crouching by Tamlin, not to help him, but to grab the... You are all pigs, all scheming, filthy pigs. I sobbed between screams as her foot connected with my broken ribs. Again and again, your mortal heart is nothing to us. Then Rhys was on his feet, my bloody knife in his hands. He launched himself at Amarantha, swift as a shadow, the ash dagger aimed at her throat. She lifted a hand, not even bothering to look, and he was blasted back by a wall of white light. But the pain paused for a second, long enough for me to see him hit the ground and rise again and lunge for her, with hands that now ended in talons. He slammed into the invisible wall Amarantha had raised around herself, and my pain flickered as she turned to him. "You traitorous piece of filth," she seethed at Rhys, "and you're just as bad as these human beasts." One by one, as if a hand were shoving them in, his talons pushed back into his skin, leaving blood in their wake. He swore, low and vicious, "You were planning this all along." Her magic sent him sprawling, and it then hurled into Rhys and again, so hard that his head cracked against the stones and the knife dropped from his splayed fingers. No one made a move to help him, and she struck him once more with her power. The red marble splintered where he hit it, spiderwebbing toward me. With wave after wave she hit him. Rhys groaned. "Stop," I breathed, blood filling my mouth as I strained a hand to reach her feet. "Please." Rhys's arms buckled as he fought to rise, and blood dripped from his nose, splattering on the marble. His eyes met mine. The bond between us went taut. I flashed between my body and his, seeing myself through his eyes, bleeding and broken and sobbing. I snapped back into my own mind as Amarantha turned to me again. "Stop, stop, don't pretend you care, human," she crooned and curled her finger. I arched my back, my spine straining to the point of cracking, and Rhys and bellowed my name as I lost my grip on the room. Then the memories began, a compilation of the worst moments of my life, a storybook of despair and darkness. The final page came and I wept, not entirely feeling the agony of my body as I saw that young rabbit, bleeding out in that forest clearing, my knife through her throat. My first kill, the first life I'd taken. I'd been starving, desperate, yet afterward, once my family had devoured it, I had crept back into the woods and wept for hours, knowing a line had been crossed, my soul stained. "Say that you don't love him," Amarantha shrieked, and the blood on my hands became the blood of that rabbit, became the blood of what I had lost. But I wouldn't say it, because loving Tamlin was the only thing I had left, the only thing I couldn't sacrifice. A path cleared through my red and black vision. I found Tamlin's eyes, wide as he crawled toward Amarantha, watching me die, and unable to save me while his wound slowly healed, while she still gripped his power. Amarantha had never intended for me to live, never intended to let him go. "Amarantha, stop this," Tamlin begged at her feet as he clutched the gaping wound in his chest. "Stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I said about Clythia all those years ago. Please." Amarantha ignored him, but I couldn't look away. Tamlin's eyes were so green, green like the meadows of his estate, a shade that washed away the memories flooding through me, that pushed aside the evil breaking me apart bone by bone. I screamed again as my kneecaps strained, threatening to crack in two, but I saw that enchanted forest, saw that afternoon we'd lain in the grass, saw that morning we'd watched the sunrise, when for a moment, just one moment, I'd known true happiness. "Say that you don't truly love him," Amarantha spat, and my body twisted, breaking bit by bit. "Admit to your inconstant heart." "Amarantha, please," Tamlin moaned, his blood spilling onto the floor. "I'll do anything. I'll deal with you later," she snarled at him, and sent me falling into a fiery pit of pain. I would never say it, never let her hear that, even if she killed me. And if it was to be my downfall, so be it. If it would be the weakness that would break me, I would embrace it with all my heart. If this was, for though each of my strikes lands a powerful blow, when I kill, I do it slow. That's what these 3 months had been. A slow, horrible death. What I felt for Tamlin was the cause of this. There was no cure, not pain or absence or happiness. But scorned, I become a difficult beast to defeat. She could torture me all she liked, but it would never destroy what I felt for him. It would never make Tamlin want her, never eased the sting of his rejection. The world became dark at the borders of my vision, taking the edge off the pain. But I bless all those who are brave enough to dare. For so long, I had run from it, but opening myself to him, to my sisters, that had been a test of bravery as harrowing as any of my trials. "Say it, you vile beast," Amarantha hissed. She might have lied her way out of our bargain, but she'd sworn differently with the riddle, instantaneous freedom regardless of her will. Blood filled my mouth, warm as it dribbled out between my lips. I gazed at Tamlin's masked face one last time. "Love?" I breathed, the world crumbling into a blackness with no end. A pause in Amarantha's magic. "The answer to the riddle," I got out, choking on my own blood, "is love." Tamlin's eyes went wide before something forever cracked in my spine. Chapter 45. I was far away but still seeing through eyes that weren't mine, eyes attached to a person who slowly rose from his position on a cracked, bloodied floor. Amarantha's face slackened. There my body was prostrate on the ground, my head snapped to one side at a horribly wrong angle. A flash of red hair in the crowd. Lucien. Tears shone in Lucien's remaining eye as he raised his hands and removed the fox mask. The brutally scarred face beneath was still handsome, his features sharp and elegant. But my host was looking at Tamlin now, who slowly faced my dead body. Tamlin's still masked face twisted into something truly lupin as he raised his eyes to the queen and snarled. Fangs lengthened. Amarantha backed away from my corpse. She only whispered please before golden light exploded. The queen was blasted back, thrown against the far wall, and Tamlin let out a roar that shook the mountain as he launched himself at her. He shifted into his beast form faster than I could see. Fur and claws and pound upon pound of lethal muscle. She had no sooner hit the wall than he gripped her by the neck, and the stones cracked as he shoved her against it with a clawed paw. She thrashed but could do nothing against the brutal onslaught of Tamlin's beast. Blood ran down his furred arm from where she scratched. The adder and the guards rushed for the queen, but several faeries and high fae, their masks clattering to the ground, jumped into their path, tackling them. Amarantha screeched, kicking at Tamlin, lashing at him with her dark magic, but a wall of gold encompassed his fur like a second skin. She couldn't touch him. "Tam!" Lucien cried over the chaos. A sword hurtled through the air, a shooting star of steel. Tamlin caught it in a massive paw. Amarantha's scream was cut short as he drove the sword through her head and into the stone beneath, and then closed his powerful jaws around her throat and ripped it out. Silence fell. It wasn't until I was again staring down at my own broken body that I realized whose eyes I'd been seeing through. But Reese and didn't come any closer to my corpse, not as rushing paws. Then a flash of light, then footsteps, filled the air. The beast was already gone. Amarantha's blood had vanished from his face, his tunic, as Tamlin slammed to his knees. He scooped up my limp, broken body, cradling me to his chest. He hadn't removed his mask, but I saw the tears that fell onto my filthy tunic, and I heard the shuddering sobs that broke from him as he rocked me, stroking my hair. "No," someone breathed Lucien, his sword dangling from his hand. Indeed, there were many high fae and faeries who watched with damp eyes as Tamlin held me. I wanted to get to Tamlin. I wanted to touch him, to beg for his forgiveness for what I'd done, for the other bodies on the floor, but I was so far away. Someone appeared beside Lucien, a tall, handsome, brown-haired man with a face similar to his own. Lucien didn't look at his father. though he stiffened as the High Lord of the Autumn Court approached Tamlin and extended a clenched hand to him. Tamlin glanced up only when the High Lord opened his fingers and tipped over his hand. A glittering spark fell upon me. It flared and vanished as it touched my chest. 2 more figures approached, both handsome and young. Through my host's eyes, I knew them instantly. The brown-skinned one on the left wore a tunic of blue and green, and atop his white blonde head was a garland of roses, the High Lord of the Summer Court. His pale-skinned companion, clad in colors of white and gray, possessed a crown of shimmering ice, the High Lord of the Winter Court. Chins raised, shoulders back, they too dropped those glittering kernels upon me, and Tamlin bowed his head in gratitude. Another High Lord approached, also bestowing upon me a drop of light. He glowed brightest of them all, and from his gold and ruby raiment, I knew him to be High Lord of the Dawn Court. Then the High Lord of the Day Court, clad in white and gold, his dark skin gleaming with an inner light, presented his similar gift and smiled sadly at Tamlin before he walked away. Rhys and stepped forward, bringing my shred of soul with him, and I found Tamlin staring at me, at us. "For what she gave," Rhys and said, extending a hand, "we'll bestow what our predecessors have granted to few before." He paused. "This makes us even," he added, and I felt the twinkle of his humor as he opened his hand and let the seed of light fall on me. Tamlin tenderly brushed aside my matted hair. His hand glowed bright as the rising sun, and in the center of his palm, that strange, shining bud formed. "I love you," he whispered, and kissed me as he laid his hand on my heart. Chapter 46. Everything was black and warm and thick, inky, but bordered with gold. I was swimming, kicking for the surface where Tamlin was waiting, where life was waiting. Up and up, frantic for air. The golden light grew, and the darkness became like sparkling wine, easier to swim through, the bubbles fizzing around me, and I gasped, air flooding my throat. I was lying on the cold floor. No pain, no blood, no broken bones. I blinked. A chandelier dangled above me. I'd never noticed how intricate the crystals were, how the hushed gasp of the crowd echoed off them. A crowd, meaning I was still in that throne room, meaning I truly wasn't dead, meaning I had killed those. The room spun. I groaned as I braced my hands against the floor, readying myself to stand. But the sight of my skin stopped me cold. It gleamed with a strange light, and my fingers seemed longer where I'd laid them flat on the marble. I pushed to my feet. I felt strong and fast and sleek, and I'd become High Fae. I went rigid as I sensed Tamlin standing behind me, smelled that rain and spring meadow scent of him, richer than I'd ever noticed. I couldn't turn around to look at him. I couldn't move. A High Fae immortal. What had they done? I could hear Tamlin holding his breath, hear as he loosed it, hear the breathing, the whispering and weeping and quiet celebrating of everyone in that hall, still watching us, watching me. Some chanting praise for the glorious power of their high lords. "It was the only way we could save you," Tamlin said softly. But then I looked to the wall, and my hand rose to my throat. I forgot about the stunned crowd entirely. There, beneath Claire's decayed body, was Amarantha, her mouth gaping as the sword protruded from her brow, her throat gone, and blood now soaked the front of her gown. Amarantha was dead. They were free. I was free. Amarantha was dead. And I had killed those 2 High Fae. I shook my head slowly. "Are you?" My voice sounded too loud in my ears as I pushed back against that wall of black that threatened to swallow me. Amarantha was dead. "See for yourself," he said. I kept my eyes on the ground as I turned. There, on the red marble, lay a golden mask, staring at me with its hollow eye holes. "Feyre," Tamlin said, and he cupped my chin between his fingers, gently lifting my face. I saw that familiar chin first, then the mouth, and then he was exactly how I dreamed he would be. He smiled at me, his entire face alight with that quiet joy I had come to love so dearly, and he brushed my hair aside. I savored the feel of his fingers on my skin and raised my own to touch his face, to trace the contours of those high cheekbones and that lovely, straight nose, the clear, broad brow, the slightly arching eyebrows that framed his green eyes. What I had done to get to this moment, to be standing here, I shoved against the thought again. In a minute, in an hour, in a day, I would think about that, force myself to face it. I put a hand on Tamlin's heart, and a steady beat echoed into my bones. I sat on the edge of a bed, and while I thought being an immortal meant a higher pain threshold and faster healing, I winced a good deal as Tamlin inspected my few remaining wounds, then healed them. We'd scarcely had a moment alone together in the hours that followed Amarantha's death, that followed what I had done to those two faeries. But now, in this quiet room, I couldn't look away from the truth that sounded in my head with each breath. I killed them, slaughtered them. I hadn't even seen their bodies being taken away. For it had been chaos in the throne room in the moments after I'd awakened. The adder and the nastier faeries had disappeared instantly, along with Lucien's brothers, which was a clever move, as Lucien wasn't the only faerie with a score to settle. No sign of Rhys and either. Some faeries had fled, while others had burst into celebration, and others just stood or paced, eyes distant, faces pale, as if they, too, didn't quite feel like this was real. One by one, crowding him, weeping and laughing with joy, the high fae and faeries of the spring court knelt or embraced or kissed Tamlin, thanking him, thanking me. I kept far enough back that I would only nod, because I had no words to offer them in exchange for their gratitude, the gratitude for the faeries I'd butchered to save them. Then there had been meetings in the frenzied throne room, quick, tense meetings with the High Lords Tamlin was allied with to sort out next steps. Then with Lucien and some spring court high fae who introduced themselves as Tamlin's sentries. But every word, every breath was too loud, every smell too strong, the light too bright. Keeping still throughout it all was easier than moving, than adjusting to the strange, strong body that was now mine. I couldn't even touch my hair without the slight difference in my fingers jarring me. On and on, until every newly heightened sense was chafing and raw, and Tamlin at last noticed my dull eyes, my silence, and took my arm. He escorted me through the labyrinth of tunnels and hallways until we found a quiet bedroom in a distant wing of the court. "Feyre," Tamlin said now, looking up from inspecting my bare leg. I had been so accustomed to his mask that the handsome face surprised me each time I beheld it. This was what I had murdered those faeries for. Their deaths had not been in vain, and yet the blood on me had been gone when I'd awoken, as if becoming an immortal, as if surviving, somehow earned me the right to wash their blood off me. "What is it?" I said. My voice was quiet, hollow. I should try to sound more cheerful for him, for what had just happened, but he gave me that half smile. Had he been human, he might have been in his late 20s. But he wasn't human, and neither was I. I wasn't certain whether that was a happy thought or not. It was one of my smallest concerns. I should be begging for his forgiveness, begging the families and friends of those faeries for their forgiveness. I should be on my knees, weeping with shame for all that I had done. "Feyre," he said again, lowering my leg to stand between my knees. He caressed my cheek with a knuckle. "How can I ever repay you for what you did?" "You don't need to," I said. Let that be that. Let that dark, dank cell fade away, and Amarantha's face forever disappear from my memory. Even if those two dead faeries, even if their faces would never fade for me, if I could ever bring myself to paint again, I would never be able to stop seeing those faces instead of the colors and light. Tamlin held my face in his hands, leaning close, but then released me and grasped my left arm, my tattooed arm. His brows narrowed as he studied the markings. Feyre, I don't want to talk about it, I mumbled. The bargain I had with Rhys and another small concern compared to the stain on my soul, the pit inside it. But I didn't doubt I'd see Rhys again soon. Tamlin's fingers traced the marks of my tattoo. We'll find a way out of this, he murmured, and his hand traveled up my arm to rest on my shoulder. He opened his mouth and I knew what he would say, the subject he would try to broach. I couldn't talk about them, not yet. So I breathed later and hooked my feet around his legs, drawing him closer. I placed my hands on his chest, feeling the heart beating beneath. I needed this right now. It wouldn't wash away what I'd done, but I needed him near, needed to smell and taste him, remind myself that he was real. This was real. Later, he echoed and leaned down to kiss me. It was soft, tentative, nothing like the wild, hard kisses we'd shared in the hall of throne room. He brushed his lips against mine again. I didn't want apologies, didn't want sympathy or coddling. I gripped the front of his tunic, tugging him closer as I opened my mouth to him. He let out a low growl, and the sound of it sent a wildfire blazing through me, pooling and burning in my core. I let it burn through that hole in my chest, my soul. Let it raise through the wave of black that was starting to press around me. Let it consume the phantom blood I could still feel on my hands. I gave myself to that fire, to him, as his hands roved across me, unbuttoning as he went. I pulled back, breaking the kiss to look into his face. His eyes were bright, hungry, but his hands had stopped their exploring and rested firmly on my hips. With a predator's stillness, he waited and watched as I traced the contours of his face, as I kissed every place I touched. His ragged breathing was the only sound, and his hands soon began roaming across my back and sides, caressing and teasing and bearing me to him. When my traveling fingers reached his mouth, he bit down on one, sucking it into his mouth. It didn't hurt, but the bite was hard enough for me to meet his eyes again, to realize that he was done waiting, and so was I. He eased me onto the bed, murmuring my name against my neck, the shell of my ear, the tips of my fingers. I urged him, faster, harder. His mouth explored the curve of my breast, the inside of my thigh. A kiss for each day we'd spent apart, a kiss for every wound and terror, a kiss for the ink etched into my flesh, and for all the days we would be together after this. Days, perhaps, that I no longer deserved, but I gave myself again to that fire, threw myself into it, into him, and let myself burn. I was pulled from sleep by something tugging at my middle, a thread deep inside. I left Tamlin sleeping in the bed, his body heavy with exhaustion. In a few hours, we would be leaving under the mountain and returning home, and I didn't want to wake him sooner than I had to. I prayed I would ever get to sleep that peacefully again. I knew who summoned me long before I opened the door to the hall and patted down it, stumbling and teetering every now and then as I adjusted to my new body, its new balance and rhythms. I carefully, slowly took a narrow set of stairs upward, up and up, until, to my shock, a trickle of sunlight poured into the stairwell and I found myself on a small balcony jutting out of the side of the mountain. I hissed against the brightness, shielding my eyes. I'd thought it was the middle of the night. I'd completely lost all sense of time in the darkness of the mountain. Reese and chuckled softly from where I could vaguely make him out standing along the stone rail. I forgot that it's been a while for you. My eyes stung from the light, and I remained silent until I could look at the view without a shooting pain going through my head. A land of violet snow-capped mountains greeted me, but the rock of this mountain was brown and bare. Not even a blade of grass or a crystal of ice gleamed on it. I looked at him finally. His membranous wings were out, tucked behind him, but his hands and feet were normal, no talons in sight. "What do you want?" It didn't come out with the snap I'd intended. Not as I remembered how he'd fought, again and again, to attack Amarantha, to save me. Just to say goodbye. A warm breeze ruffled his hair, brushing tendrils of darkness off his shoulders. "Before your beloved whisks you away forever." "Not forever," I said, wiggling my tattooed fingers for him to see. "Don't you get a week every month?" Those words, thankfully, came out frosty. Reese smiled slightly, his wings rustling and then settling. How could I forget? I stared at the nose I'd seen bleeding only hours before, the violet eyes that had been so filled with pain. "Why?" I asked. He knew what I meant and shrugged. "Because when the legends get written, I didn't want to be remembered for standing on the sidelines. I want my future offspring to know that I was there, and that I fought against her at the end, even if I couldn't do anything useful." I blinked, this time not at the brightness of the sun. "Because," he went on, his eyes locked with mine, "I didn't want you to fight alone, or die alone." And for a moment, I remembered that faerie who had died in our foyer, and how I told Tamlin the same thing. "Thank you," I said, my throat tight. Reese flashed a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I doubt you'll be saying that when I take you to the night court." I didn't bother to reply as I turned toward the view. The mountains went on and on, gleaming and shadowed and vast under the open, clear sky. But nothing in me stirred, nothing cataloged the light and colors. "Are you going to fly home?" I said. A soft laugh. "Unfortunately, it would take longer than I can afford. Another day, I'll taste the skies again." I glanced at the wings tucked into his powerful body, and my voice was hoarse as I spoke. "You never told me you loved the wings or the flying." No, he'd made his shape-shifting seem base, useless, boring. He shrugged. "Everything I love has always had a tendency to be taken from me. I tell very few about the wings, or the flying." Some color had already come into that moon-white face, and I wondered whether he might once have been tan before Amarantha had kept him below ground for so long. A high lord who loved to fly, trapped under a mountain. Shadows not of his own making still haunted those violet eyes. I wondered if they would ever fade. "How does it feel to be a high fae?" he asked, a quiet, curious question. I looked out toward the mountains again, considering. And maybe it was because there was no one else to hear. Maybe it was because the shadows in his eyes would also forever be in mine. But I said, "I'm an immortal who has been mortal. This body?" I looked down at my hand, so clean and shining, a mockery of what I'd done. "This body is different, but this..." I put my hand on my chest, my heart. "This is still human. Maybe it always will be, but it would have been easier to live with it." My throat welled. Easier to live with what I did if my heart had changed, too. Maybe I wouldn't care so much. Maybe I could convince myself their deaths weren't in vain. Maybe immortality will take that away. I can't tell whether I want it to. Reese and stared at me for long enough that I faced him. "Be glad of your human heart, Feyre. Pity those who don't feel anything at all." I couldn't explain about the hole that had already formed in my soul. Didn't want to, so I just nodded. "Well, goodbye for now," he said. rolling his neck as if we hadn't been talking about anything important at all. He bowed at the waist, those wings vanishing entirely, and had begun to fade into the nearest shadow when he went rigid. His eyes locked on mine, wide and wild, and his nostrils flared. Shock, pure shock flashed across his features at whatever he saw on my face, and he stumbled back a step. Actually stumbled. "What is?" I began. He disappeared, simply disappeared, not a shadow in sight, into the crisp air. Tamlin and I left the way I'd come in, through that narrow cave in the belly of the mountain. Before departing, the high fae of several courts destroyed and then sealed Amarantha's court under the mountain. We were the last to leave, and with a wave of Tamlin's arm, the entrance to the court crumbled behind us. I still didn't have the words to ask what they'd done with those two faeries. Maybe someday, maybe soon, I would ask who they were, what their names had been. Amarantha's body, I'd heard, had been hauled off to be burned, though Jurian's bone and I were somehow missing. As much as I wanted to hate her, as much as I wished I could have spat on her burning body, I understood what had driven her, a very small part of her, but I understood it. Tamlin gripped my hand as we strode through the darkness. Neither of us said anything when a glimmer of sunlight appeared, staining the damp cave walls with a silvery sheen. But our steps quickened as the sunlight grew brighter and the cave warmer, and then both of us emerged onto the spring-green grass that covered the bumps and hollows of his lands. Our lands. The breeze, the scent of wildflowers hit me, and despite the hole in my chest, the stain on my soul, I couldn't stop the smile that spread as we mounted a steep hill. My fairy legs were far stronger than my human ones, and when we reached the top of the knoll, I wasn't nearly as winded as I might once have been. But the breath was knocked from my chest when I beheld the rose-covered manor. Home. In all my imaginings in Amarantha's dungeons, I'd never allowed myself to think of this moment, never allowed myself to dream that outrageously. But I'd made it. I'd brought us both home. I squeezed his hand as we gazed down at the manor, with its stables and gardens, two sets of childish laughter, true, free laughter, coming from somewhere inside its grounds. A moment later, two small, shining figures darted into the field beyond the garden, shrieking as they were chased by a taller, chuckling figure, Alice and her boys, safe and out of hiding at last. Tamlin slipped an arm around my shoulders, tucking me close to him as he rested his cheek on my head. My lips trembled, and I wrapped my arm around his waist. We stood atop the hill in silence, until the setting sun gilded the house and the hills and the world, and Lucian called us to dinner. I stepped out of Tamlin's arms and kissed him softly. Tomorrow, there would be tomorrow and an eternity to face what I had done, to face what I shredded into pieces inside myself while under the mountain. But for now, for today, let's go home, I said, and took his hand. The end.